welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one. We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Hello, what's good, and welcome to another BSC Monthly Finals. It's your boy Efta, and this time, oh man, excited. I'm joined by Ark. It's been so long. How you doing, buddy?
Been too long indeed. It's great to be back along by your side, Efta. It's you know, my favorite time of year when we get to do a show together, so it's come back around full circle, and what a region for it.
Absolutely. We're here in the LATAM South region of the Brawl Stars scene, and definitely some cool things kind of underway as far as that's concerned. If you're new to the show, this is how we're doing it. Basically, the way we find our teams is through the power match format. That happens at home, and then this happens on the big stage. The top 8, the single elimination bracket. Don't make any mistakes. We play best of 3s in the early stages, and then once we get into the semis and the finals, we go all the way to best of 5s and really crank things up just a bit. And we've got some established teams in this region as well. AC Milan, Qlash, numero uno, and we'll show you the leaderboards a little bit later for sure, but a lot of these teams in contention. Arc, these quarterfinals should be fun.
It's going to be super fun. Honestly, there's some matchups here that could definitely shape this bracket up to be quite different. Not necessarily too straightforward, but obviously the banger match is going to be AC Milan Qlash up against Chasmac Gaming BR, the one that we tend to often see in the grand final, but today it's going to be our quarterfinal matchup. The outcome of that could be huge. If Chasmac Gaming can pick up that win, then that is going to really turn everything on its head. But, you know, a fantastic month, you know, in July for 6FA, who made the grand final, just came shy to AC Milan Qlash there, but Vatra Gaming as well, the former Arena Casino, back once again, and they were AC Milan Qlash's biggest rivals back in March, back in April, but we haven't really seen them since. They kind of dropped off the middle of the map. So now that they are back in the mix as well, it makes things incredibly exciting.
Got to keep an eye on every single one of these quarterfinals, and then as we get to the semis, they're going to be even that much more interesting. You know, as we were talking about, a lot of points on the line because these teams are competing to find their way in the world finals in just a couple of months. Of course, you guys can earn some prizes along the way as well. You don't have to compete here. This is how you get the best stuff, to compete on the big stage. But if you just want to watch along and get some pins maybe and some things for home, watch the show at event.brawlstars.com. A lot of interactivity going on there, a lot of fun stuff, as well as predictions. And me and Ark are playing along as well. We got some predictions of ourselves. So listen, Ark, I think it's really easy to predict that AC Milan Qlash winds up winning. That's a nothing statement to me. You don't get any points. But what else are you thinking of? What are your other predictions going on this month?
I think that could be a 50-50, if I'm honest. I mean, that's going to be a close one. I'm curious to see how Arena Casino now, Vatra Gaming are coming in to this month, and you know, because they hadn't qualified for many monthly finals. So I'm banking on them to take that matchup against Starline. Starline, by the way, is the former Unma Gaming, so not to be taken too lightly. They're not a complete unknown in that respect either. I think 6FA coming off the back of that huge performance last month, I think it's fair to say they should fare pretty well in these quarterfinals against Embananados, maybe. Sure. You know, again, these quarterfinal stages can be grueling, and you can get some big upsets early on. I think ZERØZONE should take it against Portuguesa, but again, you know, I think the closest one is going to be that AC Milan Qlash versus Chasmac game for me.
That's going to be the tough one as well. I went Chasmac, so I went with the underdog, but let me show you why. A little bit of hopeful, I just root for the cool story. Leaderboard, this is the storyline. So AC Milan Qlash here at 5:30. Listen, that is almost untouchable. I say almost, technically speaking, mathematically they're not in, but like, let's be real. Y'all gonna see them a little bit later. However, second and third place, these are also big spots. You can see they're denoted in gold. They go on to Worlds and everything. So these spots are up for grabs. Post MSI, the second half of the year, double points. That's the headline and the body text of the paragraph. Like, double points is such a big deal here, Ark, that some of these squads, you know, you talk about Starline and Embananados, even these teams have a chance to find themselves in that third position.
there is a very small margin when you look at it realistically between ZERØZONE and pretty much anyone below them. With double points, like you say, being a factor here, no one is safe. I mean, even to be fair, Chasmac Gaming aren't particularly safe either. And if AC Milan and Qlash do lose today, then that is going to make them not in a position of safety as well. There's so much within the LATAM South leaderboard that could really change, and we cannot take anything for granted. If you look at a region like EMEA last month with a team like Reply Totem, they went from 7th place all the way up to 2nd place in a single monthly final performance. That really does go just to show how much anything can change with a couple of losses and wins on either side of the bracket. This could all look, and I think it will look, very different by the end of today.
Got to agree. I mean, that's absolutely what we're looking at here as far as the big picture is concerned. We're trying to find these teams and who's going to sneak on through, who's going to make a lot of noise, and who's going to be a little bit quiet. Now, the world of Brawl Stars has been pretty interesting. We always talk about one of the cool things about this game being how quickly the meta changes. You're playing you're playing Assassin meta one day, and then Brawl Talk comes out, and all of a sudden Primo's first pick. That's not what's happening here. But sometimes it's maps that bring up the conversation. And Ark, people have been chirping. They've been talking about the map pool. Now, I know you've got some opinions on this one, so let's hear it, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I would say less of a conversation and more of a controversy in that sense, for sure. I mean, ultimately, we got to try things out. I think this is the perfect time of season to do just that. And I think if you're a team that are blaming the map as a reason for losing, then you've probably got bigger problems than the maps. That's the kind of way I see it. Ultimately, with draft as well, you've got a better opportunity than ever before to be able to give yourself an edge. If you're looking at like a map like Minecart Madness, which, by the way, many pros love, but the ones that hate it shout the loudest, is kind of how I see that one. Ultimately, yeah, a map that can have a minecart against you in the opening stage as well. Try and choose a comp that's going to be better when it comes to retaking that control and holding it. You do have an advantage when it comes to draft to be able to kind of look ahead at maps and modes that are coming. I think a map as well like Backyard Bowl, sure, it can have its stalemate moments as well, and that's a thing that actually some teams encourage. Look at SK Gaming in EMEA. I mean, they love a stalemate scenario. It can work for or against you, and I think it's all about adapting. That's what teams need to be focusing on the most, is being able to adapt. It does make a big difference, and it's a way of putting teams on that kind of position of having to be on high alert at all times and not get too comfortable. That's what double points is all about, and I'm all for it.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. I'm with you on the Minecart Madness. Listen, I like card games, and people like to complain about card games because there's so much RNG inherently, but the mindset you jump in there with is embrace and manage the variance. And so when you're playing with mine cards, you know where they're coming out. There's an audio cue. You can manage that variance. Don't put yourself in harm's way when you know it's going to come through. And then you mentioned SK and the stalemate. That was exactly the example I was going to go to as well. Listen, when they introduced Knockout, you didn't play it the same way as Bounty and then complain about it, right? So when a new map comes out for an old game mode, if you play it the same way as other maps, why is that okay? So, like you said, stalemate, this encourages a certain type of gameplay. Embrace it and see if it works out for you, like SK Gaming has done on Brawl. And so those are kind of what I ask for players. Esports is about adaptation, and if you don't keep iterating and changing and innovating, then you wind up falling behind and you're just asleep in the back, not really doing anything. The teams that you find up on top, how do you find yourself as a strong player? Well, you got to follow the meta. But how do you find yourself as the strongest player or the strongest team? You got to lead the meta. You can't just follow what's going up there on the tier list. You got to figure out what's up. Carl, and then what counters Carl. But then that third layer, that's what you see at the top levels of competition. That's what you see out of teams like Zeta Division. That's what you see out of teams like AC Milan Qlash. The ability to take what's given to them and just deal and just change, because the game constantly changing, Arc. Every single time we jump in here, we got a different meta. Every single year we have new additions to the game. And so I think draft has been a really big deal. You mentioned earlier how important draft has been to really making it a more fair and even playing field.
Well, this is the thing when it comes to the meta is you've got to be able to remember that you can shape that map how you want to shape it. And having that third and final pick as well, it's sometimes a godsend. If you want to bring in a wall breaker on a Backyard Bowl, when, you know, everything else doesn't have that thing to their advantage, well, then you've got yourself an advantage. Probably by that point, Bo's already been picked. But I think in terms of the meta, it's probably one of the most balanced places that we've ever had the Brawl Stars meta. Sure, there's always going to be a couple of Brawlers that are going to kind of be out there, being strong. And like, you know, you've already mentioned Carl. I think Bo's a really versatile one for me at the moment as well. One that is pretty much available everywhere you look at the early stages. And now teams are starting to pick at a very early stage in the draft. You know, ultimately, you know, I think when there is that much choice and that much ability to sway it in your favor, more times than not, you know, if you're making mistakes, it comes down to the skill, not the maps and modes, in my opinion. So ultimately, for a region like LATAM South as well, they like to bring in other brawlers, which we don't tend to see in a lot of other regions that can actually be very, very strong as well. Mr. P has always been like the kind of the mantelpiece of LATAM South, and I'm pretty certain we're going to see more of him today.
Should be interesting. I mean, when it comes down to it, Carl meta is not really nice to the throwers and the spawners, but if you can find the right map, Mr. P can kind of sit up there. And yeah, no, I agree. I think this meta is kind of nice as we wait for our ZERØZONE and Portuguesa to kind of get in position. We'll jump into game in a matter of moments. But one of the nice things I think about this meta is Carl's very strong, which means counters to Carl are very strong. No individual archetype is over the top. It's just pretty much who can deal with Carl. And then you have your evergreen picks, your bows that are just always good, which I think, again, isn't really that offensive. But I think the coolest thing about this meta by far is the band playing in the background, let's be real. So we got Poco up there and everybody. You got Rico and obviously frontman Spike. The bad randoms. Man, we don't see a lot of Spike in this meta, which I think is okay. He can be really impressive sometimes. But we got the jams, and I think that's the important part. A lot of friends on this one. If you guys know me, you know that I like my friends on the map overviews. And this is a concert full of them, so I'm all the way in.
I'm keen to see what the draft will be early on. It's, again, a region that I do love and enjoy watching when it comes to their drafts. A lot of things that you don't see in other regions come through and shine through, actually, in LATAM South, and it gives other regions a chance to kind of consider where they're going with this.
Sure.
I do love, as well, like the setup there of Pizzino, like that's a good camera lens, by the way. I think as well, could well be into his content. Let's see though. The bands were, I think they were in as well, but I don't think they're showing on the overlay. But they were Brock, Squeak, Penny for ZERØZONE. Oh, there they are as well. Yeah. And Janet, Bell, Jean on the side of Portuguesa Esports. So I do like the bands here already. Out in the open, of course, a new map in terms of the pool for knockout. One that I see a lot of Eve being played on the left-hand side lane. I understand why. Ultimately, it does give you more maneuverability. I don't think necessarily it works for me. I think we'll probably see it here. But nonetheless, I think the win rate's dropped off quite substantially. Bonnie is a great first pick, may I say, for ZERØZONE here.
Oh yeah, I think Bonnie or Carl is your first pick, straight up and down, when it comes to knockout in general, this map specifically. Bonnie or Carl, I think, are excellent first selections. Bonnie lets you attack from long range or jump in, and so that like ability to play both sides is really important to me, as well as Carl's just pretty good. We talked a little bit about what Bo does, and so let's take a look at, much to your chagrin, the Eve selection here next to Tara.
Yeah, I called it. I mean, I prefer the picks going on the side of Portuguesa, to be completely honest. I think that's you can't ever really go wrong with Carl. Bo is a fantastic one to have, especially in knockout. If they combine with that, something like a Pam, I think it would be great, or just some more area denial. I think the Penny Ban was a wise one for ZERØZONE, because that would have definitely been on the cards to combine with that Bo, realistically there. I think even Spike could be a really safe pick here for Portuguesa, or if they want to go with something risky. Not too sure about Byron, to be completely honest, but you know, it's not a bad brawler, but it just kind of has dropped off a lot since the balance changes, got to be said. Ultimately, though, it's going to have a lot of range on that side of things. I mean, they're going to have to get a lot of taps onto the Bonnie as tankier brawler on the side of ZERØZONE to really get her taken down, but they did lack a little bit of range, and Byron is going to definitely help a lot out on that side of things.
Yeah, I think that the range is nice. However, I am concerned a little bit about some of the aggression that might come from the other side, but we'll see what happens in actuality. as we take a jump into our first match of the quarterfinals. First match of the day, actually. Right side lane here, Wesley kind of sneaking up and trying to make some moves, but not really finding anything. Long range being, I don't want to say wasted, but not being utilized here as Carl's up close and personal. Check out the flank, though, on the bottom side from the Byron. Might be something to keep your eyes on.
I like the fact that everyone's playing this a little bit slow to start. Good taps, though, from Alonso there on the left. But again, this is where I just don't feel like Eve is packing too much of a punch. That's a nice splash. Jump away was there. I think it may have even missed, but the gadget did not connect either. Big taps on the right-hand side, though, from Body, who goes down, being a bit overzealous. The support from Beyond taken quickly care of, and that's going to be now a 3 versus 2. Oh, want to make that a 3 versus 1. Not a great start for ZERØZONE as Portuguesa turn those screws.
Simple. That's kind of where I'm sitting at. Portuguesa did a very simple 1-2 punch here on the right side. Very slowly but surely, they realized nobody was going to help Wesley. And so Wesley, on one of the slowest characters in the game, winds up just getting double teamed, no questions asked. Here might see the same thing as Carl on the right side handles business. All the assist from Bo, the jump in, not going to be good at all either. And just like that, Portuguesa Esports winds up on the good side. And Pizzinho, just business as usual.
I'm pretty certain I recognize Pizzinho as a content creator. I think Pitbull, was his name, but I could be wrong. As a double check. But if it is, I love it because ultimately I love to see content. Yeah, you know, that's what I'm thinking, and it would be a great thing to see more content creators going into the BSC. I want to see everyone giving it their best shot. I think the Tara pick here is I don't know, for me, one that struggles a little bit since support from Beyond got nerfed, and I didn't even realize how badly necessarily myself the other day. Those spirits really are struggling now to have much of an impact when it comes to that pushback potential. As Wesley trying to connect here, does not, gets one off, but ultimately now in a real pickle in that corner hand, and that's a perfect time for Parcel to pick up the kill. 2 versus 2, though, 2 versus 1 now, and that is surely going to be Portuguesa breezing this one so nicely on their way to taking this first set.
Well, ZERØZONE finally starts waking up just a little bit. You can see the Eve getting a kill, getting involved. Unfortunately, too little too late might be the case for that game, or it might be the case for this match. Certainly was for that game, or that round, rather. And so this time around, Portuguesa changing things up, focusing a little bit more on the left side of the map than the right, as we've seen the lane change. Tara no longer in the mid. Wesley was getting beat up on the right side, so they swapped lanes. That said, doesn't seem to be good for Portuguesa because it's working out. Got to adapt. 3-on-2 and another kill for ZERØZONE. And they might find themselves alive in this quarterfinal. I've never seen a bow fly.
I mean, this is an eagle hat. I mean, there's surely some wings thrown in there as well. Yeah. I mean, it actually is Pitbull as well, the content creator from LATAM South. I thought I recognized him for sure. And that's a great thing. He's got 338,000 subscribers. So I want to see some content off the back of this as, Portuguesa having a great start. Now as ZERØZONE start to collect themselves, though, they are getting some good progress. Good positioning as well. Good connections there from Epic onto Pizzinho. And now, again, ZERØZONE pick up the win. So this one's far from over. This was all tied up.
Oh yeah, this is really what you want to be looking for if you're ZERØZONE. Sucks that you kind of like woke up here, but well, you're here now, and that's what matters. So Alonso and the guys have to keep looking forward. I love the lane swap here from Tara out of the mid into the right. More importantly, Wesley on the Bonnie out of the right into the mid, making use of this long range nonsense. This is the way it should have been anyway. Eve utilized only to be able to walk up on this left lane, and you have Tara a little bit closer. Theoretically, Tara chased out thanks to the Carl play. If I'm ZZ, I want to push up on this right side. I know that was where the issues were earlier, but getting grouped up like this is not a great look. Portuguesa on the aggressive side.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Portuguesa, being very aggressive and early. So Although double takedown, making it 2 versus 2. Eptic though, low, has to heal up, and yeah, Quiggle knows that going in there was a great time to do so. Getting out as well, whilst on low HP, Parsifal comes round the side. Really nice teamwork there from Portuguesa Esports, and what a great time for it as well, keeping the pressure on as they had such a great start. ZERØZONE getting that kind of momentum, they had to be shut down in that respect, and yeah, I think the right timings to do so.
Now ZERØZONE on the back foot.
Set point.
A little bit. Oh yeah, look at that left side. Alonso out of the game completely. Portuguesa want to jump on this one. I like the bow mines, keeping Alonso just on that left lane. Nothing they can do about it, but not enough damage coming in onto the right or the mid here to really make use of it.
It has some Casino. He didn't want to splash because the jump was still available on the gadget side for the Eve, but I think you got to draw those things out, especially before the gas comes in. But now they should get taken care of there. It does go down 3 versus 2 now, and Portuguesa in a fantastic position as the Sport from Beyond taken swiftly care of there by Guico. That's the thing. It's just not the preferred gadget for me now, as there's a flying hook coming in, does get the takedown. That's going to put Wesley in a really awkward spot. The healing shade will be there, but not going to save it from that position, as Portuguesa Esports will take this first set. Started off strong, lost a little bit of composure along the way, but ended strong, and that's what matters.
That's absolutely, listen, as the great philosopher Vin Diesel says, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. And that's what happens here for Portuguesa Esports, just like that. So a nice look, a great way to start out the evening for them, for sure. Of course, they got to keep on keeping on. If they win safe zone, we don't even go to deep diner. And so when you're coming into the haste situation, or excuse me, into the heist situation, well, all right, you got to bring the haste. You got to do it quickly, because it looks like ZERØZONE, once they settle down, they take in, all right, this is what the opponent's doing. They kind of adjust their glasses, and they find that next gear. So if I'm Portuguesa, I want to win quickly. I want to win 2-0 before we can even give a chance for ZERØZONE to figure us out. Because I think that's what we saw over there in Knockout Arc was, all right, ZERØZONE kind of got blown by in that first game. But the second one, all right, that was a lot more interesting. And I think ZERØZONE can be a little dangerous if given time.
Yeah, I'm just going to go out there and say, every time I see Eve lose on either, that map or, Canal Granny, I'm just going to mention it. I have yet to see Eve win on those maps that she keeps getting picked and played on by those various teams across various regions.
I just don't think she's that good, man. I get it.
I don't think, man. I think she's dropped off. I want to love her. I think she's a great brawler to have, and especially with such a unique ability. I think the nerf just hit it just a bit too hard. I'd like to see her be brought up just a touch so she's back into the scene, because some great evasive maneuverability, as we saw already in that matchup. And the spawnables, they provide a lot of, well, used to provide a lot of pushback potential. And just now kind of just not quite in that same place. But I did say at the beginning that I felt the Portuguesa Esports draft was the better of the two. I think you got to kind of go with those safer ideas. I mean, Carl's not safe, but combining Carl and Bo, it's going to work in pretty much every scenario. Going into heist and safe zone, a little bit different though in that respect. I think there's definitely certain brawlers here which can really thrive. Carl and Bo are definitely up there for sure. I think the bans here have got to be on point as well, ultimately, to get rid of a lot of that range. And if you want to take the risk by leaving Piper open, you've got to kind of take that in your stride. I think Colette here has got to be a straight up insta ban. We've seen a gradual rise, but now Colette's really in the forefront of the meta when it comes to heist. And sometimes a bit of a risky cult maneuver to break open the sides, but you've got to land those shots along the way as well. Sometimes Rico lanes are decent as well. Bell mid as well, great value from that. Ultimately, it's a bit of a different case here when it comes to safe zone in terms of the brawler comps, but Portuguesa landed the draft, and they landed it well. The question is now, will ZERØZONE be able to bring back some of their feist when it comes to heist?
When it comes down to heist, I think, nice, by the way, I think it's a little bit more open as far as what you can go. I agree, you have your big does, like your Colettes, etc., but there's a little bit more open as opposed to a map or a mode like Knockout. I think when it comes down to it, I'm looking at the Brocks, who can break open the little bit of protection you have there. I don't know if Frank's going to get a chance to be played, so you just stay on the 1s and 2s up there, big guy. Because when it comes down to it, I think realistically, you've got to look for safe damage, which sounds obvious, but a lot of times in these drafts, players get a little bit distracted by looking for, you know, just assassins for more aggression or tanks to deal with this, that, or a third. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, you just got to find your way in there. Notable bans here, I think, are the Colette, the Carl, the Daryl, and the Brock. Like, Lola and Nani are, yeah, sure, they're going to do their thing, but Colette, she, as you said, just got to be banned here. Carl, nice, kind of evergreen character, got to ban him. Daryl and Brock are very, very particular on not just Safe Zone, but Heist in general. And so I like the ban choice of them here, but two girls to start us off. First selection here for ZERØZONE. They're going to go with the hybrid brawler. And then we've got Belle and the Dogman, Colonel Russ, coming through on the side of Portuguesa, which I like.
I really like it. I think Belle combines with Ruffs so well. I'm just kind of interested to see why they banned the Lola, because ultimately if they were going to pick Belle first, it would be a great thing to leave open, because ultimately it's a great counter to it. But nonetheless, I think the Colette ban, the Carl ban, yeah, rightly so. Bonnie first pick was the same story for ZERØZONE in the previous set, so they're going to have to make that one work even better this time round. It is a little bit risky to kind of go out of cannon form, but you know, add a turret to that. You know, cannons and turrets and all things glorious like that. Mortars, Penny, great shout. You've got to make that turret count. That is the thing. You've already got to get that super very early on. I think if you're Portuguesa, you're going to be keeping to your range in that respect as well. The follow-up pick as well. I personally would go with Piper here. Sure, you're going into a Ruffs, but ultimately you don't want to leave that one open to be countered later on by Portuguesa. Having that third and final pick for a Piper, I don't want to be in that position if I'm them. Or a counter to it would be the way forwards for me. But Spike, I mean, you can place down the life plant, sure. But I mean, Portuguesa, they might not even go Piper here. It might be that I'm very biased towards it because I really love playing it here, to be honest.
Well, with the Belle selection, you know, the Piper kind of makes sense. I don't hate the mindset of going Piper in this situation because you've got the Belle alongside. I think that's a big deal for sure. Realistically, I mean, there's nothing that I need to counter necessarily across the way with the Spike, the Penny, and the Bonnie. And so Rico here, yes, with nothing to counter across the way, let's start to be aggressive and think about our own game, which is probably the better way to kind of take things anyway, full stop. And so with that in mind, we've got the Belle, we got the Ruffs, and they're all going to empower Rico, and he's going to shoot the heist box twice, and that's a broken safe. That's the game plan, right? Just like power up Rico. Let's see if it works out. We jump into heist here for the first time tonight. Let's see how it goes.
I don't mind it. I mean, obviously they're going along the lines on the side of Portuguesa of like keeping the walls and just, you know, Rico works well in that respect. The Ruffs can break with air superiority if they go for it to be able to handle the Penny turret. So not doubling down necessarily on the Piper pick. You know, I can get it. You know, Piper would break open far more in those eventualities where you have to obey. But I just think the Piper pick would have been the better one of those, in my opinion, in this instance. But nonetheless, not a bad draft on either side. At the moment, it's ZERØZONE that have crept their way forwards, and it's Alonso who really needs to get his hands on that mortar as quickly as possible, realistically here. Wesley can jump in. Eptic, though, playing a slow and cautious approach from that side there, but I think could push forwards a little bit if he times this well. So far, really good plays from ZERØZONE. Portuguesa need to start to get themselves a bit more prepared. Nice break on the left-hand side, and that's going to give even more of an advantage, actually, to ZERØZONE.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be much anxiety, though, on the side of Portuguesa. Even with Bonnie jumping in and getting the kill mid-lane, a little bit of a swap, and not that much damage being able to be dealt off of that aggression. So 18% in total earned by ZERØZONE, but just over 60 seconds here on the clock. And so basically what I'm expecting Portuguesa to do here is kind of farm up a little bit of super and then look for the aggression. Like, second kill on a mid lane is not what Portuguesa are looking for, though. About a quarter down, 74% left on the red team's box.
Great taps, honestly, from Wesley. Really cutting the mustard, but now, yeah, that had to happen realistically there. They had to double down there. And a nice takedown from Guicul as well on that right-hand side, breaking open now. Much better positioning here from Portuguesa, their first push of the game so far. It will be enough to almost give them a lead, but they have to come back now to try to keep the pressure on as Now, Zeno does come back into the mix. Let's see whether they can push balls even more. Pass balls souped up in the mid with the supply drop from the Ruffs, but this push has got to come in now. They're in a great spot for it, but they've got to stay on their feet, and that is not going to help the situation.
Not at all. Right side, here comes Ruff, battling out the 1v1 against Spike. Has a couple of shots, but it won't be enough. And Portuguesa even falls down as ZERØZONE finds an extra couple of shots up top. And so a big W for ZERØZONE to start this game mode off on their side. Having the momentum right off of the bat, definitely a change here for the blue team.
It was a much better approach. I like the way that ZERØZONE really valued those early moments of the game, because getting yourselves into a great spot is what you need. And again, it's why I kind of just don't necessarily like this Rico pick, to be completely honest. I think that Piper has that ability to really come in, pop one gadget even at the very beginning, just to give yourself the high ground. It is how I like to play safe zone. And at the moment, it's again that same similar story of Portuguesa just kind of being on that back foot and playing too much defense. They've got to secure some kills, some early kills, get themselves more of a positioning power here. This could be the way of going about it. Wesley very low in that mid, and if they can just focus on him a little bit better, get that takedown, it will force then Alonso to have to retreat.
Yeah, the body player, I think Wesley has been a thorn in the side here of Portuguesa, which is a nice turnaround, because honestly, homie didn't have a great set number 1. And so over here in set number 2, I think this is a better look for them. And the mid lane has been working out for the hybrid brawler so far. The long range shots have opened up the mid lane. Like I said, with Portuguesa, they've got a lot of damage, so they only need 1 or 2 big pushes. Wesley got the jump in and got the kill last time around, and 1 or 2, not such a big deal. But as they keep going, that's where it becomes problematic. Wesley gets a kill, but isn't able to find themselves on the safe here arc. And so a nice job from Portuguesa. Much differently this time around, we see the defensive stop.
Yeah, ZERØZONE playing great, honestly. And again, similar story of just valuing these early moments. But this is the time for Portuguesa to make a push. And it's Pizzino on the left-hand side who comes through. Should start seeing some damage reflect it. Or, yeah, just about finding the angles now, and it's a great spot for Arica to do, but Alonso did great there. Salty barrel value right there for Alonso, shutting it down. Just the 4% was gained there from Portuguesa in that push, and we haven't seen many of them. There's 30 seconds left, and there's going to be another one before this game's over. There's not much damage needed, to be completely honest, but ZERØZONE are just playing the control all day long, and I love it.
Great stuff from the blue team for sure. 15 seconds remaining. Portuguesa looking for a window of opportunity. Won't be able to find it. Pizzino falls down, and the jump in is good. A ton of damage coming out from ZERØZONE, and Portuguesa find a little bit too little too late. They get some kills, but they don't get what actually matters, and that's safe percentage. ZERØZONE was able to take this one. They took the one before, and so we're going to a set 3, baby.
I wouldn't have it any other way, to be completely honest. And again, looking back through kind of this past and previous scorelines, it has been ZERØZONE that have had better performances for the majority of the season so far. So for Portuguesa, they've been a little bit on the back, but we saw them in March. They made the semifinals, lost to a 1-3 against Erika in July, quarterfinals 0-2 there. They were the only 2 appearances for them. So this is a really important monthly final actually for Portuguesa in terms of like a moral perspective. They started off great, but it just wasn't quite the same in high school. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but I wasn't a fan of that final Rico pick. I can kind of see what they were thinking by keeping everything up. There was no wall break on the side of ZERØZONE. Kind of made sense, and maybe kind of use that to their advantage. But with a Penny, you need to eradicate a lot of that stuff. You need to really outrange her, make sure that, to be fair to Alonso though, he did great in the lane that he was given. Up against the Rico, and more often than not, coming out on top. I don't think that would have been the case though, had they maybe gone with that kind of longer ranged approach.
It's possible.
Definitely some lessons I think there in the draft that they could take back and reflect on in the VOD. But Deeper Diner up next. This is a new map to the pool. I don't know if any of the 2 teams that we're seeing would have liked to have avoided this one for that same reason, but nonetheless, we are here, and as we spoke before coming into the show, teams got to adapt. This is one of those maps that players have got to adapt in. I personally quite like this. I think it opens up the doors to some really aggressive brawlers, which I quite like to see. I'm hoping for an Ashe to come out of the mix here, because I genuinely really enjoy seeing it here. It can just do so much work, and if any of these two teams are thinking that, gotta hand the favor over to them a little bit when it comes to their draft.
Ashe is such an interesting brawler. What about Deep Diner makes him attractive?
I think just the way that the map is situated with the walls. I mean, if you're going to bring in something of a hill kind of based comp, getting behind those like little like 4 tile ways, you can gradually work your way up the map. And if you're able to kind of get that as a final pick where your opposition have already laid their cards on the table and they haven't got something of a good response to it, a lot of teams haven't quite clocked onto the fact that it is a real threat to consider. You know, ultimately you've got to consider as well the fact that if you are thinking it, that if there are a lot of wall breakers, then that could be costly. But
Sure.
you know, with the right opposition draft, you know, in your favor, it can be a really, really brutal final pick to seal the deal. Let's see what the bans are going to be though, because ultimately that could be eradicated from the outset. I think Mr. P here is actually a great map for Mr. P as well, so hopefully one of these two teams are thinking along the same kind of lines in that respect. But a lot of long range too. I mean, Bonnie seems to be the flavor of the day for ZERØZONE. They're actually going to ban it straight up this time round.
Like that.
There's going to be Carl, Bonnie, and Janet banned by ZERØZONE, whereas the Penny, Bonnie, and Search banned by Portuguesa.
Yeah, I think Bonnie is, again, having the long-range character that can also dive in and get things done. I think Bonnie is a really big threat, some maps more so than others. This one, for sure. I like the Jean. Listen, I think there's a lot similar with this map as Layer Cake. Sort of what you're talking about, where you can kind of like inch up bit by bit. And characters like Jean kind of keep it threatened. Even if you're pressuring the enemy team, or the team that Jean is on, he can still pose a threat, and I think it's important for sure. 2 standard aggressive brawlers here selected in Bow and Ruffs.
Squeak coming in for Portuguesa. I like the Rust pick for sure. I mean, ultimately, it's a really hard counter for Jean to deal with. Bow as well. Really like what ZERØZONE have got up their sleeve here. Portuguesa, I wouldn't mind a stew here. Something aggressive I feel is needed a little bit here. Squeak great for control, but I mean, the Jean is always in a good spot. I mean, a little bit less so when Carl's not on the field, to be completely honest, because that's why we've seen a lot of a rise with Jean as a brawler coming into the meta, because Carl has been so dominant, and Jean is a really great way to cancel out the knockback. And that surge as well would have been a great idea. Daryl, there you go. So aggressive. I was thinking Stu, but I think Daryl can also work really well. I would love to see Ashe coming in from ZERØZONE here, because there's nothing by the way of a wall break except for those Jean magic hands. And if you pull in an Ashe, that's a really bad day for you, especially with the robotic rats as well. You can go to town on that sort of thing to really bombard the Jean. But they do need to respond with something else, whether it's going to be something tanky or a Fang, even something of aggression needs to be responded to this Daryl.
Fang, always a lot of fun to be to watch be played for sure. It is going to be the stew. I like the stew. We've seen a lot of stew in different regions. Just a lot of flare potential, a lot of flash. If you're confident, go with the stew. You can really make a lot of things happen aggressively for sure. And like you said, you're looking for some aggression to go next to these 2 choices, and I think this is a great look. That said, I'm actually quite partial to Portuguesa's composition. When I look at Deep Diner, I think almost all of it comes down to Bow. It's going to be his long-range play, his mine placement for sure. It's going to be a big deal. And so Portuguesa, on the other hand, a little bit more standard control. I just like Squeak a lot in Gem Grab. Creates a lot of problematic places to walk into. And so Portuguesa, I think, have the upper hand as far as the draft is concerned.
Then from Zinho, and again, a really fast exit. I feel like he's going to struggle against that Stu matchup, and it would be the worst of ideas to consider going up against the Ruffs and just trying to draw out some of the sandbags until there's none left on the gadget side. And mines go down from Alonso in a good spot. It's going to open up more of the mid, and taking away that wall of coverage is going to give We Call a much harder time to deal with. 3 gems in the pocket for ZERØZONE, 4 in pocket for Portuguesa, and now the 5. There's exactly why that Ruffs was a star pick. Again, you know, those sandbags are going to be a difficult thing for Weekle to have to work his way around, and baiting some out or just drawing them out early on. I feel like that's why I put the Daryl on that side, just get rid of those gadgets and give themselves an easier time.
One other pull this time around. Not going to be great. 6-4. Portuguesa with the lead, but ZERØZONE with mid control. Shots coming down Broadway, but Bow a little bit of a better spot. And again, Portuguesa on the back foot leads Shane. ZERØZONE takes their mid control and puts it into gem control. 2 away from countdown is the blue team. Red team's got to find a way in.
Rico's got the hand, and that's a favorable gem spawn, no doubt about it for Alonso. The roll to hand for Pinzinho as well, and Eptic knows it, keeping that pressure on, keeping him low. Such an important thing to consider here. Just waiting out for the gems to spawn on their side, but there's the magic hand, and it's not going to connect at all. Pinzinho goes in at a questionable time, to be completely honest, as now the pickup is there for ZERØZONE.
Wow.
Just get the snatch. 17 gems in the pocket, and Portuguesa are still on their respawn. They're not even going to get to the end of the map in time at this rate, and although everyone is low on the side of ZERØZONE, it's not going to matter, I don't feel.
Not at all. Really, really, really important timing there coming out from ZZ to make this one very, very exciting. Alonso and everybody just kind of clean up at the right time. That's what you want to see out of your gem zone, out of your gem grab players. Just finding the right moment to go in. Very similar to Bounty. If you go in and then you hang out for too long, it can kind of be counteracted. And so very important to go ahead and get in and get out.
Yeah, swift takedown there of the super totem from Alonso. Needs to place that a little bit further back, as those squeak shots do cause damage through the radius of a wall. Pinzinho on the left is low, as Eptic is just really having such a great time, and I don't know why Portuguese have not swapped that lane. He's really going to struggle. I mean, he got the takedown there, but the scraps are picked up by Alonso. I think it would just be a much better move if Portuguese has started to adapt to the pressure that's upon them, but they're kind of not necessarily doing that. Magic hand on the side of Guikul, but he hasn't connected one yet, and we need to see that happen, as this could be a nice amount of gems if he connects with Alonso.
That's what you're looking for, the magic hand for sure. This time around, though, Daryl goes in and winds up on the bad side of things. Now, dying is not the biggest, is not the end of the day, because, especially as a Daryl, your job is to just be a frontliner, push players out, create space, and allow your team to kind of like pick up gems in the background. Problem is, Daryl has to survive a little bit longer than we've seen him do that. So a nice roll here directly to this little stanchion, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Mines will push players from ZERØZONE back as well, but Stu is putting Pinzinho back the best. Mid control here to red team, but again, feels fleeting, especially after last set.
Finally swapping lanes. About time. I mean, you know, the thing with about the Daryl roll against the Stu is the Stu can just literally cycle off the back of it and just be able to heal up accordingly with the Gaster heal that Eptic's running. So, I mean, this is what they should have done at the very beginning and just force out the sandbags over time. Countdown now there, though. For Guikul, there's going to be a takedown needed of him. There's no gems going to be able to spawn to reset this from the mid. They've got to go on the hunt, and a great time to have the magic hand for that same reason. Now Pinzinho can go on the offensive, on the aggressive more so, and that's a good way to make this set go. Now it is match point. And the question going into this last game that we're going to see between these teams today is, are those lanes going to continue forward into that final game? Because that could very well give the edge to Portuguesa if they realize the error of their ways.
That is the question you got to ask yourself. You also have to ask yourself, how safe is too safe? You know, Portuguesa have this aggressive composition, but they need to find that balance between safety and aggro. Right now, we've seen them lose some games on being too safe. We've seen them lose some games, like the last one, on being too aggressive. And so they've got to find that Goldilocks position. And right now, Portuguesa have not been able to do so. Pretty much a tie game here, 3-1 gems arc, but with mid-control of the blue team, well, there it is.
Well, Super Totem goes down for Alonso in a very central position. Quite rare to see it. No one seems to be too concerned to take it down until Guikul does then. 4-3. Eptic, though, struggling a little bit to dodge these squeak shots. Can dash through. He's got the dash to hand. Nice rolling from Pinzinho. There's one amount of sandbags gone down there already. So if they can just keep that aggressiveness ticking over and just draw them out, then the Jin can really just start to eradicate the roughs. Popping the mines now as they're all down. But it is a good assertive position here from ZERØZONE as they start to take more control of the mid. 6 gems now, 7 spawning, and Portuguese have got to push this one back. They've got to get a magic hand connecting. We haven't seen many, if any, gene pulls happening at all.
have not. We saw one gene pull earlier on and it hit a sandbag. Instead, it's Daryl choosing to go in and he hit a sandbag. So much ado about nothing here for the Portuguesa players, trying to turn things around. Ruffs is relatively low, but so is his lane mate, the Daryl player. Roll in. Shots are not enough to get the kill. No! Daryl thought that he had the kill out of Wesley, but immediately turned tail. Winds up dying for his transgressions and opening the mid up to the blue team. That's the countdown.
Well, oh, terrible timing. Oh no, the gems are down as well, and Parsville stunned out. ZERØZONE can just pick up those gems and walk straight out. There's potential here for a Daryl roll, but not the amount of damage that's being absolutely slayed in to continue there. That is going to be it. ZERØZONE will take it and proceed to the semifinals.
All right, look at that. ZERØZONE coming back. They lose the first set, and they're able to answer just like that, winning second and third one. Pizzinho and the boys obviously not too thrilled about it, but a very, very nice look here for ZERØZONE, who they looked like they were sleeping in that first set. You know, the first game, the second game looked like they just, and maybe they were. Maybe they're just like, hey, homie, you play the first set for us, and then I'll get there. And then afterwards, well, you see it, 2-0, and then a 2-1 in the third one. But ZERØZONE, jokes aside, looked so much stronger after they were done with that knockout stage, and they were able to keep going.
Yeah, I felt their drafts were just better. They just went with what the meta really kind of tends to sway towards a little bit, leaning into the bow picks. I think always it's such a versatile thing. You're able to buy a lot of time. You're able to have an ability to have a wall break as well. And, you know, just it's better for control a lot of the time. And I really like that, especially, you know, the way that things went. It was a tough situation for them. You know, Portuguesa looked very convincing in knockout at the beginning, and they just were not able to hang on to it. So yeah, congratulations to ZERØZONE. On paper, having more of an experience within the season, I did feel like going into it that they were going to come out on top. I was quite surprised when they dropped that first set, but yeah, they were able to persevere, and experience shining through with the way that they were able to deal with that pressure. I like it.
Couple of teams on the come up for sure, and now we take a look at a couple of teams that are already on the top. It's AC Milan, Qlash, and Chasmac Gaming. So Chasmac Gaming BR are chomping at the heels of ACMQ. AC Milan Qlash #1 by a lot of points, but as I said earlier, the double points, this is a world where they could be danced with, especially right now. If ACMQ winds up falling down in the early stages of this tournament in the quarterfinals, all of a sudden Chasmac Gaming finds themselves off to the races. There's a lot of potential messing arounds with the leaderboard that we could be seeing here just in this match alone, Ark.
Exactly that. Ultimately, you know, if you can get out on front, I mean, this matchup here is either gonna catapult AC Milan Qlash, if they are to make it through to the grand final here today off the back of this, catapult them up the leaderboards even more so into, you know, 700s, I would imagine, in terms of points, or somewhere thereabouts. Chasmac, on the other side of things, have got a fantastic opportunity to put the brakes on AC Milan Qlash big time, and, you know, have their way with the bracket, and just basically, you know, be able to extend the gap between themselves and others that are kind of thereabouts, and really get on the, you know, the track of AC Milan Qlash, who have been, you know, really starting to extend the lead upon the region. And this is a back and forth grudge match rivalry. I mean, you know, back in March, this is where we kind of saw this start, and it was a 2-0 to AC Milan Qlash in the quarterfinals. So they really started off the season with a statement to Chasmac Gaming. And as things have progressed on, and Chasmac, of course, making some big changes, dropping Marcel from the roster, did seem to bring some life back into things. And that as well, really, really well for them. They got their big win back in May, you know, on the bracket, and that has really given themselves that lift. The question is, today, is AC Milan Qlash going to continue that reign? Because they did bounce back after MSI. It was a tough one for them, but they came back, and they came back strong last month. That big win catapulted them even more so into that position of confidence. Now Chasmac have got to break that, and they've got to break it in the quarterfinals.
Well, here's the map I was talking about earlier, Layer Cake. And I said it was similar to Deep Diner in that the idea is you can slowly but surely kind of inch up the map, kind of, well, layer by layer. You can see if that one works out for you. It's generally a strategy that I think kind of works out. Because of that, we see a number of different interesting choices as far as how you want to approach and really look into this one. Starting off at Bounty. Later on, we'll do Hot Zone and Brawl Ball if we need it. But we'll jump into the best of 3 right now with 2 of the best teams in the entire region. It's very cool to see teams at the top. This is one of the reasons they're at the top arc, you know, taking it seriously, obviously, and playing together. And so with the bands coming out here, standard stuff, no Carl, no Bonnie, no Janet. They're kind of the top of the tier list. And the Bows and the Squeaks also just pretty dang good. And so now we just look at our top teams, fair meta, fair map. Let's go.
Well, looking on event.brawlstars.com right now, it's 83% in favor of AC Milan Qlash, the 17% of Chasmac. I mean, that would kind of go with what you were saying earlier about this being a bit of a no-brainer, but I feel like that's unfair. I feel like it should be a 50-50, to be quite honest, or somewhere thereabouts, a 55 to 45 or something. You know, I don't know. I mean, especially the quarterfinals. If Chasmac can get a win in the first set, the pressure is immediately on. Grom is an interesting one. I've been banging on about Grom for a while, and I think a lot of pros really have missed the amount that he got buffed. He's in a great place right now. Layer Cake could be a fantastic position to play it as well. Draft, though, on side of AC Milan Qlash, I do like a lot. I think it's a risky thing to pick Piper so early on. That could be something which comes back to haunt them. However, some nice ideas on both sides, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing here. Layer Cake, kind of a classic Bounty hybrid, I suppose, whereas Chasmac Gaming, on the other hand, very, very different. The Grom strong for sure. Like the choices. I think the important thing to realize when you take a look at the fan vote is that it's not necessarily the matchup percentage, because I would agree. I think AC Milan Qlash for a lot of players is I think the matchup for AC Milan Qlash is a duh. Like, a lot of people lock in their predictions, so to speak. However, Chasmac's your number 2 team, and they are a lot closer here. In fact, if you want my very own predictions, I'd put Chasmac Gaming taking this above ACMQ. I think there's a potential here for a little bit of an upset, and we will see who winds up on top for sure. Right now, Chasmac playing it relatively safe, which they can because they have the advantage of that Grom and the Sprout.
Well, yeah, I like Sprout here as well. I think it's a really, really good one, especially if Kaido can't get the breaks that he needs to really open up the map, and that's what he'd like to do, I guess. Good taps, though. Great. A gadget there from Tufa, but taken swiftly care of. You know, this is a big grudge match as well. Last month, these 2 teams faced up in the semifinals. It was incredibly close. Very neck and neck all the way to the 5th and final set. But it was AC Milan Qlash that were able to seal it and then went on in the grand finals to take the win. And they've got 3 of them under their belt. 3 times monthly final winners. And that pull from Firecrow is only going to bring back the barrel. Not what they wanted, but they have got a lead, and that is what they want. It's only a 3-star between it, but this is a great comp to knuckle down behind the spawn, actually, in the map, which, you know, can be troublesome when you are trapped in those spawns. As AC Milan Qlash starting to maneuver in, they've got to confirm some kills. They want to come out and bring this one a little bit closer in terms of the scoreline.
Oh, right now, Cow Dog is able to go ahead and take the lead here, and we've got 20 seconds to count. So Chasmac have to be the aggressors. Mid lane relatively low. Gene able to dodge, so won't fall down just yet. 1 kill is all Chasmac needs, but then they have to make sure not to get killed back in return. 4 seconds and counting, and instead it's Motep that winds up on the good side. No answer back from red team. And so game 1 goes to AC Milan Qlash.
I really like the way that AC Milan Qlash responded to that kind of pressure, because they were able to get in amongst that spawn at just the right time. They didn't leave it too late, and I see that so often in games of Bounty, especially on Layer Cake, where, you know, teams just kind of leave those final moments until, like, they're just not able to make it count. But great gadget use from Dog, bringing home the goods, and then, you know, keeping that composure is not an easy thing when you've got a Sprout going up against you in those final seconds. It's very easy to have that lead actually get turned around with so little in it to play for. Heck of a nice pickup, gonna give the lead back up to Chasmac, and that wall coming down early on, yeah, that's gonna be a big factor here in terms of getting out of the spawn, forcing Motep to the right, and more takedowns in favor of Chasmac as they start to fight back.
This is the game that Chasmac would be comfortable playing. Is the one where AC Milan Qlash are behind but not aggressive. And that wall break is going to be a big deal. Chasmac, going a bunch of throwers, wanted to make use of all of these walls, just kind of hide, let AC Milan Qlash kind of knock at the door, and then Chasmac can just kind of throw stuff from outside the balcony. Instead, now, well, the walls have been broken a little bit. Grom under duress. And Chasmac Gaming, while they have the lead, we saw how shaky that lead could be earlier on in game number 1. And I think game number 2 might be just as brutal. The Milan Qlash boys stepping forward. Motep able to find one, but Firecrow does answer back. Sprout castled. And Cowdog, just like that, takes down Firecrow. A great look for AC Milan Qlash. Tied. Chasmac still with the lead with the blue star.
I'm loving these interactions between Dog and Tufa. Like, Dog's so fast on the gadget for the homemade recipe, but Tufa as well, equally so on his to be able to defend it. But at the moment, it really is that same story that we saw in the previous game, as now Chasmac behind and pushing forwards. 2 stars are needed, but that jump from Vita Sims at a perfect time. Going to extend the lead, bring home the blue star as well. AC Milan Qlash turn it around in every game to take the first set.
Look how excited the boys are. They know how much this means. They know how much of a big deal it would be to fall down this early. And listen, I've been around, like, when you see these strong teams, they know that they're number 1. They know they're really good, and they know they're not going to lose to, you know, seed number 8. They know they're not going to lose in quarterfinals, in the monthly finals very often. That said, this is one of those situations that they could. If you watch teams like this that are number 1 in the quarterfinals, they get their dub, it's usually like, high five, next. This time around, they realize they're up against Chasmac, and so like, no, let's go! These ones matter! And that, I think, is super important for a team like AC Milan Qlash, because, you know, listen, this is where I get to be the boomer and say I've been around and seen a lot of teams, and sometimes it can get a little bit easy to chill up at number 1 and not do anything. And so I'm really glad to see teams locked in here. I think it's really important to kind of see AC Milan Qlash still alive and awake, even in these quarterfinals.
Absolutely so. I mean, you know, this is the moment in the bracket where you haven't got time to adapt. You haven't got time to respond to being behind, and AC Milan Qlash know that. They treat it like it is a grand final, because in every respect, these 2 teams are grand final worthy. You know, going to Dueling Beetles now, this is a rough spot for Chasmac, because, you know, Dueling Beetles especially is a troublesome map at the best of times. Going in behind under this kind of amount of pressure and a position on the leaderboard where actually everyone else that's playing today has got a chance to be able to overtake or gradually close the gap to you in double points. I wouldn't want to be them right now. This draft has got to be absolutely bang on points. Or they could be going home with the bags packed very early on today, and they do not want to be doing that.
Dueling Beetle is a hot zone situation where throwers are attractive for sure. Wall break, I think, is much more attractive. What? Daryl, wake up! Wake up! I did this bit like last month at NA. It wasn't funny then. It's still not funny now. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta commit. So, in any event. Listen, Ark, sometimes you gotta make your own fun here, okay? Sometimes you just gotta make your own fun. AC Milan Qlash having a hell of a lot of it.
Why do they call it double switch, Hefter?
Well, you see,
Beetles, Dueling Beetles is a similar map, though. Hefter. I mean, why do they call it Dueling Beetles?
Well, I mean, because essentially what happened was the map developer that was making this was listening to an old English band called the Beatles, and he was also trying to duel out in a different game, and so that's where the name comes from, Dueling Beatles. So as we take a look at our bands right quick. Okay, listen, I understand. I get a lot of this stuff, and every so often, I've just got to go back. The Griff band is very particular to me. I think a lot of the other characters kind of make sense when it comes down to Hot Zone, Dueling Beatles specifically. Why do we see Griff band out here?
So I think for me, it's a bit of a nod towards SK Gaming, who would be running a lot. I love that the bow was picked there, by the way. It has to have been. If they combine Lou with bow, it's GG's Spaceman and Qlash straight up. So a lot of SK's comp would base around having Gale, having Pam, having Griff. As of recent, but they were running Lou prior to that. They kind of dropped Lou for Griff, and it does work out quite well. You get instant break, allowing to open up the map immediately and can cater to a lot of long-range comps. I like here what Chasmac are running with. Leon, though, it depends how it's played, I think is the best way to put that particular brawler in terms of the meta at the moment. It's,
sure.
It's okay. It can do work, or it can really, really struggle. That's the thing. Ultimately, with the penny on the map, those turrets are going to be locking onto the lollipop drops. Not a big fan of that. It's going to help out a lot. Bonnie picked, I mean, finally, it's kind of rare, actually, to see Bonnie picked last. Well, actually, not necessarily rare to, but it does always surprise me because it's such a great go-to first pick. I think AC and Qlash have got a very strong comp here. I think the bands as well were really on point. Having that Stu band, I think a great thing to have because the speed zone can give so much value. Having the Gale band as well as another brawler that can cause so much problems. Let's see how it fares. I'm going to be starting here with AC and Qlash. I think they've got a great opportunity here to look at that. Immediately, Motep able to get that super so early on, shutting down the mid in its entirety. And that's just going to be buying valuable time for AC and Qlash in the early outset of this game.
Pekka getting the kill here will open the door for Chasmac to walk forward. Mid lane Carl still feeling pretty good. Leon protecting this left lane as Cowdog respawns, and the assassin has the better positioning, but the jump to go above and beyond. And here comes AC Milan Qlash. 30% tied and then some. Blue team rocketing towards the horizon as Cowdog finds another kill on the top tier new brawler, finally falling down, but a lot of the damage has been dealt. Chasmac answering back, but AC Milan Qlash find themselves at 56%.
Oh, great from Dog. Amazing. And the taps continue on too far. Woo! You've got to dodge better. Dog on an absolute tear and didn't jump in with super, so he's able to stay in that cannon form. And that's a fantastic thing for him as now his teammates join the mix. And AC Milan Qlash are looking so good today at just the right time. 85% and running away with things. I think this is match point called already.
It absolutely is here, and AC Milan Qlash have done a great job arc of playing as a team. Motep did a big presence in game number 1 and set number 1. Nah, not this time, dude. This was all Cowdog. Just homie started things, he continued things, and he ended things. That 1v1 in the mid after the door was open, that was integral. And not only did it allow his team to win the game, not only did he do all the important strategy stuff, he also just looked pretty cool doing it, dude. Like, that was an excellent game. I loved watching it.
Plays that big, but gotta say his hand's pretty small. He requires 2 of them to lift the class, but we'll see how this one continues on. As now, actually, Chasmac taking a formidable position in the mid, and Firecrow, despite being low, considering the prospect of going into Motep, but for better of it, coming back now, and that could prove costly as AC Milan Qlash now continuing their lead and getting position. BT's in throwing down the mortar as well. Salty Barrel not going to do the job, and that's actually breaking that right-hand side as well. It's going to make things quite interesting. Chasmac can creep up now, and this is getting pretty close, actually.
Chasmac doing a great job here of taking care of business as far as dealing with the geometry. But guess who's back? Back again. It's Cowdog, and he is just giving it and delivering. Falling down in the hand of Firecrow there, but a lot of damage being dealt out. I figured VTZim was going to follow suit, but he won't. Instead, VTZim falls down. Chasmac Gaming again finds themselves in a good response spot. But again, Chasmac Gaming have a large hump to climb over. 53% counting arc, but they have to hit 72 to win.
And in my brain, it's like Chasmac have had so much like control in this game. But the reason why they're still behind is because of those loose supers. They can't really contest the zone whilst they're there. And that's why I love the Lou pick here on Dueling Beetles. The question now is, with all this cover down, it's like, is it going to be a moment that Chasmac can capitalize on? It's getting very, very close. You've got to say that.
Ooh.
Jump coming in from Quiet Dog on point. Fire right now in a perilous position, gets taken down for it. Qlash can bring this back now. And Chasmac are in a world of hurt.
Oh, that's game. It's absolutely game. There is some time ticking down, but Qlash once again makes sure it won't happen. AC Milan Qlash, game, set, match. You can see how much that matters to him. The boys knew it was important, and it absolutely was. Chasmac number 2, sit down. AC Milan Qlash, well, they're number 1. And they're going to keep on coming.
Oh no! Oh, the ban. Guys, leave him alone. He's already dead. Oh no! And then, if that wasn't a starker contrast. I mean, Firecrow's he's not even hugging his cat. He's just, oh no. Why are they gonna do him like that?
Oh no. You know what? I'm here for it. I don't want to hear cries of toxic or any of this stuff. I'm the one that wants to see you spin on live broadcast. I'm the one that gets excited. I like to see Zulon screaming. I'm here for it. And so that type of energy, that type of attitude, especially, I was talking about how important it was to find players this excited in the early stages, because AQM, they realize how big of a deal this one is, especially with the double points and everything. So taking Dueling Beetles, taking the game, the set, and the match, such an important big picture thing for AQM to really find themselves in that driver's seat. So they know how important it was. The fans at home are feeling it. And if they aren't, well, just turn the camera back and see what just happened over there with the Milan Qlash boys, because I think that was a very, very emphatic victory.
And even more important in the sense that production were crunching some numbers as well during the matchup, and they're confident that if AC Milan Qlash win the whole thing today, they'll clinch the world spot. They'll be qualified for the world finals, the first team in the world to do so. So if they continue on like this, then there's going to be 2 spots available up for grabs in this region, and then that's going to add even more pressure onto Chasmac in the following months to come. And that is where the leaderboards, for me at least, is most exciting, because it really can be anyone that can take it. And as today progresses as well, what happens if 6FA make the grand finals? What happens if Vatra, who have just come around from their coma, start to really bring back some flair? And this could be a loss that really comes back to haunt Chasmac, actually. And AC Milan Qlash, they gave it the rule. You could see the energy was there. Like, they knew how important it was to grab this qualifier, this quarterfinals, and grab it they did with both hands, literally, as we saw Dog taking his water.
Absolutely, that's the trophy lift right here for the team that finds themselves in the position. But right now we transition into our lower half of our quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 3 coming at you pretty soon. So we've got some different teams right front and center. 6FA and Embananados free agents will be coming out here. We'll see if we can get these teams a victory, or maybe a sponsor organization. As usual, FA standing for free agents, help the boys out. They find themselves in the finals pretty often. And later on, we'll see Vatra Gaming SA versus Starline. So a lot of different teams coming out here and getting played. Our semifinal number 1 already locked and loaded as per usual. ZERØZONE makes it there in 3. We just got a chance to see ACMQ kind of do their thing as well. And so an interesting semifinals being locked up and loaded up there. But jumping into our quarters should be another exciting one. These teams fighting for, as I said, position on the points board, but also looking for some recognition as far as an organization of their own. We see orgs kind of come in, and that's always a big deal for the players. And so hopefully little bit extra for them to go ahead and start pulling out all of the stops. But we're going to start things off as we get into our quarterfinals number 3. What's your take on these teams?
A bit inconsistent, if I'm honest, a little bit. I mean, they're kind of a bit off and on. If just putting it out there, you know. I mean, looking back at Embananados, you know, we saw them in March, made the semi-finals, but lost it at 3-0. We saw them again in May, and they lost that in the quarterfinals. They've kind of been gradually getting worse, if I'm being completely honest. So today they've got to turn that around. They've got to come up with a fresh slate, but they are up against it. You know, 6 FA made the grand finals last month. They didn't win it, but they were up against AC Milan Qlash. And I think if you're going to play any team in the grand final and lose, then I would want to lose to AC Milan Qlash in this particular region. You know, but again, have been a bit back and forth. Sometimes they qualify for monthly final, sometimes they don't, sometimes they absolutely pop off in the monthly final. So, you know, when it comes down to both of these two teams today, they've got to knuckle down. They've really got to, you know, be able to make that semi-finals convincingly. And I think that for me today, 6FA off the back of last month have a little bit of an edge over the Bananas, in my opinion.
That's what I'm in agreement with as well. I think 6 as, I don't want to call it momentum because it's been an entire month. There's a lot in between this and that, but there's a sort of an understanding. You know, we've done this. You know, we've been in finals. A familiarity. That's the word I want to go with. There's a familiarity with this squad and the concept of winning. They have seen what it takes to do that. And here's something that, like, this is a competitor, like, only type thing, but being there and seeing it once is really, really important. Like, it might not seem like that from the outside, but if you've ever competed at anything, you know, and you find yourself coming into the monthly finals, and there's a lot of teams out there, as we take a look at Double Swoosh, that show up and just scrub out, or even do well, but lose in the quarterfinals every single time. But then once you make it to those semis, once you make it to those finals, all right, we've been here. And it becomes easier to accomplish. I don't know why, I don't know how, but it's just a part of the human psyche. And so I'm with you. I think that the familiarity of being here, been there, done that, got a t-shirt, I think that's the thought process coming out here for 6. They just have to go to work. And so 6 versus Embananados here in our quarterfinals number 3. We'll see how these teams jump into Double Swoosh. Bands coming at you.
The thing about 6FA as well is, like, despite both of these two teams actually qualifying for the same number of monthly finals, you know, it's kind of like the results have been more in favor of 6FA. They've made semi-finals and grand finals in April and July, both of which losing to AC Milan Qlash. So it seems like they were the biggest thorn in their side. But, you know, whereas Embananados sort of qualifying for March and May, they lost in the quarterfinals in May, they lost in the semi-finals in March. So they've just had a little bit more of a dwindling experience so far. But in the quarterfinals, so much can change those outcomes, as again, there's very little time to make that response. Bans are good for me, gotta say straight off the bat. Bonnie, Max and Janet on the side of 6FA, as well as the Amber, Squeak and Janet on the side of Embananados. Quick, swift pick, I think maybe potentially too quick actually, of Crow. And straight up 2 phenomenal picks on the side of 6FA. Penny and Bo swiftly locked in. Carl's the response from Embananados, and they've got to have a really good, solid gem carry, because they're kind of lacking that unless they're going to play Crow mid, which I don't really endorse. Let's see what they go. I would be going to Jean here if it were me, but let's see what they're thinking.
Well, they banned my Amber, so we won't see her. The stew comes through. I don't know. Alchemist here is pretty confident that he'll be able to deal with this. A little smile as the stew pick came through. I like the Crow. I like the Crow first pick. I like the Carl. Maybe stew is what this composition needs. I think ultimately for Embananados, as long as they are aware of bow mines, they can play well into this comp. The Surge to finish things off here for 6. How you feeling about Double Swoosh 6 and their draft?
I quite like it. Surge is risky, but can work really well here, actually. I think the kind of Stu mid idea is what Embananados is going for, and kind of made famous by kind of Zeta's division by having that Stu mid. A lot of players and teams were not really trying that idea out, but it does work well with the speed zone. I would prefer the Gene, but I imagine that the idea of going with the Stu is to eradicate the choice from 6FA adding that to their mix, because they would have loved to have a Stu actually to add to the penny, to add to the bow. So if they went with Gene, then it would have been a solid option to consider for them. So just kind of taking away some choice. But
sure,
it is going to be 2 gems early on into the pocket of 6FA. Could be 3rd, but I don't mind necessarily they're not being overly greedy. A good jump in as well from Loco, goes down in the end, but yeah, those surge stacks are going to be very important. If they keep those surge stacks and keep them high, then it's going to apply a ton more pressure onto 6.
Mid control being fought over. The aggression here from 6 going to be, well, I was just about to say fruitful, but right lane winds up losing the matchup. Saved by Alchemist. Alk right there, the mid lane prevents a 1 gem kind of power move from being an all into mid control move. That said, Stu's able to kind of like around the corner and grab whatever he wants. Surge not dealing well on this right lane at all. And in fact, here comes the follow-up, having to use the super. Does not matter. But an answer back, so it's 2-on-2. Here comes Stu. Falls! Huge kill! But 6 can't collect. And so it's all the same.
Well, there is a... Well, that's 6 gems, a really nice spawn, actually, for the mid there. And Embananados, though, in a good spot as well to be able to tie this one up and continue the pressure on. If they can connect a little bit on these Carl shots, which they are now, it's going to go a long, long way, as Loco has got some stacks now. The speed gear coming into play, but a lovely pickup there from Calvo there as he starts to really go into an assertive spot. That's disastrous for 6. They're going to have to do so much now to reset. They're going to have to... Oh, that's a great stun, though!
Wow!
Oh, my word! What the timing! Holy timing! But a nice escape away. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get to that. I don't think they can get it from the mid. Oh, actually, they can get it from the mid, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, they can get it from the mid. I think just, but they're going to have to really make this moment count. They're going to be, just about in time. Woo. My word, this got a lot more interesting.
Oh, yeah, down to the second, but 6 played correctly. Now, Embananados here on the aggressive side. They just have to get 1, and they will. And the crow jump backwards is strong. So we are now on the teeter-totter. 1 gem to start the countdown, but 1 gem to stop the countdown as well. Embananados right side trying to deal with this surge. Who have they done so successfully all game? Tied at 13. 29 seconds to go here, Arc.
Gonna hold this mid. Can't lose control now. Everyone working towards it. This is where the gem, the countdown's gonna keep going now. That gem is just sitting there, as again the HP is not there, but it is in the hands of 6 now. Can they get a takedown that they need? Oh, the jump is good, but the jump was better from the surge. Oh! And that is gonna be 6 taking it just. But my word, they had to fight for it, but fight they did. What a turnaround for 6.
Very, very close. Right there. Watching this one. Very, very close. Winding up just barely on the good side. But, you know, I gave you the Diesel quote earlier. Winning is winning. And so 1 dub already here for 6. That's your blue team. Bottom side of the spectator UI. Embananados in the red trunks, on the other hand, looking for a jab back. Gem grab, mid control, belonging to Embananados at the moment. Last game, Arc, we saw sort of a back and forth. It was I take 1, you take 1. This time around, Embananados want to be a little bit more fastidious with their ability to stand in mid and do their thing. And it looks like the aggression coming out on the left side. And finally a dub for the right side of Embananados. In fact, a dub across the board. And they're able to take control of the game and mid.
Great from Lily. Love it. Absolutely love it. Great value from the slow. And again, giving valuable time in the mid there for that 10th and final gem to spawn in. Potentially final. Obviously, they can get the reset. There'll be many more still to come, but quick retreat is on the cards here as Embananados would love to get this win. They were robbed out of it as that bow mine coming in so clutch in the last game. Stole it away. Should be safe and sound as Nice dashes in, but maybe it's too premature, actually. The penny! Oh, I was going to say the value there. The reset, though, is Loco trying to find, but does not. It's going to reset for now, but that was a very close shave. And Embananados have got to hold a bit firmer for this countdown for it to go their way.
Not sure if they could do it again. 6 coming up here trying to make... Yeah. Once, that was a big play. Twice, I don't know. Because of that, we find ourselves at a game 3. Hiago and the boys unable to find lightning in a bottle twice. And so they'll move on to the rubber match and see if they're able to kind of take this one in stride, or if they wind up on the bad side of things. So right back at it. 6 and Embananados here tied up as far as our gem grab is concerned. Next up, we've got Knockout on Gold Arm Gulch. But it takes this match to see who goes into that one with an advantage.
Okay, well again, Lily going on the aggressive early on, and it's worked out so far so well until the sorting barrel came down and eradicated with an instant. No connection though onto the super totem, so that will provide more value still as 6 of A looking to get as much utility down early on. That Mortar though is there ready for placing down again if Embananados could even get the one that's currently down. Loka goes in, nice stun, but the trade out is there as both players go down. 2 versus 2 now until everyone comes back into the mix, but it is Embananados with the lead for now, and starting to look a lot better as they were doing great in that first game, but just couldn't quite hold on until the very end. Opening the doors for 6. 4 gems sitting there, which could very easily make count. There it is.
A lot of times that is the right play, to let those gems sit there. Looks like for 6, that might have been the wrong play, though, as it's given Embananados overwhelmingly a sense of victory here as they will start the countdown at just under 2 minutes. Jixer able to find a kill. The kill on the wrong player as it's Stu way up north with 10 gems in the pocket that is doing all of the carrying. Stu dodges away from one player. Stu dodges away. No! And falls down. We've got a reset. But all those gems up there, no worries. If you're an Embananados fan, just respawn and do it again.
So many resets in this series so far, but I love it. I do. I don't know whether we're going to see another, however. Like, it's going to try it, but that is not going to be enough. A really nice way to turn things around from Embananados. It is a very difficult thing when you go in the first game of the day all the way to that final gem spawn to decide it all. But they picked themselves up. They were able to reconvene and just start to, communicate better, start to play a little bit better, and bring back the goods. And again, not what I was expecting to happen in all honesty in that first matchup, because given the way that 6 performed last month, kind of had them down as looking pretty convincing this time round. But I'm pleased for Embananados, massively so, and going into knockout, some lessons have got to be learned.
Absolutely. When you see a team like 6, when I asked you, beforehand what you thought about these two squads, the thing that you said was consistency is lacking. And that's one of those things that we see from new end teams. Because, listen, scream all you want, but there ain't no practice like on the big stage. Like when you're playing in front of a whole bunch of people, right? There's nothing else like it. And so 6, well, they've got a chance to make it to the finals once. To get there consistently requires a lot more practice, and these types of settings are where you get that practice. And so can they find themselves on the good side every single time? No, they've got to grind it up, and this is, I want to say I'm surprised as well, big picture, because we saw 6 and we know what they're capable of. But if I really get down into it, I put on my coach hat, pretend to be like Coach 6. All right, boys, Now 2-0, 2-0 is what I need out of the next 2 games. Like, that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? Like, okay, yeah, sure. But now we jump into Gold Arm Gulch. No funny business. Just get this done. Because this is where you could lose control.
Coach hat or professor's hat? That's what I'm thinking here, F. But yeah, you're right. You've got to have those downtime moments to really start to conversate around where is it going wrong. This is the moment that now that Six have got to have those conversations, because in the quarterfinals you don't get much of a chance to, in all honesty. And you know, learning quickly on the go, not an easy thing to do, but going back to what you know is incredibly important. And in knockout, bringing down the pace can make so much difference. You know, allowing your opposition to get overzealous, to get in those positions where they cannot get out of them, and really capitalizing down is where you need to be heading in your mindset with this one. Definitely one of my more favorited knockout maps, I would say. It's you know, got a very familiar meta when it comes to brawlers and picks here, so I want to see some Rico bans, ideally some tick bans as well, and Ruffs wouldn't be a bad ban at all, in my opinion here. Let's see.
Sure.
Tick being banned. Yep, good. Gale. Not too sure about Gale myself. I'm not really massively convinced that it's the way to go. But if they're worried about a Daryl or looking to pick one, let's see what 6 of they do with that. That to me is crying out for a Daryl pick here. Let's see what they go for in the first 2. But the Gene first pick from Embananados is definitely a good one. Bonnie, though, coming straight out of the gates for 6, which I do like. No Janet, though, as the ban from Embananados is a solid one. Brock as well, I think there you go. Exactly. I really like that. Yep. And I think that maybe Embananados should have read that a bit better. Nothing wrong with Gene at all here, but it was kind of clear that 6 of were going for the Daryl, so they've got to have a response in these next 2.
Well, we're going to go with the Surge here to go next to the Gene. And Surge has not had a great day. We'll see if Embananados can kind of turn that one around. And they'll pair it up with the Rico, and so a lot of aggression coming out here from our Surge and our Rico. And then if they get into trouble, you can see some Gene pulls. I would like to see the Gene pulls defensively, although I know that's not going to happen. And then there's that Grom selection, who I agree with you. I think Grom, listen, I'm not saying he's number 1. I'm not saying pick him above Carl or Bonnie or anything, but Grom has been very interesting to me. A number of the maps in the rotation these days are it's valuable to have a thrower on there, and Grom just kind of hits harder than you might expect a lot of the time. So I like the selection here. Last pick. We'll see if it winds up being enough for 6 to find themselves going on to the semis, or at least bringing us to a 3rd set. Because right now, Embananados have the upper hand, and they're the ones that are 2 games away from being in the good spot.
Very good start for 6 early aggression. And normally the Rico lane is kind of where it's all being under control. That is not the case. As everyone from Embananados now bunched up in the right-hand side lane, and it just looks like 6 has just got so much, great gadget placement as well. We'll get taken down though, but provided some valuable insight. Was there JXCR just waiting to roll in, and Lily knows it. I mean, ultimately, it'd be great to have the magic hand, but not the worst of times to not. They've just got to earn their supers accordingly. But now we're looking a little bit better. It looked like the early outset, 6 were kind of walking all over this, but now the gas coming in, and that is going to definitely escalate a lot of things here. Great lamp blow out there from Lily, but not going to be enough, as 6 will take it, and relatively comfortably so.
Yes, I think that's a big word, comfortable, as 6 doesn't look like they were threatened whatsoever. Embananados chose to put themselves in the corner, and 6 said, okay. I didn't like what was happening there from the red team. We'll see if and right away they do turn things a little bit, favoring this other piece of grass instead of just against the wall.
Okay, well, for the most part, it's going to put 6 of in a difficult spot having the magic hand, but we need to see more from Lily with connecting that early on. Ultimately, if they can go for Loco before he gets super, then that would go a long way here. But now he has it, and he can then evade it accordingly. So this is where the 6 FA comp really can shine, actually. Eradicating so much of the pressure that Gene provides. They can pull it down, though. It's going to take a lot of work to get it taken down, though, and it's still alive off the back of that roll coming in now. It's a 1v1, but not for long. That will seal it. And again, that Grom pick very underrated, very, very underrated at the moment in the competitive scene, and that is why.
Yep, just a ton of damage, really great stuff. And again, throwers, very, very attractive on a number of these maps. And so Grom kind of comes through and secures game number 1 here for 6. And Embananados looking to answer back. And we'll see if they're able to do so. A drastic change here for Embananados, but I don't know if it was intentional. Rico left up top. 2 players aggress. They don't confirm the kill. So it must have been communication coming around from the backside that things were getting a little bit dire.
Pinched again, and this is what Embananados have got to start to draw a little bit away from, actually, and spread themselves out a little bit better. It's just allowing so much more value, and this is where the Grom pick is such a smart one. Just being able to gradually work your way forwards, and Lily will get a pull here, but an easy jump away. That's going to jump straight down, in fact, and that might not be the way to go. It's now 1v1, but if JXCR can just dodge his way around this, but that's not going to happen. Smoke will actually do it for him. Embananados, a little saving grace potentially here.
Maybe a panic play there from the Daryl. I won't knock too much. Like, it's easy to kind of be like, well, I could have, but I think you're just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, or at the very least a brawler and a gas place. And so with nowhere to go, Embananados get one. And I you know what, I'm with you. I'm not going to call it luck, but it didn't feel, I know what you mean there. I know what you're getting at, Ark. It didn't feel all the way like they brought it home because of that last kill. So we'll see if they can do so this time, as 6 are a little bit more grouped up this time around, southwest on the map. Pull is good, and the follow-up kill is strong. Jump on top of Daryl, and it's a 2-on-1. Grom the only one alive, and Embananados dodging and weaving, coming in from the left side, and the top side, and the good side. And Embananados bring us to a game 3.
Nicely done. Again, there's still some life going on here, and I did feel like, for me, you know, FA are playing better though than they were in Gem Grab. I think if they've started to make it count a bit more, but they still need to dig a little deeper. It's now match point, and that is either going to bring them into a place of just knuckling down and, you know, embracing that kind of position, or they're going to crumble. But again, the team that were in the grand finals last month, you'd like to think that they were able to handle that kind of pressure, and that's a great start for it. Top right hand side takedown, as now the 3 versus 2. Loco though, yeah, gonna pick that one up too. This is much, much better.
What just happened?
6 needed. Annihilation.
What just happened? What just happened? Oh my god, I like... Oh man. All right. Well, we get another look at it. 6 in a very funny position. So this is a mirror of what we saw in game number 1, where Embananados put themselves in the closet on the right side of the map. This time around, they do it on the left side of the map. Loco does it on the left side of the map, taking down Hiago. The only one alive is the blue team. And 6FA bring us to a set number 3.
I called it. It had to be, like, to the extremities of the situation. It had to be just simply like
or am I
tea drinker. Love to see.
I feel that.
Love your brew.
I feel that.
Love your brew.
I feel that.
Yeah, it had to be the way. It was such a clean way to wrap it up, and they had to really just squeeze that utility early on, make sure that they were not giving any value along the way, anything to maneuver with for Embananados to fight back with. Now this is looking far, far better for 6. As long as they go into heist in very much the same way, they definitely, like, as the player cam would show us, looked very confident coming out the back of that one. And considering the scoreline and how close it was and how much Embananados were bringing it back, that says a lot to me, actually, going into heist. And now 6 have got a fighting chance.
Well, now you've got to kind of shake the Etch-a-Sketch, both from what you've looked at strategically and mentally. This is where you just have to be like, listen, we won some, but we lost some. Some of the ones that we lost, I'm not really going to talk about. Some of the ones that we won, I still don't want to talk about. Like, there have been some ugly wins and some pretty losses. And so you just got to be like, you know what? Forget you. And then come in with a brand new mentality here. Best of one. Hate that phrase. Kaboom Canyon. Love this map. Let's take a look how we jump into Heist. And so we've taken a look at some players already playing on Heist. We've seen the Colette sort of auto bans and such like that. When it comes down to Kaboom Canyon, where's your mind at, Ark?
Again, the draft, really. I mean, you know, it's a great map for a lot of really strong brawlers that are currently in the meta. You know, Colette here, going to have a great time. You know, Crow, always a good choice here. You know, Lola, I think really is going to thrive, but you're going to bear in mind how much Bell can really counter that out and out. So I wouldn't mind doubling down with both, to be completely honest. Pam can have such a great time in the mid. Even Amber actually is not a bad shout if you really want to eradicate a lot of that mid, or Brock as well. Can really double down with the wall break in the mid, and also you know, eradicating a lot of that grassy area in the middle. So again, you know, getting that draft on point is going to go a long way here, and you know, really just getting that right, I feel, can give you the edge before you even start to go into play. So we'll see soon what the bans are and whether those teams have really, yeah, that's what I like to see straight off the bat. No Pam ban, but B ban is good as well. Colette, Gale, Crow. And on the side of 6 of A, Carl, Max, and B. I don't necessarily mind not banning Carl here, just simply because, you know, I feel like there is a better choice, but I think Carl is always a good thing to have. Flying hook in, you know, you can get a lot of stuff done. Insta pick a Bonnie here from 6, and we've seen that a lot of times today, and I think that's a wise one to have. Surprised it was actually left open in terms of the bans.
Yeah, I look at the Gale ban, and that might have been where the Bonnie ban came out, but instead, we see the Bonnie first selection. And then there's the Daryl and the Griff here coming out for Kaboom Canyon.
I think this is
Lola
not the first time we've seen this same idea. The Gale ban, followed up by a Daryl ban. It's going to give no time for 6 to have a response here. They can go in with a really hard counter if they wish.
Sure. Well, right now they're going to go with just damage. Lola and the Ego paired up with Bell and the Tooth. I love what 6 is doing here. They are just looking to go to work. You're going to get some interesting tank play coming out from... Don't care. Just shoot the bad guy. That's kind of their approach, and I won't knock it. I won't knock it. It's real simple, but sometimes that's how you got to win.
Big fan of this doubling down of the Bell and the Lola as well. It's going to allow the mark to be placed on, well, now either or the Daryl or the BB. The question is, can 6 hold back the advance of these big tanky brutes? That's the thing. They're going to have to make quick and swift takedowns along the way. Not always easy, especially with BB able to dodge and juke her way around the situation. And once she's there, you're really in a world of hurt. And Griff able to break open just at an instant to have all 3 lanes. And there it is. It's going to be a lot of juggling plates here for 6. But I do feel like they've got a really solid chance of doing it. They've just got to really focus on these takedowns. And that is a great way to start. Almost getting 2 out of the 3 down. Not sure necessarily how the Griff was able to stay alive there, but it's the start they wanted and the start they needed.
Well, here comes forward Iago rolling, and, well, kind of just trolling, falling down. Not enough to get a kill, enough to make some room, and Embananados find 13% on the enemy Heist. But I just don't think it's enough to start talking about, because we see 13% go the other way just as quickly as Embananados do some work here. Nice job. Nothing from 6 so far.
This comp is a cycle-based comp from Embananados, and it requires fast takedowns, and they're not getting the fast takedowns they need. And then, you know, being able to follow up with damage, because you can get those takedowns all you like, but you've got to follow up with the damage, and we saw that there. They had some good takedowns, but they didn't have any follow-up. Now, the jump in is not bad, but falls straight into the path of the Griffin. It didn't work out, actually, at all well. But this is what I'm saying. They're going to get a lot of kills here, potentially. Everyone taken down. Where's the damage follow-up? It's not there.
Yeah.
And that's what 6 are lacking right now. They've got to really get straight on the save. Otherwise, this is going to go against them big time. Now's a great time for it. Finally, some damage trickling in. as they start to bring back the timings of these takedowns.
Well, and then, as at the moment, still a lead here for Embananados with 41 seconds and counting. Lola player finds themselves on the good side of 2 separate kills, and it's enough to allow Bonnie to jump on in. Daryl's going to deal with her, and so Embananados doing work, but 6 has been involved, 29%, and there's a nice trade out. Nice long-range kill from Lele Ninja, and that can it open the door for Embananados. Here it is. They already have the lead. 6 not going to be able to get up. No. Here comes Lola. Damage past mid. Lola needs to find 30% alongside Lele, and they won't be able to do it despite having all the spacing in the world. 10% separated, and it's Embananados that take the dub.
6 could have got the damage they needed. There was time, and I think with the comp they had, just about the chance, but good body blocking along the way. I've got to say, Lily, for me, like, that was the play of that game to really take the timing by the horns there, because there was not enough time realistically for 6 to be able to recollect off the back of it, and the damage that they put in at that time came full circle. 6 have got to learn from that mistake very quickly, because again, this comp is just designed to cycle, and if you're in a great headspace and you're making that work, then it can be shut down with this kind of long-ranged approach. It's just not working out so far. The timing is all within Embananados, and look at that. Look at the amount of damage early on. Lily didn't quite line that second one up, but that's already more than 50%, and we barely started.
Oh, yeah. The bubblegum bounce, one of the oldest pieces of tech in Heist. Always attractive. Griff waiting out for the Daryl reinforcement. Here it comes. Bonnie wasted. But Lele with the 1-2 punch and the 3rd follow-up. Sometimes it's just that easy, folks. Thiago and the boys feeling good about that. Going bananas. Great stuff here coming out from Embananados as they find themselves in the semifinals. Thumbs down to 6. Oh, pobrecito. Thiago here. Feeling good. Feeling good. Alk, not so much.
Yeah, really rough one for 6. I mean, you know, again, a fantastic, phenomenal performance last month, and not the result they were hoping for at all. And Embananados on the other side of things make the semifinals for the first time since March. So that is a huge win for them, quite honestly. And they started off so well. You know, they really did, but I did feel like 6 looked so much better in that second set. And I felt like the draft was really on point, and that's what I said going into that matchup, is that the draft on Kabim Canyon is so important, and that Gale ban, we saw it earlier on as well. It normally tends to be a sign that tanks are coming, and you've got to have a plan for that. It didn't feel like for me 6 had a plan for it. Not really. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of, even like a Shelly, I'm not even kidding, like would be an idea there. You can stay on the BB all day long, very little that they're going to be able to do about it. But Lola and Belle, yeah, it can work, but the timings with the Daryl rolls are just able to really keep you on that back foot, keep you consistently having to deal with brawlers and not with dealing damage. Great performance from them. You can't fault it. Embananados today looking fantastic.
That you got to look towards, and Embananados will look towards the semifinals. They're locked in, and they're going to be playing up against either Vatra Gaming SA or Starline. We've got our top side of the semis already locked and loaded. The bottom side of the semis has to be filled in, but of course that comes by way of the quarters, and so we've got to play it out. Right now, Vatra Gaming SA on the blue side, Starline here on the other side. What are your thoughts regarding these two squads?
I've been waiting for this matchup for a while. I've been giving Arena Casito, or obviously now Vatra Gaming, a really tough time in the Brawl time, because like they started off so well. You know, that was the thing. They had a flying start to the year against AC Milan Qlash, and they were their biggest rivals. Chasmac were not really in the running at that point in time, and then they just dropped off. They just disappeared. They weren't qualifying for monthly finals, and it was like, what's happening? Like, what is going on? You know, where we didn't really necessarily know. And I said, I need to see big things from them this month if they're going to convince me that they're able to still be in contendership for a World Finals placement. And this is where I've been waiting to get to. Now, Starline, of course, are the former Unima Gaming. They've got a lot of experience under their belt, but I have got a question mark today on what Arena Casino, what Vatra Gaming are we going to see today? You know, is it going to be the Vatra Gaming that we saw back in March, back in April, or is it going to be something else that's still reeling off the back of this drop-off? If it is the same team that we saw back at the beginning of the year, then boy, are Starline in trouble. That's the way that I see this one going. Or it could just be simply a case that Starline look phenomenal and Vatra are a former ghost of their former selves. We shall have to wait and see. What we do know is that Brawl will be the first map mode, and that's always a good time for me.
Absolutely. Center stage is where we were starting our fourth quarterfinal off. A big well, not as open as most Brawl maps are, to be honest with you, and you can absolutely kind of make use of that. When it comes down to it, I think Brawl Ball has some of the more standard compositions. We see some of the same stuff over and over again for the most part here, but center stage, I think, can kind of throw a loop in that where you're a little bit more enticed to look for different brawlers.
Well, Unva Gaming, you know, have had some good success. I mean, they didn't do fantastically well in April, went out in the quarterfinals, but in May it was a different story. You know, in the semifinals they picked up the they got the loss there, but it was a close one. It was a 3-2 against ZERØZONE. You know, so they just missed out on the grand finals. Obviously now Starline is the name of the team, and the reformation is there. Vatra Gaming banning out straight away Ash and Daryl, clearly worried about tanks on this particular map, and picking at the body as we seen very early on the side of Starline, following up with the Gene, and I do love early picks of Gene. I think you can't really go wrong. And picking Carl into that is interesting because obviously Gene's got a lot of potential to counter Carl quite well, actually. And the Surge, I think, is kind of a nice follow-up if you're going to have that Carl pick, because ultimately that would have been a nice idea for Starline to consider to really counter it even more so. Now that kind of evens things out a little bit, but we shall see how Starline kind of want to respond with this third and final pick here. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't mind a Rosa. I mean, it's a bit bold, but there's no breakage in terms of the bush. They're going to go with the Gale, which is always going to be good in Brawl, whether or not there's tanks on the other side or not. It's always going to do well.
Love the old man. I think the control that Gale brings here is very, very important, very, very strong. A lot of times you'll see teams, they're able to get a couple of kills, but it's a little bit staggered and the defender is going to respawn. Nope, Gale just stuns them and you can keep walking it home. So great, great look here, I think, for Starline. I think Gale a little bit slept on when it comes down to Brawl Stars in general. But like you said, even if there are no tanks, I still like to see the Gale. We start things off with a quick trade, and the ball pushed forward. A little bit of trouble as Penny spots themselves out. Now it's a 2-on-1. Penny hoping for the kill to go their way, but instead, good defense. Nice job there from the Carl player. Could have been a little bit of a mess there, Ark, but a nice save.
It was a little bit of a mess, but on the side of Starline there, I mean, I could see the approach, trying to pass and then blow out the knockback and then make a bit of a flare for the goal. But I think it could have just been a straight up walk-in, maybe. I mean, Carl can do a lot of damage on those really close quarter moments if you can really connect with the back line of the wall and really spam it. So can't underestimate the damage output, but I don't know. It was a very aggressive start, no doubt about it, though, but a missed pull there as well from Skirts, and now a lot of bunching up on the side of Vatra. Good amount of aggression, but that's a great amount of knockback there. The ball can be pushed through, but is there going to be anyone on the receiving end of it? No. There's a bit of a saving grace once again. It is good opportunity, though, being made by Starline.
One of our first looks at Janet today, and she just clears the opposition out of there. Good stuff there coming out from the Janet player right quick. Coming all the way deep side. Not sure if that's a great look. Still over half a minute of gameplay left. Carl tossing and creating space here. Right side, a pull is strong. Gale finds a stun, but everyone else finds the kill. And the first goal goes to Vatra Gaming.
Just literally saying about the effectiveness of a Carl against those close quarter moments, and you just see there Toxic did really, really well. But the Gale jump pad, got to ask the question. I mean, I didn't see it because it disappears when the bush covers it up. But why not Twister? I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen a jump pad in Brawl Ball. But hey, I mean, if it works for them, then all the more power to them. But it didn't. And Vatra picked the dub. So we shall see how the next one fares. But you know, I liked the amount of defensiveness that we saw from the outset of Vatra. Starline were getting some good opportunities though, and that does make me think that they are capable of getting a goal. We shall see how this next one fares. But yeah, that jump pad is an odd one for me. I just can't remember the last time I've seen it.
You know what? Keep it changing. Give me the new stuff. Christian walks in, takes care of 1. Toxic takes care of 2. Gusito takes care of 3. And Vatra Gaming winds up just going to work, clocking in, and bringing home the goal. Arc, Vatra Gaming are looking like the top card.
Yeah, exactly. It was the question of how are they coming into today, and it seemed like the first opening seconds were getting our thumbs warmed up a little bit as a nice pull there. Does connect from skirts, and now a chance to push forward. But you know, Vatra look confident. They look like they've got the confidence they were looking for. I mean, they have got a Janet and a Carl. I mean, that's never a bad time in Brawl. But ultimately, it's how you play it. And you know, Arini Casito, the former you know, Vatra Gaming, have always had a great ability to play, and where have they been? But they are here now, and that's what matters most. But this could be a goal opportunity for Skirts, but he didn't go for it. I've got to question these moments because I'm pretty sure these could equate to goals, in my opinion. It's not necessarily going to be an easy walk-in, but I'm sure you can make something more of that than we're seeing.
I think the first one, you were definitely on the money. The second one, a little bit closer. Well, you're my friend, so I'm still going to give it to you. I agree. I think that Starline are leaving a little on the table. This could be their opportunity as they pass, kick, kill, score. A nice equalizer here for the red team. An important one as well, as Vatra look to close out on the Brawl Ball. In order to do so, they've got to score again.
Yeah, Christian didn't like that one. Not at all. I mean, for the reasons I imagine, they're going into overtime, that it's a relatively easy matchup. No, not easy, but even matchup, I would say. But there's definitely some scary brawlers on the side of Starline going into a potential overtime. Good connections, and it's 2 versus 2. But the ball is in an advantageous position here for Vatra if they can just keep everyone on the side of Starline as low as possible and try and go for the snatch. There is a Gene Magic hand, though, there, and that's definitely a concern. They can't really just go straight in without taking care of Skirts, but a great pass through. That's going to be a goal. Surely not going to mess that one up. Nice to see Starline coming back strong, and that's going to even things up.
Nice look, baby. Brawl winds up feeling good about that as Starline are able to wake up just a little bit. Is that a... My man has a Simpsons picture framed behind him. I like this kid. Let's see if his team can find a victory here. As the left lane being aggressed on pretty heavily. Carl barely alive. And so Starline here trying to find a light in the darkness. We'll see if they can kind of stay sane this time around. As again, the pressure seems to belong to Vatra.
Oh, Christian gets some great value here. Pulls the gadget as well and goes in. Great work from him, but the last final boss is still there. And Brops goes in. This could be a pass. Oh, but the super was there. Just didn't get enough damage to be able to get the pass through. Great defensive work, but Starline, more like a lifeline for them as they now collect themselves. There's a lot of supers on the side of things as well, though, on the Gale and the Gene side of things, so they can get out of this relatively unscathed. But, well, I say that, Christian might have other ideas there. This could easily equate to a goal, and a goal it will. Yeah, beautiful work.
Vatra Gaming seem to have a game plan. Win via the left lane, and they just keep doing it. Sometimes they lose, but they're going to keep banging that left lane door. Nice pull there for Bow with the last hit. And now it looks like Starline getting a little aggressive, but, well, Janet can fly. Respawns in time. And so Penny won't get a shot either. Carl doing a great job, or excuse me, Gene won't get a shot either. But this will be the door open for Starline to find this goal. No! They go for the kill! And now they're going to look to walk it in. Big stun. And there's big goal number 1.
What a crucial moment now. Both teams in exactly the same position, but whoever wins this game is going to take the first set. That's a great amount of pressure. Whoever's able to do just that is kind of takes the air of the pressure being applied from Toxic is good, but everyone low. Christian can pass this ball forwards. There's still the Gale to contend with, and that is the problem. Can he make he can make work of it? He could go for the ball here, but choosing not to, I think, is probably wiser. Woo! Great takedowns. Christian doing mad amounts of work, but they've got to seal the deal in overtime, and that is no easy feat. But the surge stacks are there. He gets one more than he's on max, and that's going to go a long, long way.
Well, here comes Janet for some dive bomb action. Can't find one kill in the sky. Finds it on the ground. It's a 2-on-2. Toxic finds a shot, passes it right into the hands of the defender. And we're still tied at 1.
I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he did that. Christian had a super to hand. He could have just placed the ball in a position near the goal, and they could have played around it for a little bit, got the takedown, easy as pie, super in. Now with 3 versus 3, the ball, yeah, great, in not a bad spot, but I don't know why Vatra did that. That, for me, was a big blunder.
Yes, absolutely. Agreed. Trouble, and Toxic looking to make it happen. No blunder there. 2 goals in the pocket. And yeah, that's how I feel about it too, Casito. I feel like Vatra shouldn't have let that second game go. I feel like Vatra shouldn't have been this close for the third game either. And it looks like Casito knows it as well. They get the victory here, Ark, but I don't think that's the victory as cleanly as Big V, as Vatra wanted. I don't think that one worked out the way they wanted it to, even though they got the win. You know what I mean?
It was a little bit shaky. Yeah, I mean, it had some good moments, definitely for sure. But, you know, it just didn't look as convincing as we saw maybe in the earlier months. Definitely has got its moments, but maybe some, you know, monthly final nerves coming into play. It has been a while since we've seen them.
Sure.
But nonetheless, you know, as we said earlier, you know, a win is a win. And a great position for them to find themselves in going into Ring of Fire here. And again, Hot Zone is always a tough one going in, you know, when you're behind. So for Starline, they're going to have to really bring things back in a way that will give them a fighting chance here. Vatra, you know, off the back of those final moments, maybe don't look as confident going in as well. So there is that to consider, that actually Starline have still got a decent chance here of bringing this one back. If Vatra are looking back in reflection thinking, yeah, we won, but you know, was it as convincing as we wanted it to be? Probably not. And Starline know that. If this draft is on point for them, there's every opportunity to bring this to a third and final set.
That's what we're looking for. Vatra, on the other hand, though, you know, this is a squad that can take care of business as long as they don't get too in their own heads. And so that's the big deal for me, I suppose, as we jump into our draft here for Ring of Fire. We'll do Canal Grand if we need to, but if Vatra has control, I think this one winds up being the 2-0. I don't know if this Ring of Fire winds up being a 2-0. But I think that Vatra Gaming does have the upper hand here in the grand scheme of things. And so I am predicting this one to be over before we get to Bounty. And so I'm focusing here on Ring of Fire. And we saw Gale played last round. I expect to see some Gale play here. I think Gale does really, really well when it comes to Hot Zone in general. But Ring of Fire tends to work out for the old man as well.
I want to see, for me, Bo picked very early on. Actually, Bo being banned, I think, is the better way to go here. I think it is one of his best maps, in my opinion. Lou here as well, pretty underrated. I really, really rate Lou here, massively so. As well as Stu. I think Stu can have some really aggressive lane sides as well. We've kind of drifted away from Tara, but I still think Tara is pretty decent here. I'm not going to lie. Sure. I mean, like, it can be a really difficult thing to deal with. I think better than Leon now, but we still see Leon played more so. But I feel like if you've got that super and you're behind that little bit of a 3-tile position, really close to the spawn, there's not much you can really do to get out of spawn. But you know, great for brawlers like Pam, for Lola. for Bell and others. So a lot of choice. That's the bottom line here. Ring of Fire can bring so much variation. We've seen even like Buzz coming into the mix recently in a lot of teams in the EMEA, giving that idea a try. So Penny as well. I mean, the list goes on and on, to be quite honest. I think though you've got to ban the heavy hitters still. I don't know why this region is not banning Bonnie that much, honestly. I mean, they're insta picking it as the first pick more often than not, but it just seems that everyone's more worried about Janet and banning out Janet, and I don't mind that, but I think they've got to start banning Bonnie here, especially Ring of Fire.
Well, I think Janet is definitely the scarier of the two when you just talk about how strong is the character. I think you can kind of like fly in with Janet, fly out and be safe, whereas Bonnie, very, very strong, but if you're not playing her correctly, can wind up being a thorn in your own side. You jump in, players deal with you well, see you later. So I think that's why we might see that scenario go down. Neither of them banned this time around, but we do see the Pam and the Gale and the Squeak, and the Amber, which are pretty mode specific. Daryl's just strong alongside with Crow. But the Penny first pick gives us a Carl answer back from Vatra.
Well, I like Carl. Carl's always good. I just don't think it's one of his best maps. Again, Bonnie picked straight away, and don't know why it wasn't banned. Meg here actually is not a bad ban. We saw that earlier today in the CSA and ANZ. I don't necessarily think it's the worst place you can play her. It's actually one of the best places you can play her, yeah. The Colette as well, though, combined with the Penny. Really like that. I think Colette here can be decent. Leon again, yeah. I mean, everyone's still playing Leon and Ring of Fire. I just don't know whether it's I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily sway towards it myself. I think the Vatra's comp is working out to be a little bit better. The Penny, though, is definitely a concern. I'd love to see Lou, but it may be just not something that translates necessarily to this particular region. Ruff's coming in. Don't mind it. I mean, Ruff's is always going to be a good thing to have. Just interesting ideas on both sides. Colette's definitely coming back. It's not the worst of ideas to have in the mid. We shall see. I'm a little bit torn between these two drafts. They're kind of both lacking things for me, which makes them kind of relatively even. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
We'll jump right into it. And you can see Starline getting things off to an early start, not just kill-wise, but also on the point. Gusito tries to turn it around, but is pinched from top to bottom. Great job there by the Leon and the Penny. Starline in general have strong positioning. 24% here for Starline so far. Vatra barely getting involved at 6%.
Penny turret in now as well, and that's always going to be helpful and insta takedown there, Toxic. And you can see there as well, Christian was not getting that much value on that right hand side. Now he's going over to the left and not necessarily mind it, but you know, with the way the map's situated, you just can't get that much value with Carl. It's going to be a struggle for Christian a little bit here to make something of it, but he's pushing his way forwards now and trying to get behind the situation. But 61% in favor of Starline already. I mean, it's Vatra that are massively behind in that respect, and the time ticking on. I mean, they've just been on the zone this entire time.
So right there, that's why people are fine with letting Bonnie go. Like, Gusito jumps in and does absolutely nothing. Starline turns around and goes, what is this dude doing? And then shoots him in the brain. Like, that's why you don't have to ban Bonnie every single game. Great job, Starline. I don't think they did anything crazy. This was Vatra Gaming unable to find a way in. And I'll check myself here. Basically, what the red team did that was really, really important was they spread the map very, very well. And a lot of times this is a boring victory because it doesn't seem insane. We don't see these last-second heroics. We don't see these really, really exciting double kill. Nah, man, Starline just spread the map. They pinched. They found a way around, and they just won their lanes. And it was, honestly, sorry, folks, a little boring. And Starline just did the thing. And so if I'm Starline, dude, more boring games. Because, yeah, we're 30% and nothing has happened. This is exactly the way Starline drew it up, and they're playing it fantastically.
I think when we think about it, actually, draft-wise, this could be why we saw a little bit of a drop-off with Vatra Gaming. I mean, they literally dropped out of the kind of BSC monthly finals at the point in which we introduced, potentially 6 brawlers being banned. It might not be the craziest of notions to believe that might have been their struggle as of late, as of recent. I mean, they definitely didn't quite get it right. I mean, there's no point. I mean, they can't really win this. I mean, they got 1% in this game. They barely had more than that in the previous one. They just know that. I mean, it's not even just a position of we got outdrafted. It's just like we drafted bad. I mean, Penny in that respect is just going to be able to walk over that situation. They just read it wrong. I don't think that Carl there is valued nearly as highly as he is in other places. And more often than not, I just felt like Starline had brawlers that I related to better in that circumstance.
Yeah, I like the draft, and that was a part of it. I think very few games are won in picks and bans, and I don't think this one was one of them. I think that this one was, there was an advantage for sure. But again, I think the interesting thing to point out is that the reason that these two games were kind of a snooze fest and not really that interesting was because Starline set things up beforehand. It's kind of like Home Alone 2, where like the guys just walked into all of the traps. That's what happened here. Like Starline just set everything up and went, all right, your go. Every now and then I'll Colette Super, the big guy, and like they didn't have to do anything. Arc, they just stood on the point. That's all they did. And they let Casito jump into his own death, and they let them lose their lane. And Vatra, they didn't even throw the game. They didn't even have the game to throw it to someone else. They never had the game at all. Starline, I gotta stop because this one.
We have to.
It was just Starline did it. They did everything they needed to, and Vatra was like, "All right, mate, cool," and just let's go to bounty. I guess I don't know, man. That was one. A lot of times I focus on adapt and overcome and kind of learn, and esports is about adaptation and all this stuff. Sometimes, Arc, just forget it. That's one that I'm telling. All right, boys, never happened. Let's win on bounty.
I think, though, easier said than done. I mean, when you look back, there was so little of a glimmer of hope. And like you talk about adaptation in esports, and then that's the thing when it comes to a draft that doesn't go your way, or like that you just don't read well. Is like you've still got to, play it. You still got to make it work, regardless, and adapt to that situation. It wasn't done. Vatra coming into this, done the third and final set now, and they've got so many cobwebs. I mean, Brawl was a win, but it was a shaky win. Going into that second set in Hot Zone, It was not even a competition. It wasn't even close. Now, Starline are coming into this, and they've got to be feeling great. And the draft, to be fair, is also looking pretty great. I mean, good bans on the side of Vatra, though. Getting rid of the tankier options, the Ashe, the Daryl, which they've obviously banned previously in Brawl Ball, clearly are concerns for them, which are patterns recurring. Bonnie being banned, Tick being banned, Carl being banned by Starline, and two great brawlers with the Penny and the Janet thick and fast coming in. The Jean is going to be a concern, but not for the Janet, of course, providing the super is there. Starline, you had to go and do it. I was loving what you were doing, and then you picked Eve. And I haven't seen Eve win in these circumstances on Canal Grande ever since the nerf. Teams keep trying it, and every time it loses, and I'm not a fan of it. I keep ringing the bell, but maybe this is the one time where it can work, because Vatra surely going into this are not going to be in the best mindset, and it might be the first time that I've seen it actually bring home a win if they cannot shake off those previous concerns that we saw in that last set.
I gotta agree. I just she might be my least favorite brawler, Arc. I get it. I think it's cute. I think it's necessary design space. I won't get too in the weeds of my, game designery nonsense. You can find me elsewhere if you really want to rack my brain for that. But I think she's a necessary character. And beyond that, I rarely want to see her. The idea that she can walk on the canal is cool. Awesome. Thumbs up. There are better choices. So, you know, I'm with you. I look at the other choices here, especially at Vatra. You know, a good pull on somebody that's not Eve across the way is going to be really good. And in that sense, Eve is a nice answer. Because if you get pulled over the water, well, Eve can kind of walk away if she survives. The other characters are certainly going to die. And so that's sort of an answer back just a little bit. But there's the pull, and Janet can fly. We forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
I didn't. I didn't. I mean, I called it at the beginning, like, you know, not a problem for Janet. But, I mean, I guess they were hoping they were going to be able to get the takedown swift enough for it to not matter. You can see the spam, the panic spam of Skirts as he was coming in there. But, yeah, I mean, you're better off just not even taking the risk. You're better off just focusing on someone that you know you're going to be able to get the takedown for. But there is a takedown there from Toxic, and that will bring things back a little bit more in favor of Vatra with the blue star with 10 seconds remaining, but no one can die.
Countdown. 2 players. Eve from the left, Bell from the top, and it's Vatra on top. We're able to grab it. Gosito. He's all right. He's okay. Coming back to this Eve conversation. What'd you say? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I can't tell whether they're like reflecting on their performance or whether they're just focused on their performance. I can't really
they're
tell.
focused.
It doesn't look like they're happy with how they're doing, and I kind of can see that if that is the case, why? Because looking ahead to the semis, if they're gonna make through this next game, they're going to be asking themselves, is this enough to contend with the might? You know, that's the question.
I think that if you can't think about any of that, like I said, that last loss is literally it never happened. You just have to just stay focused here. The semis will come when we get there, but right now, Starline are in position to bring us to a third game here in our third set, as they have 6 stars. And I like Starline as much as I have lamented this Eve selection. Eve and Janet, great choices to play up against this Gene grab. Janet, we saw her fly away. Eve won't be that invulnerable, but the ability to walk across the canal, unlike Penny, will be a big deal if they get into that situation. Nice there from Eve to save her life, as Bell kind of had the track, but 40 seconds to go here, Arc. 6-2. Starline with the upper hand at the moment, but Cosito charged up that magic hand and just gets a plain old regular Gene kill. 4-6.
Lurking as well. That would have given away his position. I was considering whether he would not actually take down the Salty Barrel, but I mean, he did. He showed himself, and then he missed the magic hand at a crucial moment in time. Cosito there probably going to be kicking himself a little bit for that, but they have got a moment here to get something of it. Not much time at all, though. The pinch is there. Christian has the mark as well. He connects it, but he didn't quite make it. There's the takedown, but not enough. As on the other side of things, 12 stars and that blue star gives Starline yet again another lifeline. And it all comes down to this now. I felt like that could have gone another way very easily, but timed it a little bit late on the side of Vatra. And this could be a huge upset for them, because it looked like it was all theirs going into that game.
Absolutely. Really what it comes down to is window of opportunity and how slim their victory chance is. You know, if you're not able to really find some of these early game, mid game kind of just pressure kills, you just sit on your heels and hope that you have the timing exactly right. And Vatra didn't. So now they restart one more time. This is a situation where Eve actually makes her money when you're able to play north-south on Canal Grand, and Eve can play mid lane, but as soon as she does, she just got lit up. So, cool, I guess, but not really working out here for Starline in the early stages in this mid game, or mid lane, excuse me. So Vatra, they're looking up at 3 stars, but they have some advantage here on the left side. Trouble though, as they're pushed backwards, and Starline now have the advantage.
Yeah, this is looking gnarly, to be honest. I mean, it's Starline with the lead, but, you know, you wouldn't have thought it with the way the Vatra are positioned here, right back in their spawn, and every chance that Starline could extend their lead if they keep playing this right. And again, I was not a fan of that Eve pick, but it could very well be the first time that we see it coming out on top since the nerf. Toxic going with a big super, not going to connect. Oh, it does actually connect a little bit, but plenty of time to maneuver out of things, as that lead now is 5 stars in the blue star, which could go the way of Vatra if they can connect these shots. 1, 2, there it is. One more takedown. They have the blue star in their hands. It will go the way of Vatra. They've got to do it in 10 seconds.
They got to find 2 more kills, though. That's the problem. Starline's still alive. Eve jumps forward, won't be killed. Bell misses the shot mid. Can't find it left side thanks to Penny. Nonsense. And just like that, Vatra Gaming falls down, and it's Starline that are headed to the semis.
I felt Vatra had the pinch. And they had the pinch. They could have got that takedown.
Oh!
They had the blue star. One would have been enough. It wasn't
It's
to be.
mirrored.
Starline.
It's mirrored, but it says Brazil greater than all of LATAM South. So you got to do the mirror thing, buddy. It's backwards. But don't worry, I can read backwards. It's all good. And right there, Starline winds up being all good. Congratulations to them. Oh, wow. All right. They really got the whole squad. They got the funny hats and everything. Brawl over here really rocking it out. Congrats, the Brazilian squad getting it done. We love to see it.
Don't be at all surprised in the semis when we see a costume change as well, because we've seen some very, very theatrical performances from this particular team in the past, and it's great to see as well, bringing that same life into the mix. And having your friends when you're performing and competing is like what it's all about. I didn't see nearly enough of that stuff. I love it when friends and family get involved in esports. It brings the whole thing so much more to life, and it makes a statement to the world of like, yeah, like this is how far we come. Like everyone is in that moment, and it's a great thing to see.
Oh, absolutely. You know, before we go to break, I'll take out the boomer hat real quick again and talk about how, like, you know, 10 years ago, you'd watch these esports tournaments and, like, it'd be the guy, fine, I have the camera on, but, like, I gotta be quiet. My roommate doesn't know that I play these games, so, like, be quiet. Now, come celebrate. We're winning the BSC, baby. Like, it's such a different kind of beat, and it's so cool to see all the roommates, the families, the cousins, everybody coming out and kind of like getting involved for sure. Starline getting involved for sure and doing a great job of taking care of their quarterfinal matchup. And so they now know that they will go on to the semis where we change things up and start playing best of 5s. So we started here with 8 teams. Now we've cut them down to just 4. We're going to play our semifinals, and then we'll jump into our finals and see just 2 teams remain. But as far as our semifinals are concerned, Ark, I think we've got our teams that we might have expected to be here. This last one being one of the more exciting matches for sure.
Yeah, I think as well, though, like, I mean, some that I didn't kind of see coming, to be completely honest, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I like to see progression from teams throughout the course of the season and upsets happening along the way. And, you know, one thing I like to see, you know, more so going into the semis as well is a continuation of that. I mean, imagine if it was someone else that took down AC Milan Qlash for a change, you know, in the semis other than Chasmac. These are the storylines that I love. That's why I kind of like to root for the underdogs in that same respect. You know, let's see what happens. One thing about like LATAM South as a region, that you just going into a monthly final, you never know what's coming next. I love it.
That's true, but I do know what's coming next. It's a break, and after that, we are back to the BSC monthly finals with your semifinals. We'll be right back after these messages.
a one-man army. This is going all the way.
Welcome back to Knockouts. See some top plays from the July monthly finals. First up, Achapi gives it all he's got against Zeta Division 1.
Tenside forced to use a barrel there as well. Achapi falling low over the left-hand side. Wall comes in. There's a pathway through, but that's a choke point that they're not going to want to walk through. It's replaced, and I'm not sure if that wasn't communicating with Moyogoku, but the timing there was terrible for the team. Achapi is in a 1v2, and he can actually win. If he does, the gas ticks, and he hits the shots, managing to bring it home for Zeta Division 0.
Up next, it seems that Vatra Gaming won't go down without a fight.
Zulon picks up the 10th gem, teleport back. He feels untouchable. Vatra Gaming have to get a huge push in. They might be able to get a good pull. Down goes a lollipop drop. No pulls just yet. Zulon is going to stay alive just in close range, just a few more seconds. And there's the pull on the Zulon. No way is Livy's able to run back with 8 gems. But Vatra Gaming have interrupted the countdown, and they'll be able to get one of their own in just a second.
And now, OGS and STMN EU go back and forth, and back, and forth.
Well, 2 of them fall now, and it's a 3v1 over here. Skyric's all alone, but he's got the sandbags to tank. He's doing a good job of staying up, but now he gets pushed off. And Soy's going to slide over the right side, stop them from pushing on, just allowing Gugu to try and take the lead. Cards come through. He has to jump back, and he survives for now, but it is 5%. There's only 5% in it. Soy Debreza cleans up the right, but now getting a little tick by tick, and they hit the shot as well. Gugu gets that. Level 4 also. Pennysaur is coming in as well. It's even. They can slot on though, and they do take the lead now. STMN have got to do a massive push. 25 seconds left, and it's still going up for OGS.
Wow, beautiful stuff from OGS. They do get a kill too, as a matter of fact, on the side of Stamina. I don't know if they can catch up here. It seems like they might just do it, but they need to hold on to both the left and the right side. It's so little in it. Gugu, he needs to get those percentages. It's so close. Oh my, we might just have the draw we were asking for. Wow.
See if Rising Sun rises up at the last second.
With just a few seconds left, 15-second countdown active. Blood Diamond is in the lead, but here comes Aaron with yet another super.
Wochi as well down the left-hand side. We can't forget about that as well. In he comes. Daryl rolls there. He rolls through it. They've got the shots on. They get the blue star. There's no takedowns. The bow can't get the second shove.
And finally, check out this nail biter put on by Tribe Gaming in A. It's going to be a close call. Zulon backing away, and Tribe, if they play a perfect defense, could certainly get this.
Yeah, it's possible massively with an Ems on your side, and Rico, here comes the damage. 10% left. Atari's still standing. Is Livy still standing? Tribe have gone and done it. Oh my word.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to come back next month to see more awesome plays.
Are you tired of not winning? Fed up of dying? Want to make it to the championship finals just this once? Fear not. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can help. Carefully crafted by Mr. Byron himself from nature's finest ingredients, including essence of real snake. 50% of the time, it works every time. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can cause twitching, excessive hollering, flatulence, and in 50% of cases, death.
Hello, my friend, is it your first time here? I'm
welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one.
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, Brawlers. We're here in the semifinals of our Latin American South region BSC monthly final for the month of... It's August, baby. Wow. The year has been flying by. I'm still left on, this is still Arc, but Arc, we are finding ourselves in the later stages of the game for sure.
We are indeed. I mean, I say it every year. Every year at the beginning of the season, I say to all the casters, like, be ready. It's going to fly by. Like, and they're like, yeah, I mean, seems like a long way away. It's like, nah, dude, it literally swings by. But yeah, what an exciting day it's been so far. I mean, you know, the AC Milan Qlash Chasmac battle, we continued that in the quarterfinals. Well, it was AC Milan Qlash that came out on top of it with the only 2-0 of the day, may I add. I mean, you'd expect that one to be joining the 2-1s, but it wasn't. Identically, actually, to the SSA and ANZ region, no less, today. We saw exactly the same number of 2-1s and 2-0s in the quarterfinals. But yeah, ZERØZONE Portuguesa, very close. It was ZERØZONE that made it through. They are going to face AC Milan Qlash. Don't know whether that's a good thing or not for them right now, but we shall see. I wish them the best of luck. 6FA, though, despite making the grand finals last month, did not make the semifinals even this month up against Embananados, and they are going to be facing up against Starline in our second semifinal matchup. Big upset. I mean, Vatra Gaming, again, the former Arena Casito team, who were rivaling AC Milan Qlash back in March, back in April, massively so in the grand finals. Didn't cut the mustard today, and Starline capitalized. Starline, of course, the former Unima Gaming as well, so a team with a lot of experience, but nonetheless, you know, that was an interesting thing to see, and not what I was expecting to see, to be completely honest, and I'm all for that. But first up, ZERØZONE up against AC Milan Qlash. After, I mean, how do you see this one going? That's my first question, I guess.
AC Milan Qlash winning. That's how I see this one going. I think it's that simple. You know, you wished ZERØZONE luck. I would like to do the same. I think they're going to need it. I think that has nothing to say about ZERØZONE whatsoever. You know, at the end of the day, my prediction here would be for AC Milan Qlash. I think that's a smart place, and that's not jokes aside. That's not an indication of what ZERØZONE is like at all. You know, they've got a lot of stuff to work on, sure, but at the end of the day, you just can't be where AC Milan Qlash is. That's where the best kind of is at the moment mathematically. Now, the best viewers I know are watching at event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can get all the best rewards for watching your BSC, some cool pins and stuff, lock your predictions in. But as far as being the best on the field, yeah, that's AC Milan Qlash, man. And ZERØZONE, like I said, it's really not a knock at them. It's not an indicator of their gameplay skill. But I expect this one to be quick. I expect this one to be rather painless for Milan Qlash. This is where you go in and you punch the clock. This is your job. You work for it, and you get it done, and then you sit in finals for an hour while you wait for the other team to battle it out. That's exactly what you do. If you're AC Milan Qlash, if you're ZERØZONE, you at least have the benefit of homework on your side, Arc. We've seen AC Milan Qlash play a zillion times, so hopefully ZERØZONE have watched them do so and play against it like that.
Yeah, if you listen closely, you can almost hear the sound of event.brawlstars.com stocks going up for the prediction side of things on this one. You'd be foolish, really, to vote against AC Milan Qlash in the way that they are performing and playing at the moment in time. And, you know, if they win today in the grand final, then they will qualify for the world finals. I mean, that's the reality of it. That's what they know, and that's why we saw them play so phenomenally well against Chasmac in the quarterfinals, and the energy that they brought to that matchup as well. You could see that they are a glimpse, a short arm's grasp away from themselves and being the first team in the world to lock themselves in for that. So, you know, today is such an important day for them. They are not going to be going light on ZERØZONE, not by a long shot. And I can see already on event.brawlstars.com, 82% are already siding with AC Milan Qlash to the 18% of Zero Zone, and obviously that can still fluctuate, but immediately that just went like that, straight away.
Well, we'll jump into the semifinals in a matter of moments. We've discussed our top team and Zero Zone trying to work their way up here for sure. But, you know, when I look at the situation, this is a squad where when you see the change to points, so again, if you're newer to the scene, essentially each time you win in your monthly finals, you gain points. Those points get you into the finals. Well, if you've been winning in the first half of the year, and now you just start winning in the second half of the year, how do you stack up to teams like AC Milan Qlash that have been doing things the entire time? Well, we've doubled the points. And so that obviously entices lower end teams that have been losing in the beginning of the year to keep going, but it also entices the top teams to keep grinding. Because if you take your foot off the gas, then everybody's going to catch up to you. So like you said, this is one of those important moments where AC Milan Qlash, they've got to get these victories, otherwise other teams will catch up to their point total, and they might find themselves in a situation where they can't get to that guaranteed worlds the way they want to. And so you can see them all three in the same spot, taking it very seriously. They went nuts after their quarterfinal victory. And so as we jump into Minecart Madness, our first set of match number 1 here in the semifinal section, then it's up to them to keep that momentum. First selection, she got all her teeth. It's Janet. She'll be selected right off the bat as Bonnie is banned. An interesting swap around from what we've seen in the quarters.
And I've been saying all day, it's about time. It's about time that someone started to ban out Bonnie because we've seen it insta-picked. First pick all day long. Having said, go on.
It's funny. I don't think she's as effective as she is on the other maps on this map.
Yeah. I mean, Max as well is a great start for Zero Zone. I'm actually rooting for the underdog here. I mean, maybe because I'm just a bit greedy and I want the storyline to continue on to next month of AC Milan Qlash. Because, you know, if they don't win in the grand finals, then that's gonna continue on, you know. And they are the favorite. There's no doubt about it going into this one. But I want Zero Zone to really be somewhat of a team that come in at this stage in the competition and really shake up that leaderboard and show themselves as being a really top contender here. And they got the chance to do it. Let's see now with the Pam coming in and the Janet on the side of AC Milan Qlash, definitely fierce contenders. Byron's a bit, again, like I said earlier, of a dated one for me. Let's see with the Stu coming in. I don't mind it. It's quite good to dash around the minecart in that respect.
Yes.
But you know, we shall see. I don't mind what AC Milan Qlash are bringing here, but I think Zero's only got still a worthy draft coming in.
ACMQ here have a very, I don't want to say a standard composition, but a very vanilla composition is what I want to use. You've got Pam to just sit there, and then, yep, Janet and Stu are going to be able to go ahead and be mobility-based aggression. And so AC Milan Qlash kind of are just, yep, we've got a utility guy, then 2 aggressors. Cool, that's Brawl Stars, baby. Across the way, kind of similar, where you have Max and Byron both kind of being these utility-based brawlers, and then Lola and Max both kind of being these aggressors. Lola not as mobility-based as Max, but I get it. I see where they're coming from. Both compositions, I think, relatively balanced. KO Dog, the first one on the board. And AC Milan Qlash, this is what I expected. Just, they put their tent poles in the ground, and they set up camp.
Yeah, I like how they've approached this one so early on with the aggressiveness that they want to start and end with, really. Just keeping Zero Zone straight away in a state of fear, I think. Kai Dog getting tapped, but again, that Gassy Hill Valley off the back of that, just dashing around the situation, somehow didn't quite come out on top. I thought he would, to be completely honest, but look at this. I mean, this entire time, it's just been AC Milan Qlash just keeping back Zero Zone in the spawn side area, and there's almost a countdown on the cards. The minecart coming in, Kai Dog going to grab that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Good scrap cycle as well from Motep coming in. That's the first time that we've seen AC Milan Qlash in trouble, big trouble. Oh dear, AC Milan Qlash. What a steal, the only opportunity to do so, and Zero Zone are running away with it.
Huge play. Minecart going to slow down AC Milan as well. Not sure if they're going to be able to jump on in here. Gotta get all the way deep. 3 seconds and counting. Kill is good. And ZERØZONE. Start it one more time. Falling down. ZERØZONE. Start it one more time. Milan Qlash had the hardest time last time. Can they do it again?
I think actually they're in a better spot, but Kaya Dog might have something to say about it. No one going down right in the nick of time.
Wow.
But ZERØZONE, third time lucky, I guess. I mean, they've got many more gems in their pocket, but at the moment they haven't seemed to have shown the ability to hold on to them very well.
That's been the problem. AC Milan's ability to just press forward has been really big. Taking down Motep is one thing, but it's more important to take down Cowdog and VT Zim. VT Zim doesn't fall down that time, but his teammate does, and that's all blue team need to get game number 1.
I'm kind of surprised that Wesley wasn't being more evasive towards the end of that match. It almost seemed like he was overconfident that there was no way that the damage was going to roll in time, and it very nearly did. I don't know whether I misread that or not, but I feel like either way, like ZERØZONE, there's no doubt about it. They got fortunate. I'm not going to say lucky because it wasn't luck. They strategically went for the takedown, and Ace Man Qlash dropped the ball, but it definitely was the only glimmer that they had all game. And sure, I mean, they were able to get the countdown, but they also dropped the countdown 3 times. So I'm not saying it was the smoothest of starts, but it might just be enough to ruffle the feathers at least of AC Milan Qlash.
A little bit. Something to keep them honest, if you will. Last time around, we saw AC Milan Qlash with a stranglehold of the middle lane. Not the case this time around, as ZZ find themselves halfway to countdown, and just now AC Milan Qlash find their first gem. So definitely a little bit of a different story than game number 1, where it was lopsided until it wasn't. Now it's not. ZERØZONE have all the gems, but AC Milan Qlash have all the controls, so pick one.
Well, again, this is a position where ZERØZONE haven't been for the majority of the time, to be honest, in the competition. I mean, they did make a grand final in May, but other than that, it's always been a quarterfinal exit, more or less. So definitely some nerves coming into play. Minecart, though, coming around at just the right time. Max speed, nicely timed as well, in accordance with it. And just 2, now 1 gem away from countdown, but at a crucial time for AC Milan Qlash to bring back the mid control. Now, if they can hold this position, and they've shown that they can a lot of the time, they can start to bring back this gem deficit. And if it goes down, that is going to be a very, very bad time, especially now no one going in. And another steal again. ZERØZONE looking like they're going to take this set against AC Milan Qlash, and we barely started.
Well, Milan Qlash has been able to reset this counter a couple of times now. But with only 6 seconds, it looks like a taller order. Right side will be enough to get it done. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, 4 kill. Something about fish. 13 seconds here. And VT Zim and the boys have everything under control. This will be a harder reset than we've seen AC Milan Qlash take because of how far they were able to run. And we will not see the reset, but we will see the match answer. And now it's a countdown to the other way. That one got me by surprise, Ark. It's up to Milan Qlash to kind of get control, but we've kind of restarted the game. This is a big kill, no steal. So the gems are fine.
Let's see with some big taps from the Dog, but it was not enough. He's still holding on to the gem that they wanted to stop in their tracks, and now it's got to be a takedown. Potentially one from the mid, though, from Wesley. Not going to happen. AC Milan Qlash will bring back a game. But, oh my word, what is going on in this first set? Honestly, I mean, I think they're saying the same. Like, how are we choking this moments that should just be easy countdowns, to be honest? But on the other side of things, ZERØZONE, their fingers and their hands are so slippery. I mean, they've got to hold on to these countdowns better, because this could be going to the second set. Both teams making catastrophic mistakes in that respect, and it's unusual to see this happening, to be honest, in the semifinals for the LATAM South.
It is. Right away, we see an answer back to ZERØZONE, in control of mid for the moment. minecart comes, and they allow themselves to be pushed away because of it. Could have found a hole on the right side, could have found a hole on the bottom and the left side, choose not to. So because of that, they get pushed backwards. Here comes Cow Dog on top, quite literally in the sky, dodging and weaving and using the gadgets. Fantastic play there from the Stew player for the moment. It's enough to open mid lane, mid section for his team. And now AQM, 8 gems in hand.
XP pushed through. BT's there though, still behind this situation, and he's going to make that known to no one, as now he takes to the air as well. Double takedown for him, and Alonso's not looking far behind. Great pressure, great ability to pop off there from Milan Qlash at just the right time to do so. And this is looking better. I think that's stern team talk that we saw on the player cam might have just done the job, but not with one last ditch attempt here from ZERØZONE to make some sort of countdown reset. Not going to happen this time round. The firm words shone through, and that was better from Milan Qlash, but they are not out of the woods yet for sure. I mean, there was a lot of mistakes on both sides along the way, but in the end, they dodged the bullet because ZERØZONE were about to take that first set. In the end, it wasn't to be, and Milan Qlash somehow out of that mess came out on top.
I gotta agree there, real close stuff. But you know, as we come out of this one, we start looking towards the future. By the way, these are best of 5s, and so we'll see where we get to later on. We'll do Shooting Star, Hot Potato, and Beach Ball if we need them. But if it's up to, there we go. But if it's up to AQM, we will only need that first graphic because they obviously want to get out of here with a sweep. And Bell's Rock, I think, is where... This is where our teams get separated the most. Not Bell's Rock, but in Knockout specifically, Arc. I feel like there are other game modes where the disciplines, the skill sets, the ideas, the strategies are more widespread. So even though a team might be a 10 out of 10 versus a 6 out of 10 team as far as skill is concerned, that gap is shorter because there's so many different things to worry about. When it comes to Knockout, did you get shot or not? And I think that simplicity really exacerbates the distance between top-end teams. So I look here, Arc, and this is one, when I look at Knockout or when I look at AQM, this is one that I expect them to get done rather quickly.
Yeah, it's going to come down a lot to your ability to stay on your toes and, you know, not overcommit, not get too, caught up in the moment. That's the thing. A second here and a second there that you just kind of deviate away from the plan, and you're leaving your teammates high and dry. But that is a little bit of a concern, really, for me, though, looking back at Milan Qlash and how they were playing in Gem Grab, because they were playing a little bit in accordance to that very idea. Getting overconfident, putting themselves out in moments where they didn't need to find themselves caught off guard, and almost throwing the entire set off the back of that. So, they were looking in good spirits coming out of the set, as opposed to middle of the set, as we saw. Very much looking very serious in that moment. But going into Bell's Rock, they're gonna, have to go back to what we know Milan Qlash are great at doing, and allow ZERØZONE to make those mistakes, which, as the team which are, it's not even really arguable at this point. ZERØZONE got less experience than Milan Qlash, so they're more likely to make those moments of mistakes. So I think that Milan Qlash have got to go with that. They've got to allow themselves to stay on that high ground, stay calm and collected, and just do what they do best. Allow ZERØZONE to make those mistakes, and just go with that approach when it comes to the strategy going in.
You're totally right. Just stay calm, stay collected. Your idea here is just to go to work, get it done, and move on to the next one. You're not really looking to do anything fancy, and so my bad. If I'm looking up and I'm ZERØZONE, this is where I start to get a little bit interesting. This is where I go and I ask my players, hey, what are your personal picks? Forget the meta. What are you best at? Are you a good Frank player? Maybe we can make it work here, because that'll keep the opponent on their heels. I don't actually mean Frank. I mean, whatever you're good at. Forget the meta.
Yeah, I got it.
And pick your own personal tier list. I saw your eyes.
I think you're right. Yeah. No, I think you're right, though. I think that is how you've got to approach it against a team like Milan Qlash. I think that, I've heard players say very, very similar things where stick to your strengths. In fact, literally the other day, interviewing Semantic, and he said exactly that. for teams coming in, that want to make their mark, and not necessarily saying that ZERØZONE are that team because they've been around for a while, but what are you best at? Don't build a comp based around the meta, but build a comp based around yourselves. It's literally the quote that came out of his mouth. So I think you're absolutely right in that respect. And because AC Milan Qlash, when it comes to the bans, try to eradicate what you know that they're going to want to play, but you've also got to kind of dig a bit deeper into your pocket with something that they're not expecting, and that is the way that I would approach it. But draft coming in thick and fast for Bell's Rock, and bans will be shortly on the screen as well. For me, I think that survivability and aggression is a fine balance of in knockout. You've got to have some form of healer. Gene being banned on both sides, I was looking for that particular brawler, which is going to open up the doors to carrying a bit more weight to brawlers like Pam, who are not banned, but Rico, Bonnie being banned, Colette, Daryl being banned. Fang can be really fantastic here. I think Janet as well will be high up the pick rates if they can lock that one in. Not sure who got the coin toss. It's going to be Carl that was being locked in by AC Milan Qlash first. And not the worst of maps for him, but I don't think necessarily one of the best either, though.
Yeah, I think Carl's good enough to just lock in here. What you do is you play Carl, and he's just the best, and then you force ZERØZONE into Carl answers. And then you answer with answers to those answers. It sounds really crazy and complicated, but it really isn't quite. Janet and Bell aren't exactly Carl counters, and so option back to AC Milan, and now you've got to start thinking. What does well? Do we need something? Do we need anti-tank in case they pick last pick? But instead, we'll just see standard. And so long-range Piper stuff. You were asking for the sniper earlier, and here she is.
Yeah, and it would probably be Kaya Dog on it, and he was absolutely popping off with Piper early on today on Save Zone. So, yeah, I worry a little bit for ZERØZONE in that respect. They do have to respond with something to kind of counteract that idea. Leon being followed up by AC Milan Qlash as well. I wouldn't necessarily mind a Grom here, if I'm being completely honest. I think kind of underrated at the moment in the current meta, and whether they can get some good results. Let's see though how ZERØZONE want to go about this. They've got Bo as well. I think Bo's going to be the pick then. Just looking through the bans, it wasn't banned out and it's been available. You're kind of crazy not to under the circumstance. The only thing that it does lead to is opening up more of the map. So maybe Sprout actually with that in mind could be the better approach. There's no wall breaker except for the Piper. Fang as well. Don't mind it. It's definitely one that can work considerably well here. One that, again, SK as a team in the EMEA really thrive on in this particular circumstance. But it is high risk, and you've got to land those shots to get that super. If you're missing along the way, then you're not really any help to your team. The damage is so inconsequential, like along those journeys to really getting the pop-off moment. Really, Piper can jump away from it. Carl can try to evade it. So there is some counter ability on the side of AC Milan Qlash to it. Let's see how it pans out though. I don't mind the draft on both sides, to be completely honest. Some interesting ideas that I can relate to.
Well, right away, Carl starts things off, and that's what he does. Motep finishes, and this one easily in the pocket as the pinch comes through. The Fang pick is all in. Basically, Fang charges up the super and then ends the game by, getting a big three-piece. If that doesn't happen, ZERØZONE loses. I think it is that simple. I like the strategy. However, I think Milan Qlash are just in a better position. This time they answer Carl, but they get what they come for. And Piper from downtown! Great play out of KD. And they're going to be able to take game one unless Wesley has some theatrics to show. Motep and Cowdog teaming up here, Ark. But like I said, it's going to take a big surprise for Wesley to wind up with the dub.
Yeah, the Sharks are smelling the blood, and Wesley's got nowhere to go here. I don't see any way this goes other than to the hands of AC Milan Qlash. Nicely done. I mean, that was not the way to approach it. It really wasn't. I mean, ZERØZONE went in so overly aggressive. And I mean, that first game was over in a flash. They've got to really start to bring more resistance to the table here if they're going to be able to come out of a win, because it's looking a long way away already. Like a Kaya Dog taking Alonso down to 18 HP and following up yet again. I did say going into this, if it's going to be QuarterDog on the Piper, they are bang in trouble and they needed to pick a really solid counter against it. But, I mean, it just looks like another day of the office for AC Milan Qlash. They look far more comfortable here than they did in Jamgrab.
That's exactly what I said. There are less variables in this game mode to even up the playing field. And so when you see AC Milan Qlash, QuarterDog is one of the best players, if not the best player in the whole region, my man. Like, well, he does actually eat it a little bit here. And now all of a sudden, we've got a 2-on-1. No one falls down, but Wesley answers back. And so, good example of the caster's curse. Good example of the caster's curse. As I'm about to say that AC Milan Qlash can't be beaten here in knockout, they literally get beaten. Fang goes in for the right side and will beat the right side as well. Now we're on a real 3v2. And ZERØZONE might be able to take game number 2 here. QuarterDog, bad matchup, dodges a lot of the nonsense from above. Can they find the shots after the fact? No, it's Leon versus the world. And the world feels pretty good.
Definitely still some shaky mistakes being made, though, by ZERØZONE. I don't know why Wesley took to the skies when he could have just finished off the Piper there and then. Nonetheless, though, it is them that will take a little bit of a moment that they have to hold on to going into this next round. I mean, AC Milan Qlash, like, I feel like in that matchup, they just were not playing in the way that they came into it. That is as simple as that. They left the door a little bit open to ZERØZONE, but I don't feel like it was something which it's going to be a theme that's going to continue on. Let's put it that way. Like, if they do, sort of choke this, and I will say choke because that first game was so much in their favor. I didn't think there was any way that they were going to drop a game, to be completely honest, ZERØZONE, sure. But it's now a 3 versus 2, and this is looking a bit more familiar as we saw in the previous. But let's see whether something can come from this. If no one can get super at the very least going into this next round, if they don't come out of this one on top, which I think it's safe to say they probably won't, it will go a long, long way as VT Team closes in. West takes the skies. Yeah, I can't see how this is going to work out in their favor.
All of a sudden,
having said that,
again, AC Milan Qlash find themselves with round number 1. And now we'll see if ZERØZONE's game was a fluke or something to write home about. Motep, invisible, puts down Alonso, who's also just dead now. No one, barely alive, the player. But QuarterDog makes sure that they aren't. Janet escapes north. With the 2-on-1, VT Zim, half HP, lands. And that's that. Round lost, match over. And so, clean? Not the cleanest. AC Milan Qlash look good, but not great, as they play knockout, and they prepare for their next match. Bounty, it will be, so something similar. But that one was super clean until it wasn't. And that's where I think things have to, you gotta, clean things up, right?
I mean, ZERØZONE are being given far more many moments than any other team realistically in this position. I mean, like, normally AC Milan Qlash don't show any real sign of weakness. I mean, we saw against Chasmac in the quarterfinals, steamed it. Sure. Didn't give them a single iota. But like now, like ZERØZONE have got chances to get sets here. I mean, they could have tied up Jamgrab. They could have tied up Knockout. This could be a 2-0 the other way round, to be completely honest. But AC Milan Qlash is still on top, going into Bounty. ZERØZONE, if you're listening, I would thoroughly recommend that you put a Piper ban up there for this one, because QuarterDog's been absolutely killing it all day on it, and it's the perfect map for it. If AC Milan Qlash get the coin toss, and I mean, they could respond with a max, to be fair, but nonetheless, I just feel like that's got to be taken into some consideration. It just feels to me a little bit like ZERØZONE are not necessarily applying as much threat towards what AC Milan Qlash like to utilize, and kind of getting rid of those big high heavy hitters that are the kind of things that the team thrive off the back of. If they start to do that and ban out some of those picks which Ace and Qlash are really thriving on, then maybe things can turn around in a way that we do start to see some sets trickle in the ZERØZONE, who've had, again, like I said, some great opportunities, but they just haven't been able to wrap them up in a way that reflects the scoreboard.
I agree. I think you got to look towards different ways to help you, as you say, affect the scoreboard. Different ways to actually get those kills. Almost and kindas and sort ofs, not good enough. We need to find that next level, shift into that next gear to get that emphatic W, etch it in stone, write it in marker, and put it down. Because you're getting a lot of these like, well, they were at 5%, but that doesn't matter. Well, we got 3 restarts. It doesn't matter. Well, we lost a set, but we brought them to the final game. It doesn't matter. You need to be able to confirm and bring it home. And so we'll see if that's the case here on Shooting Star, as Bounty is the setting and location for our semifinal set 3. We'll see how things work out. Blue Star in the mid. Oh, there's Janet. That's awfully fun.
Wow, it might not be. I mean, it's just bad.
You see Stu? You see Stu?
Yeah.
He goes flying. It was my first time seeing this fly through, so very Excitebike to see all that stuff. Excitebike to see the draft. Predictions on the draft.
Well, again, I think ZERØZONE have got to ban out the Piper. I think that you've got to ban basically the meta of what we saw last year here. Tick, Brock, sort of Piper, Nanny, big ban up there for Nanny. Someone's got to ban that one out for sure. Fang wouldn't be a bad ban either, but there's a Shelly, a Dynamite, and a Nita. So ZERØZONE either. I don't know what they are thinking with this. I mean, the only stress that I can say is that they want to leave open things. That is not necessarily the worst approach. They had first pick, so banning out just stuff that you're not expecting to see leaves open more choice. It's not the most common of strategies, but I do know where it's coming from, because obviously it's not just a simple case of like, well, unless they didn't ban anything, and that's just literally the game banning it for them, which it could very well be. Either way, they are still there. The lights are on to some extent because they are picking brawlers, but in that sense, I don't know whether anyone was home for the bans. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, same. Man, I don't. Yes, they are pass bans. That's what they are in my head. Which, sure, I'm not upset at the concept of passing bans in order to get some of the stuff that is normally banned out. That said, usually when you pass bans, you wind up taking, the top of the tier list. Piper, very good. Piper probably gonna get banned here. B, I don't know if B gets banned here. Like, interesting choices for right now with AC Milan Qlash. I honestly like ZERØZONE's comp a little bit better with all the sharpshooters. But we'll see how the red team are able to answer as Max pops the Weasel. And the Weasel goes pop as Wesley falls on down. Great play there from Max and Motep. Count Dog again doing the heavy lifting all day today and not seeming to stop just yet.
I've got to say, I love the Brawl Stars community. It's just like the conversation around those bans is brilliant to read, and just like, well, thank goodness they banned the Shelly, because that's what I was worried about the most here. I mean, I can see why they've done it. If it wasn't just, I think they just either let the game ban for them, or they just want to leave things open. But if that was their strategy, well, now they've got to make sure it counts, and that could be the way to demonstrate it, as no one goes in with a lovely play there, comes out with 4 stars and the blue star above his head. I mean, if they're going to go with that approach and it be a strategy, all I'm saying is they've got to come out with this win to prove that it works, and they might be onto something here, but they've got to hold on to it. That's the thing. And Ace and Qlash are one of the best teams in this region, if not the best team in this region, at turning things around and just taking something from your clutches, and right when it matters most. They've done it time and time again today already against Chasmac. So I would not look at the scoreline and think it's going to end the same way, especially with this pinch coming in. Looking nice, but look at that. Wesley comes out on top. I did not expect that.
Big kill. That said, I don't... Ooh, that second one matters. The first one probably didn't, but the second one will. And the third one is the dagger. ZERØZONE are able to take game number 1 of Bounty here. Again, great job using the compositions. I won't talk the bands to death. I'll talk the picks here. Just long-range characters keeping you at bay. It's you know, how was the enemy team supposed to get in there? AC Milan just did not have a chance to really shorten the gap. And so now it's up to ZERØZONE to close this one out real quick and push forward into a set 4.
We said F-Dot, you know, going into this one, talking about strategies and how ZERØZONE were to approach it, you know, just taking the opposition out of their comfort zone, you know, going with the brawlers that they love to play. And, you know, I mean, it's kind of working. I mean, and how poetic would it be for ZERØZONE to claim back a set after the bans of Nita, Dynamite, and Shelly? I mean, that would be literally icing on the cake. And maybe this could be the strategy which everyone's been missing out on in this region. And, wow, no one goes in. I thought he was going to come out more on top, but it is AC Milan Qlash that have got 2 stars and the blue star ahead of ZERØZONE. But Wesley, I think, again, just by, you know, claiming that Piper early on, because AC Milan Qlash would have picked it up immediately for Kaya-Dog.
Right.
It was definitely a wise first draft for ZERØZONE in that respect. But again, you got to remember that they're the team that know how to play against it, hence the max idea, you know.
And also, it's problematic, particularly with gameplay style that we've seen out of ZERØZONE. So this Piper gameplay that we're seeing, the B gameplay that we're seeing, the long range stuff is awesome. As lead change goes to AC Milan Qlash here in the last 30 seconds. It's awesome for playing from a distance, but then when you have to surge forward and try to get your lead back, it's not where these sharpshooters excel. In fact, it's where AC Milan Qlash's composition excels. So ZERØZONE are going to be able to win games like game number 1, where they're kind of from a distance, but if you want to get up close and personal, this is where the red team have the advantage, and 1 by 1. ZERØZONE falls down, and AC Milan Qlash find themselves 1 game away from the finals.
Match point for AC Milan Qlash, and I got to point out as well towards the end, like the amount of utility that was still remaining for AC Milan Qlash. I mean, it allowed them to go super hard on that defense, and you know, even after the game was over, they still had gadgets to spare. I mean, that's what you want to see, but that was a great start from ZERØZONE as a response. Someone is not, or slow to the party. Is that I don't think it's the bot. No, I think everyone's back. But there was a moment there where I thought maybe it was such a slow to the mark there from AC Milan Qlash that maybe someone wasn't connected in. Either way, though, a flying start for ZERØZONE. A great bait shift from Kaya-Dog right at the nick of time, but nonetheless, whew, I don't know. The Gene there, Motep, looks a bit sluggish. Not too sure.
Troublesome here. AC Milan Qlash down 6 gems to their opponent. VT Zim activates the super, goes down right lane. Cow-Dog in trail. Janet gonna fall down here. Not dead, just actually hit the ground. This time around, the turnaround strong. Janet does go underground, but it's 7-11 at the moment. Team separated by 4 gems, less than a minute to go.
Coming in, I got my eye still on Motep just to kind of see like what the plays that are happening with him, because it just seems like it's been a bit off this game, and I'm not sure whether there's connection issues or skill issues or what, but something's just a bit amiss. But it seems like he's okay for the most part now. BT Zimmer loving each other over the wall. Love to see that. No one had that within his sights, but a great ball, and that's the turning point right there. AC Milan Qlash pick up the kill, jump straight away from it as quickly as that, and that's the explosiveness of AC Milan Qlash right there. But a quick response, and right when it matters, because ZERØZONE now just need 1 kill. And well, they need the blue star as well, so Kaya-Dog is a big factor here.
Back.
No one gets it! Oh my goodness me! ZERØZONE are popping off!
This needs to be an answer back from Milan Qlash. They need multiple kills here. Cow-Dog dodging and weaving, 1 shot away. This is a big shot. Wesley gets the kill, 23! And ZERØZONE stretches this one out. We're going to a set 4.
It's confirmed, F-Dot. The bans were the reason. Just go into the next one, ZERØZONE. Ban out Nisa, ban out Dynamite, ban out Shelly, and just double down on it. at the moment. Like that kind of says a lot to me. You know, AC Milan Qlash, they don't take defeat lightly. They are always a team that want to be out on top, and definitely, yeah, they've got things to think about going into Hot Potato up next. But you know, I like the resolve. I like the way that ZERØZONE there towards the end, especially when it looked bleak and like, you know, AC Milan Qlash had their moment in the spawn and got out with the stars, that they just were able to recollect and come back and go, do you know what? We just need like one big pickup is what we need. And we've got a comp that can do just that. So let's like isolate Kaya Dog and take back that blue star and the other 4 alongside it. And they were able to do such a wondrous job of it. They just were focusing first and foremost on taking down one person and then going in for the big bounty coming out. You know, it takes a big team to do that against the match point, which they've now deprived AC Milan Qlash of. So that could definitely harm their ego moving forwards.
Absolutely could. We'll see how it works out, whether they're playing Lola or not. We'll hit Hot Potato for our next section of competition. It's gem grab time. Beach Ball is waiting for us if ZERØZONE takes Hot Potato. And so it's heist time. And so as we jump into this one, looking towards the safe again, we've seen a lot of the a lot of the heist conversations around town, the Colettes, etc. I think we should see a lot of the same stuff here on Hot Potato. What brawlers are you excited to see on this one particularly?
You know, the thing here is that depends who wants to go about thinking of the approach, but you could just really double down on your tanks. We've seen it a little bit creeping in other maps, you know, sort of Kaboom Canyon today, but I think Hot Potato is actually more catered towards it. You know, ban out the Gale and then just double down with your Daryl and your BB. It can be a really threatening comp, and I do worry a little bit that if AC Milan Qlash not able to read that, and it is ZERØZONE that wants to kind of go in that approach, we could be on the 5th and final set very quickly. For me, I still like the traditional ideas. I'll always be a Rico advocate for the mid, even if it's not the best brawler to have, simply because I like it. You know, M's mid as well, though, is always a great option to have. I think that you know, Griff coming back in a little bit in terms of the meta, because you're just able to break things up so quickly. And if you pick that particular brawler later into the draft, then it can kind of undo so much of the work that your opposition's already built into their strategy. And I think that can go quite a long way here. Ultimately, you know, I think there's a lot of choice with Barley being a 3rd and final pick as well here, which teams often tend to forget. Barley is definitely still a top contender on this particular map to cause some havoc. Surge coming back in a little bit as well recently. Again, a bit risky, but a brawler which is quite highly picked on Hot Potato in this particular region. I've even seen Buzz get some good results, but bans, okay, well, yeah, Surge being banned out, don't mind it. Janet and Colette. Colette was another good pick that could have been there. Body, Colette, and Gale on the side of AC Milan Qlash. So maybe it's AC Milan Qlash that could be considering tanks here.
It certainly looks like it. Ems will be the first selection here. A little bit of area denial as the character is able to push up mid in those bushes. And the Daryl pick, I think, is really nice. You said that the bands kind of dictated that. You can see. Okay.
I mean, picking the ball here, I think you got to. You know, you've got to. I mean, Daryl, Griff, yeah, I didn't mind that response from ZERØZONE. I think BB's next for AC Milan Qlash here, but I could see this one coming. Griff might be a saving grace a little bit here to break everything open here. I've got to think BB surely for AC Milan Qlash. It's got to be what they're thinking. I mean, they've got to have something to take down this bull. It's going to be an interesting map to follow because Hot Potato. You can't really pick Rico into this. You could, but I think you'd be making a bit of a mistake.
Well, Shelly's not banned this time.
Yeah.
It'll be the BB. There it is. Some bubblegum here this time around. The Rockabilly Girl comes out, but tanky compositions across the board. Love to see it. Daryl getting a little bit more play. BB here as well. Jumping in here right quick. AC Milan Qlash top side, looking to find their way into the finals. Now, they're walking up the lane. Here comes a dash in. Daryl gets some work done, but is able to be put down as well. Coyote Dog here slapping the box. And the safe is anything but. Big damage as M shows up as well. 51% left for Zero Zones, and scratch that. It's even lower. Here comes the rest of Milan Qlash. Bull's thinking about it. Up, down, no. Up, yeah, no, down. Okay, never mind, we lost. Bull, you got to do something.
I mean, I'm just going to come out and say as ZERØZONE, I called this straight off the bat. I literally called the exact comp. I mean, ZERØZONE, if you're looking for a coach, quite looking to make the transition from a caster to a coach, I've heard it's got some good perks attached to it. But I did say it. I worry for the team that are going to be up against BB and Daryl here, and the M's was a beautiful approach. Carl is going to struggle. I mean, I just don't see a way that Ace and Qlash don't secure this and don't proceed to the grand finals. I think that ZERØZONE, sadly here, have missed the mark in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I got to. Well, this time around, a little bit better of a stance from ZERØZONE. They are still already down 31. But here comes AC Milan Qlash one more time. Motep right side, dragging a couple of players. Here's KO as well. No super available, so can't just spit the gum just yet. Looking for teammates, looking for opponents. And here comes Daryl from the right. KO a little slow, but VT's in, anything but. Now the damage onto the safe, damage onto Alonso. And Alonso able to find the kill. KO has to turn and burn. Gets in on the backside. But Arc, 30% and counting. AC Milan Qlash in the driver's seat, to say it lightly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as soon as you see a Gale ban, you've got to have your wits about you. And I think that Carl first pick lock-in from ZERØZONE, it might be, you know, coming back to haunt them just a little bit, and if not, it probably will in the VOD. It can be done, but oh my word, I mean, you got the might of the world against you, really. I mean, you're playing against AC Milan Qlash. Against any other team, then maybe you can make this work. ZERØZONE now kind of lose mid-control. It's as simple as that. They kind of be kept on the back foot. They got to just kind of commit, actually, to this safe. Get the M's taken down, make it a 3 versus 2, and just everyone pummeling the damage, but they're kind of going back a little bit here. And if they keep with that same idea, they're going to be continuously on the defense. They've got to get on their offense. They've got to get their damage rolling in. Just 12%, now 10% remaining on their safe, and looking like AC Milan Qlash, you're just going to be able to lock up shop and move on to the grand finals.
Certainly looks like that. We got some seconds on the clock. Don't know if they're needed. Motep from the right, KO to the left, and AC Milan Qlash all the way up. This team is looking cute, feeling cute, man. They are on top of their region. Yeah, thumbs up there, buddy. Yeah, no one can compete. You see these guys. They are feeling good about their performance. Alonso, not feeling so good this time around.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to in this kind of meta look towards patterns and you know signs of weakness and signs of predictions of what might follow. And I feel like ZERØZONE just were always a little bit behind the draft, and then when they ironically get the set win, it's after a draft which has bans of Dynamite, Nita and Shelly and Shooting Star. So Ace and Qlash for me deservedly so winners. I mean, if you go back through the storylines of what we witnessed, I mean the jail grab set could have definitely been one that may have given ZERØZONE a big spring in their step. If they took that first set, we could have been looking at a different story, because Knockout was surprisingly close as well. I think a commendable performance from ZERØZONE, but I think the performance to be expected from AC Milan Qlash. It wouldn't really be a grand final without them, and today, especially if they go all the way and win it, they're the first team in the world to lock themselves in for the World Finals. I mean, everything for them, this whole year building up to that moment, is what it's all about. So they couldn't go easy on their opposition, and they are looking in a fantastic place when it comes to their skill, when it comes to their decision making, and we'll be seeing more of them later on today.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, ain't no friends in a competition. We like to say friendly competition, but that just means that nobody's too mean. At the end of the day, I gotta win, right? That's what we're looking for. That's what AC Milan Qlash are feeling. That's how they find themselves all the way in the finals. Bracket coming at you here, and it's all about how victorious they have been to find themselves here. A 2-0 the first time around, and then a 3-1. A little bit of a stutter step there, but AC Milan Qlash find themselves in the finals, and they will be playing up against Embananados or Starline, both of which had to go the distance in their quarterfinal matches. So we'll see how these teams go head to head, and then winner gets the treat of dealing with AC Milan Qlash in the finals.
Yeah. Congratulations! Here's your opposition. Yeah, I mean, you know, interestingly enough, both of these two teams have never made a grand final, so one of them is going to do so today for the first time, which is a great thing to see. Some experience is experience nonetheless, even if it is against AC Milan Qlash. I mean, what storyline that would make if one of them were able to take them down and deprive them of their golden ticket to the World Finals. I'm rooting for both of these two teams in that respect. In terms of predictions, though, I mean, what are you thinking? I mean, I'm in a bit of a position here on this lower bracket, to be honest, F-Dot, because like I was kind of thinking, I was pretty sure that Vatra were going to be making it through to the semis today. So it's kind of thrown me a little bit of a curveball. And in the same respect, I was expecting 6 to make it to the semifinals as well. So this is actually a really tough one to call. I'm going to say Starline.
Sure.
What are you thinking?
Starline, but it is so close.
Yeah,
and
it is.
You know, and it's also tough to it's tough to put a lot of oomph into this prediction when you know they're just going to go up against Qlash. And so just to isolate this, to put this in a vacuum, make this one the finals, Embananados stumbled more than they achieved in their quarters. Starline, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if they stumbled more than they stood up, but like they didn't look fantastic either. And so this one, we might see 5 sets. We might see this one go all the way. Usually we celebrate some of the best play. I think we might see a couple of mistakes on display here, and that might be the extender.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I think this could be one of the closest matches of the day, if I'm completely honest. I mean, despite the fact we had 3 matches in the quarterfinals that all ended in 2-1s. But I mean, I feel like this could go to the 5th and final set. I think that, Udemar did really well in the month that they actually kind of made the semis but lost out to ZERØZONE. It was the 3-2. I mean, that could have been very much a different case than having them go to the grand finals instead of ZERØZONE to face up against Chasmac. I think that when it comes to this matchup, and I did say expect a costume change, and this is what I love about Starline.
You did.
Yeah, and this is what I think, that if they can make the grand finals, then we're going to see the costume that we've not before seen. They've been reserving something, and that's why I'm rooting for them all the way. Starline, go on, make my day.
All right, I'm here. I'm rooting for it now too. Want to see it. I mean, just got to see it, right? Open zone here, and right away, some standard bans as far as Gale is concerned. Leon, a lot of the strong Bell and B picks here. So tanks going to be their counters not on the table. So you might be able to see some tanks here, as the first pick is Crow.
Bold first pick. Not one that I mind, to be completely honest. But we shall see. I mean, I think that for me, Lola being available is a big one. Bonnie being picked first is something that we've seen time and time again today, and no real surprises there. But they banned Bell, so I do think that Embananados are thinking Lola. It'd be making a lot of sense to ban out that particular brawler, but choosing Cole first, I don't mind that. I think it could be their 3rd and final pick if Starline don't pick it up first. They have banned Gale, so they might be thinking tanks at the same time. We have seen 3rd and final pick Mortis here really pop off. I think it might be an advantage in that respect for Embananados in this particular draft. They have banned B as well, so they might be thinking tanks too. At the same time, like, range here is super important, and you've got to have some healing combined with it. There's the Pam, that does make a lot of sense, but I think doubling down on some range wouldn't be a bad thing for Starline here to consider as well.
Not at all. Doubling down on the range is a nice look for sure. Thinking about what goes well with the Pam, you want to see the range. I would like to see a standard sharpshooter. Surge, sure. The Surge, you have to go Surge here in order to deal with the Carl. That's the situation here. If you go the bows or the pipers or whatnot, you wind up in trouble Piper can kind of jump away from Carl, but doesn't have a way to just outright stop him in his tracks. Whereas the Surge can do that, and so I'm here for it. I understand it. Don't know if I love it. As a competition, Crow Pam Surge, sure, no hate. Penny locked it across the way.
Yeah, I don't mind Penny at all. I would have preferred to see a Lola somewhere on one of these two teams, to be completely honest. Probably Starline, maybe. But, you know, I just feel like if Embananados are just consciously aware of those side lanes in the bush and just looking out for the Surge, then if they're able to deprive Starline of that value, then the Surge is going to really struggle here. I mean, has got speed gear on the go on the right-hand side. That's going to be a little bit of a saving grace. But if they get the mid-control, which they are doing now, they can just all go to the far left-hand side, which is why he's putting the gadget. He knows that they need to get that value in. Scourge needs to get a stack to come back with for his trouble here. And, like, this is a risky pick with that in mind.
Absolutely is. Surge, leveling up, right side. Low HP. Gonna go in anyway. Nice dodge. Nobody really owning the point here. It's 25-16. Embananados now seeing a larger push from their lead. One more shot. Hiago will kill the right laner, but not able to find it. Able to push player away, though. And because of that, Embananados have almost 50%. But a little bit of a push off from Carl, or against Carl, rather. Puts him home. Nice kill on the skirts.
Wow, that's a lot of time spent and invested in the zone by Embananados, and now Starline have got they've battened down the hatches on all lanes and all mid. It's gonna have to be a lot of attention to detail here from Embananados to bring it back, and that's the start of things as Emerald picks up the takedown. Continuing on, has super to hand as well and could jump in, could go on the Surge, but needs to get some more time spent. That's getting taken down. He should have been maybe a bit earlier in that respect, because yeah, Surge is going to be able to take you down if you've got a super to hand. It'd be a shame not to use it now. Actually, Starline could bring this back to get the dub.
Well, it's a big play so far. Starline have control and the lead, just recently taking advantage of it at 72%. They find themselves at 85 and climbing, and Embra able to find a kill so far. Can't kill the cannon. Because of that, Clyde winds up on the good things. A nice answer back. Red team, skirt, skirt! And it's Starline with game number 1.
Straight out one of my favorite player names of the day, for sure. But yeah, Starline played it really well. You know, just were able to keep that composure going along the way. And I do feel like as long as they're able to value this Surge pick, and it does seem like that is the case, they were making some great plays with it. I like the way as well, just trying to bait out the Carl a little bit, but it does have a lot of weaknesses too, and can be exploited if the momentum shift is there, and then Embananados have some early pop-off, which they have there already, and keeping that range there as well. Yeah, if they continue this on, then I do worry for that Surge pick. It might be a very different story without that those stacks to hand.
New game, 24 and counting for Embananados. Nobody really on the point now, though, the 2v2. Strong and scary. Red team barely with control. Crow has to jump defensively pretty much as Bonnie starts to walk towards. But Bonnie from behind finds not one but two different players. Carl here as well. Skirts tries to jump. But blue team chilling. And Embananados 50%.
Well, Emerald's doing well in the mid and just time the jump lovely there, like just swapping over the mantle and allowing someone else to take the mid whilst going on the aggressive in that position was great teamwork there. And this could very well be the set going the way of Embananados if they keep this up. But Starline are resourceful and they are very good at taking back control. But again, my concern with that Surge pick is that now it's a different story. That the early pop-off that we saw in the first game was there because they was able to utilize so much more on that particular brawler. Now, how do they do the impossible here? They got the healing station in a good spot for it. They have to do a lot of work here, and the jump wasn't quite on point. It's now 99%, and just a couple of jumpers will be enough. That is going to be it. They will take the game. But the set is still up for grabs here. It's very neck and neck, and so dependent on a lot of factors going the way of whoever is going to get the early advantage here. But it is a close one tied up. I think this is a pretty even matchup. If that Surge can get on to those stacks earlier, then I do feel like Starline has still got the edge.
I agree there. I definitely agree there. I think that when it comes down to the Surge, he's got to get active early and often. Sometimes just like that, just level up. Doesn't really matter if you're able to like counter the Carl, just do the thing and find yourself in the driver's seat. 25-2. The Starline grabs control and seeks to hold on to it.
Very aggressive sideline there. Drop, and healing station is still in a great spot. Scourge jumping over there and just maximizing down the healing and keeping him Brawl low. He will get some time on the mid, but nothing to really write home about. As now a lovely takedown as well onto the Carl. It's going to leave a bit of a duel there between Lily and Brop, and the Salty Barrel is going to see to it that it goes the way of Lily. But I like that Skirts now is in a much more formidable position here. I mean, he can really go to town now with the max stack. That's all.
Oh my goodness!
Beautiful play there. Value, so much value there off the back of that penny pick.
Well, Pam here in trouble, staying alive forever, but it doesn't seem to be enough. It's their team's still trailing by about 21%. Pam stepping forward onto the point and to change things a little bit. In comes the jump, and obviously the assassin wins that trade. But Ember left relatively low. But Embanados feels relatively high, as it's a team wipe. And the blue team counting up towards 100. 90 and then some. This game one, set one. Looks like it's, or game three, set one. Looks like it's in Embanados' hands arc. But Starline are here. Last time they couldn't stop the jump-ins. Not so sure if they can do it again this time.
We're going to try for it, but they're not going to be able to make it. And that is going to be the first set going the way of Embananados then. And I mean, I still felt like Starline had a good chance to be able to do the opposite. If I'm honest, I feel like the comp was there and the ability to control was there. But Embananados just able to just make it work better. I think that's the thing, and you can see there it was a very close one. As we said going into this, we expect it to be so. But in terms of the drafts and everything, I think it was pretty close, pretty neck and neck. Just having a bit more of an ability to jump in on the aggressive just seemed to go a bit more of a longer way for Embananados, and yeah, I mean, picking up the dub there, really important for them, and moving into Devil Swoosh, I'm sure hoping to do no less. But you know, Starline, I think, is still in a decent position here. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see it go to Layer Cake. This could go the way of Starline if they get this draft on point as well. But definitely probably taking a few notes along the way of the things that they need to, like, you know, work on going into that matchup.
For sure. That is the big thought process for sure. You know, how you're able to iterate and what you've got to do to get all the way to Layer Cake. The composition is definitely a big part of it, the draft and what you pick and ban for sure. For me, it's just about hitting the field here. Double Swoosh, you got to just be able to play your picks and do them well. I think we've seen a lot of different iterations of these compositions come out. We've seen Double Swoosh played before today and different teams kind of approaches. I like the old school area denial. Give me the Amber even. Give me the M's. Give me these characters. Those brawlers do a really good job of, you want to hide in the swoosh? Never mind. You want something closer to the meta? Pick up Rock. But like, you definitely have these brawlers that are niche. And as the game gets deeper and deeper and more brawlers come out, we have almost 100 of them, right? Like, you're going to be in a situation where these characters are good for this particular map or mode as opposed to good in the meta, right? And that's, I think, something that you need to focus on. Teams are in the know for sure, but I think we can go even deeper with our picks.
Yeah, there's a lot of choice. I think you've got to consider heavily the ban of an Amber. I think now more teams are growing much more aware of her effectiveness on this particular map. Mid, I always feel like, you know, locking in Bo is a good way to go. I think there's still a lot of players that like would prefer Jean. I'm okay with either or, to be completely honest, but
sure.
I think Bo here gets a lot more value. Not only are you able to buy down the clock with the mines, but you're able to open things up and eradicate some of the bush. It's kind of why we see a lot less of those brawlers that tend to do well, particularly well in the bush. We used to see a lot of Rosa, a lot of Tara. I think Tara can still work here, but since that nerf to support from beyond is really dropped off quite a lot, but I think that it can still work for someone that's really able to, double down on the skill for that particular brawler. I think as well, like I said, Em's great choice. Pam would be a really solid choice as well. Fang here can work out pretty well as well. Spike is always a pretty solid and kind of go-to easy brawler to play, simply because Curveball can give you a lot of value. Bans are in. Crow, Penny, and Bonnie for Starline. Janet, Amber, and Squeak for Embananados. And yeah, pretty standard bans for me in all honesty here.
Got to agree there. Standard stuff, the Amber and the Squeak, area denial, big idea on that. Carl is a good choice here. I just don't think Carl's a bad choice. Pretty much, rarely is Carl a bad choice, and this is where Carl really gets to shine. IMO, but we'll see the Colette selected, and then next to her, the Jean that you were talking about earlier. So nice and easy.
Gotta respond here with a bow for me. Realistically, I mean, you can go Stu mid. It's not the worst thing, but there it is. Yeah, I prefer that, but I wouldn't have minded either or. It just provides a lot more of an ability to break open that mid, and Jin can then be seen at all times. And that magic hand, when you're able to creep, that's where the danger really lies. But you do have to have a bit more of an aggressive side lane to combine with this. Tara, again, I'm all for this. I don't see it nearly enough, but it's got to be played well. Again, I actually kind of feel like Psychic Enhancer is coming more into the meta now, or hasn't had a chance to because no one's playing Tara, but support from beyond has dropped off massively. I didn't realize how much so until just the other day, and I was like, holy, this is now kind of redundant. It doesn't really do much of anything except locate, really. That's the only thing it really provides now. No ability to tank to allow you to push forwards. But as a response, Starline could go Stu here. There's still a lot of choice, but Jessie was not the choice that I thought they were going to go. It can work a little bit, but I mean, I don't know, man.
Bro, I look down for a second and I hear you say Jessie, and I'm like, what is Ark talking about? Nobody picks Jessie. Why would you bring this up? It doesn't make any sense. And then I should have never doubted you, my man, because Jessie is selected here, and you are so handsome and so smart.
It's got a place here, but it is very avant-garde, shall we say. It's very out there.
That's a cute way to say it. Avant-garde. Well, I don't think it's gonna avant-garde anything, buddy. Can't guard the way to the finals if you lose. Oh man, realistically speaking, Jessie way out of the meta. What does she bring? She brings that little kind of like chain lightning bounce ball of her basic attack. She gives a little turret. The turret has spaces to be hidden on this map. Cool. At the end of the day, I think the strength level is just too low. Starline in the lead by 4 gems.
You can't deny it is kind of working. Like, I mean, it's winning lane. It's got turret yet again. I mean, Ember jumped in there. The turret is going to be able to slow him at least for the pull, which comes in. The gem being brought back in. I mean, it's right. Weird and wacky as an idea, but the facts are the facts. I mean, it can go badly wrong very quickly, don't get me wrong, but, let's see. Let's see how it goes.
I think it has more to do with the Colette on the other side, but right now, Starline have to deal with the all-out robbery as Iago and the boys take things and literally run with them. 11 gems on the Carl, and I don't think anybody is stealing Carl's rocks. Embananados with game number 1.
I mean, I felt like it shouldn't have been their win a little bit. I just got to come out and say it. I mean, they got the grab, of the gems, the Carl, and that's the perfect brawler for it. But all the way up until that point, the control was not with Embananados. It just wasn't. Like,
but here's the thing: you just need 1 second.
Yeah. We saw it earlier on today with AC Milan Qlash, right? I mean, it's not a win until the gems, there in your pocket until the final milliseconds. So part of the whole game plan is to make sure you don't drop them. Nonetheless, though, I feel like this could go another way here. Jesse's turret going down, as I know you love to see it, F. Scrutinized then is Embrawl, and Skirts follows it up with more continuation shots. 4 gems, 5. Well, now back to 5 in the pocket. 6 for Starline. Good start for them.
Love to see the long range accuracy. Carl coming up in the clutch that time. Well, that's short range accuracy, as he just spins on top of the dying brawler. But before, he landed a long range shot, and it was cool to watch for sure. 2:24 on the clock. 7 gems on Jesse's team. Embananados, on the other hand, getting a kill onto Jesse and securing control of this middle location. Right side, it's the other team, though. Colette doing work, killing and collecting. 11 seconds for Starline to count down from. And it's going to take a kill onto this Gene. I don't think it's coming. Game 3.
I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Like, I mean, Brock was there, and like, the Carl was very apparently aware of that magic hand, but after he retreated back, just stood still and waited for the inevitable, which may not have been the inevitable. That may have been a case of just dodging around and could have easily wasted the super, instead bringing gems on a silver platter. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can ever drop your guard when you're up against the Gene. You've always got to be aware of that super to hand, and teams are always calling it out. It's the first thing. The first rule of Brawl Esports is call out the supers and call out the moments that are going to be turning points. And I just felt like that was a big miss. But nonetheless, now evened up, and Starline didn't make the same mistakes as the previous game, but this is a new one. This is a fresh one. 4 gems in the pocket for Embananados, and a much better start. Super Totem getting some good value there as well on the both side of things, and that break might not be an advantageous one, as now little that can be done, and little miss pull as well. Not a great start at all for Starline.
Troublesome. 5-3. And Skirts here, no gems in the hand, but Embrawl falls, or Embrawl gets the kill and causes them to fall. Gems in the middle, spawning, nobody really in control here, Arc. Starline are close, but they can't go in without getting Carled. And Carl can't go in without getting, I guess, Jesse'd. It does prevent Embananados from grouping up too much. You see the way these bouncing shots work. Punishes Embananados for grouping too heavily. That said, Embananados 1 away from countdown.
I kind of like Jesse. I do. Like, it's kind of like a safe way of ensuring a takedown. You're not really necessarily sure where someone's lurking, but you know that gadget. After you pop it, you're going to know for sure when they're slowed, and you can follow up and just ensure. Great pull as well there from Brop. And now, oh, he survives on 60 HP down the top right, just about, but the countdown is on. And that is a key moment, realistically, him to be in the mix for it. There could be a retake here, potential. The turret goes down. 4 seconds, 3. I don't think they're going to reach the bow. Are they? Not quite. Not quite. Embananados will take it, and what a key one to take, as they now are 2 sets up over Starline.
A nice try. A nice try. You know, definitely a nice try. The Jesse, I think, realistically, the big thing about the Jesse is to prevent the clump up in the middle. If you're looking to maintain control of midsection, you jump up as 3, you push forward. Jesse, she shoots 1 player, all 3 of them get shot. I guess that's the mentality, and it worked out a little bit. Every now and then we saw it come to fruition, where the enemy was too clumped up, Embananados had to spread out because of the threat of the Jesse. Cool. Didn't win. Next. I get the strategy. Wasn't strong enough.
You hit me deep. You hit me hard there after, like, and the
I get it.
I can't really argue it. I mean, I remember the other day with Teddy. Teddy, well, he took actual offense to seeing Jesse. I don't think it was here, but when he saw it, he actually, like, he got very upset.
Well,
I feel like on the casting team, everyone hates Jessie as much as we see in all the Brawl commercials. I'm the only one rooting for her to not get bullied all the time. She's got a place. I'd love to see her come back and mess her a bit more.
Well, here's my thing is, Teddy is like a master of the meta. Teddy like makes his tier list and he's like, these are the good characters. If you're not picking it, I don't know what you're doing. And to be fair, Teddy's like the smartest one of us, so like, okay. But I embrace
developing a New York accent as well, it seems.
I embrace the off meta. But as somebody that likes the weird stuff, as somebody that really enjoys that Johnny, that blue style of play, you also have to defend the stuff that's just too weird and out there, right? And so the Jessie, I understand where you're coming from. I get it. But as somebody that wants to see you play Frank, as somebody that wants to see Poco get some screen time, I can't defend the off-meta characters that don't actually work out. This was the idea. Jessie prevents the opponent from clumping up, and if you combine Jessie with another character that prevents the opponent from clumping up, and or somebody that you bring Jessie in, they spread out, and then somebody punishes them for spreading out, well, all of a sudden, I'm picking up what you're putting down. But just like, Jessie pick, I'm good. There's a little bit left to be desired.
Yeah.
And so just like Starline, there's a little bit left to be desired. So we shift gears, and we go to Gold Arm Gulch. It is knockout time, Mark.
Don't get me wrong, like, it was a terrible third and final pick. There's plenty of other brawlers that they should have gone with. I would like to have seen it work. Either way, Golden Gulch can be very much a different draft in that respect. I feel like Starline are not out of the mix yet. They are still they are on life support, let's say. But they are still on par to be able to bring this one back. It just depends upon how much this has knocked their confidence going in to this one. And Embananados, they just seem to be able to tie it up and not let that kind of threat of the unknown phase them. They're able to see it through until the end. That we cannot say so far against you cannot say the same for Starline, who've struggled realistically. They've been bringing back games the whole way through, but they're just not able to secure the final outcome. And I think they could have done in that last matchup if they had kind of got a bit of a firmer hold on the draft. I think the draft going in on Hot Zone could have been a bit better with a potential Lola pick. I'm pretty sure it was them that banned the Bell, but the Bell was banned either way by one of the two teams, and that would normally be a good indication to go for it. They went with the Surge in the end. Let's see, though, how they approach this one. But the draft has got to be on point. There's a lot of stars there on Brabo's jacket. And Bounce is the fifth and final set. We may not be able to see any stars in the gameplay if we don't get through these moments now. And we've got to see a turnaround, honestly. Starline are definitely in a perilous position here. Almost identical bands there, just the tick and the squeak separating the two. Actually, no, Janet and Bonnie. God, those brawler models are very, very similar, aren't they? So actually, we're going to have a great deal of options. Well, not necessarily, but 5 brawler bands. Pretty big deal. Gene being picked up first by Embananados. I don't mind at all here. But, I mean, there's a Riku there. There's a Ruffs there. There's a Bell there. Yeah, and there's the Bell. Bo as well, still there. There's so many options, realistically, here for Starline to really run riot.
Sorry, I'm thinking. I'm very curious as to, like, there are so many different ways. There's so many different ways to play. Like, cause I find knockout so intense. Like, if you pick a bad composition on any other game mode, you can kind of like shift gears and change things mid-game. If you pick a bad comp in knockout, you lose. And so, that said, there's so many different ways to kind of play this map. You've got walls up, down, left, right, and then your diagonals. You've got a little bit of push, but not like real space to hide. And so I love Grom here. I want Starline to go Sprout last pick. Daryl might throw a wrench in that conversation a little bit, but I think Sprout can show up on this map, and honestly, I would have liked to see it on Embananados, but then I would have said they didn't have enough damage. So the Brock selection here is nice. Arc, I might like both comps for the first time all day.
It's got to be Bo for me here. I love the Sprout idea. It's a great third and final pick, but then you bring in Daryl, like you said, a spanner in the works, and then Brock on top of that to break open the walls. I'm with you. Like I feel like it would have been great had that not have been the case.
Exactly.
But they, I mean, realistically, all Rico, if they're filling those side lanes to really seek out and destroy what might be lurking. The Grom is good here, actually. A very underrated one for Goldom Gulch. The Watchtower gadget, really, really good for visibility in the bush, and then combining that with other ideas could go a long way. But they haven't got any healing, so it could be a Pam coming in as well. Like they got to consider the fact that at the moment, Embananados with the Gene have got a lot of survivability. Colette, okay, well, you got your gadget itself. I don't know whether I do.
So I like it better. I like it better than the healing idea because it's knockout. Like, if I want to heal, I'll go hide. Colette's going to be able to deal with your tanks across the way.
We shall see. We shall see. I mean, there might not be anywhere to hide with the Grom, to be fair. But it is on their side, which is a bit of saving grace already. At top right, it's already been destroyed instantaneously, and that's the thing with the Brock pick for Lele. It's, you know, you can really shape the map exactly how you want it to be early on. Both teams just kind of filling each other out. There is a super to side as well, though. Iago just very quickly earning that off the back of the ability to maintain and build it up by not really doing anything at all, and now closing the bottom. I like closing in. The gotcha gadget popped already by Skirts, and it's going to allow him to go the aggressive, but great roll in. Great slow as well, but it's a 2 versus 1. No way he comes out on top.
Starline. Good stuff. It's all about when it comes down to these knockout plays, it's all about that like activation. When you jump in, when you get it done here. And the Grom does a good job of like setting things up, not by setting things up, but just like finding damage, right? Like when we talk about setup characters, we usually talk about like Gene grabs and Tara supers, but Grom just surprises you a little bit, and as soon as you find that damage, all in, Colette rolls forward. Bell doesn't have to go anywhere, but still, that's the idea. Whenever Grom connects, all in, if Colette has the super.
Well, it's been a little bit stalematy so far, and I don't mind it. I mean, ultimately, Embananados are going to have a better time of getting towards the overtime area where the gas starts to close everything in, and that's going to be where the Colette is trying to thrive off the back of things, and you know, you get a pushback, knockback, super, and they're able to force people into the gas. I don't think that's probably the star power being run. Great pull by Brawl. Iago goes in as well. That should be a takedown, but again, he's kind of got to juke this perfectly. He's got the upper hand in terms of the HP, but if there is a Grom super, it could go a long way. Great roll, great timing, great awareness from Iago to tie things up.
That was individual prowess. Iago just played that exactly perfectly. Dodge the Grom shots, always, you know, dodge on the diagonal, not that difficult to do, but then find the roll in the perfect time. Enemy locked in thanks to the smog. Really, really smooth play from Iago, keeping his team in this one. Embananados, big picture, have the lead 2-0, but in this one, fighting for game number 1. Split down the rounds. Look at this. Gene, bottom left side, taking a little too much damage there from the Grom. And you saw Starline start to inch forward. Colette got the super, and Embananados needed and knew that they had to just abandon ship, fall all the way back, go into the bushes, and now they have another chance.
Okay, well, again, the magic hand is going to be quite a crucial thing to have. Would have liked to have seen a bit more patience there from Lele, to be honest. But that connected as well as the shots that lined up. But there goes Iago in the complete opposite direction. Huge misplays there from Embananados to Starline. Bring it. Yeah.
What? Bro, did you hit the wrong? What? I need to see a what happened? No, seriously, did Daryl just dash in the wrong direction?
I think he may have dashed. It may have been a knock off the wall. It happened so quick, but instantaneously I knew. it was like, what are we doing? Where are we going with that? Like that? Yeah, not great. Cracks are starting to show a little bit here for Embananados, and could be the perfect time for Starline to take advantage of that. Let's be honest. I do feel like comp-wise, realistically, Embananados, in my opinion, have got the better one if they're playing it for the long game, which they were all the way through that that first game. But let's see. Now we're kind of swapping sides, and everyone's still on their feet, but it is Iago who has super first. And Brawl is marked up as well this time around, so that could be a factor here as well.
My man went the wrong direction. I'm still on the last one, man. I'm wilding. That's insane to me. Okay. Restart. Round 1.
GT go next.
Okay. Starline here. Left side. Here comes the roll from Iago. Not great, but better than last time. The pull, also not great. Starline, round 1. Okay. That is a momentum breaker. That, like, listen, I'm not going to make fun of the guy for messing up too hard, but we do have to earnestly look at the result. And the result of that, it's not just a round, it's the round and the game. And I'm sure his teammates weren't nice to him about it. That takes the wind out of my wings. If Embananados had any momentum, it's gone.
I love the fact that you're such a kind-hearted caster, F, because just like, if you're not going to go into town on him, I will. I mean, it's not like a missed gene pull. It's a down roll. You can't mess that up. If he hit the wall, I can kind of understand, which is what I kind of maybe at the corner of my eye thought that he might have done. But if he rolled the wrong way, that's a new one for me.
My dude, what are you doing?
But I love that you care so much to go back in the VOD in real time just to clarify. But as we say that, Embrawl with a great pull, but his teammates cannot be. Oh, actually survives on. Iago rolls in as well. The knockback is there.
One shot
keeps him alive. Can he get this double takedown? Not going to happen. Starline will bring this back a set, and that's an important set for them. I feel like they deserved it. I mean, just too many mistakes on the side of Embananados, and yeah, that is going to haunt them a little bit when it comes back to the VOD. But nonetheless, I think they deserve the win. I think the drop was better. I don't know whether I loved it, but it still got a better job done than we saw in the previous sets. And you good? You good?
I don't think that Starline deserved the win. I think Embananados deserved the loss. Bro, I'm just so... I can't, that might have been the most egregious mistake I have seen ever. Like, you just can't do that, man. And I do think the momentum just zapped out of the squad. Unfortunate cookie here. Just not a great look. If I'm Embananados, if they do not win, if they don't win game 1 of Backyard Brawl, I think they lose the whole thing. And Starline, like, I think I am deflated. The caster is deflated. I can only imagine what it's like on that team. You saw Iago, like, okay, yeah, we're gonna cover our mouths so the camera doesn't see what we're saying. He's just saying he's sorry. Oh my God, I gotta drop it. I'm sorry, folks. But like that one caught me off guard. Let's move to Brawl Ball. Backyard Brawl, folks. Let's see how this one goes here. Again, we played a little bit earlier. Teams fighting for their position in this grand finals. Waiting for them in the wings is AC Milan Qlash. And so it's down to Starline to find themselves on the good side. Embananados, I think, have to... This is a mark of what kind of team they are. Either they can make it past, or they're just going to think about that Daryl roll. That's me on the corner.
Broken new ground here today at the BSC. You know, we've got momentous moments of potentially AC Milan Qlash. Being the first team in the world to get a golden ticket to the World Finals, and F dot getting broken by a Daryl roll.
Oh, sheesh! All right, we got a new one here, folks. Backyard Bowl. Let's see how this one goes. Embananados one more time, thinking about their P's and B's. And there they are. No stunt ladies, no Brock, no Max, and no Crow as well. Is Crow your favorite brawler?
When it comes to cosplay, maybe. I mean, you know, it's definitely one of the most versatile. You know, I mean, it's a tough one to call, to be fair, between that and Summer Pam. But you know, I mean, depends what day of the week it is, to be honest. As to how I feel.
Can you do Summer Pam cosplay?
I've been trying to get the BSC to allow cosplay in for a very, very long time in the cast, and they've always been a bit reluctant. I'm not sure why. I mean, especially with Summer Pam, she's got quite the look. But draft-wise, bringing it back down, I do feel like Embananados have got onto a good start here with Carl and Bo on Backyard Bowl. I think a lot of the stalemate kind of moments that you tend to see in Backyard Bowl are the result of not having a wall break, and I feel like it could have been better to have banned it out on the side of Starline. They go with Penny, not a bad show at all, especially if you can get that momentum push and get your opposition, you know, back on the behind the lines, and then the turret can really come into play. Piper's a risky one. It really is. I mean, especially if they do lose control and that Penny turret comes into play, and the mortar starts firing down on that situation. Could be a tough one to get out of here. Let's see how it fares. Ultimately, I feel like this is going to go the way of the team that are able to establish and keep the control the best. Because ultimately, yeah, if Starline loses control, then the Bo's will be able to break the mid. Watch out for the gadget as well on the Bo side. It might not be Super Totem in the eventuality of trying to break instantaneously walls open. That could be a factor to just watch out for as well. Ooh, great gadget there on the side of the Bo there to be able to evade the homemade recipe with the salty barrel. But either way, quite a frantic start. And I like that, especially in Backyard Bowl.
Keep it active. Jump away there for Pam. Piper, my mistake. Jump away there from Piper. Middle is being taken over as Skirts has won their lane, and Colette here lurking. But here comes Carl. Colette super, not good enough. And Lele is strong, winning their fight on the right side as well. Not a large enough opening, and so nothing happens. But we do move up to Embananados' aggressive side of the field. So you've got this the first shift. And I should take that back. Nothing happens is incorrect. That shift is a big deal as far as map momentum and control is concerned. However, now it seems like nothing has happened as Starline is able to answer back and shove the ball back in mid.
Well, good pressure being applied by Starline, and I hope that they've kind of clocked onto the fact that we've not seen the Super Totem yet. It could very well be Tripwire on the horizon for Lele. If they get into that goal scoring opportunity, then those mines could be popping very quickly, and it might take them by surprise. Penny turret though coming into play as well, and that's, you know, exactly why Embrawl pushing forwards there is a good move to make. Gets taken down, gets the high ground. Lele though has not got super yet. He's wanting to earn that surely, but might be able to walk this in regardless. Can we see? Yeah, we'll walk it in regardless. Get super as well for the next round. That's a great start for Embananados.
Nice look there for Embananados. The Piper coming in and actually making some work done as she was able to find a kill or two and answer back. This time around, she answers. Nice. And look who it is. Big plays from Carl. They should be able to beat the respawn. And they do. And I want to point out this for my man. You know who played that, Daryl? Hiago. You know who played this Piper? Hiago. And this Piper was a big part of what allowed Embananados to find the Game 1 victory. And so listen, I am never going to apologize for dunking on the person that deserves to be dunked on, but I will always give the flowers when they are deserved as well. And so the Piper did well in Game 1. Carl with a little bit of flash and a little bit of cash. Embra with the highlight reel moves. Woo! You love to see it.
Lovely stuff. Really nice stuff there. I've got to say, like, it's a great thing to see Carl back in the meta for the reasons like that. We haven't seen nearly enough of that in the BSC for a long time, but now chance for Starline to start to push this one forwards. Duking along the way. Have got to get somewhat of an opportunity here. There's nothing to their advantage on the wall break side, so they have to work really, really hard to make this work. Now Brawl can get the ball clear and, yeah, pop the gadget as well. And Baba left in the dust. Can they stop this in time? They're going to need a mark. There's the mark. Can they stop it? They do. As a result of that play there, great defense, but, I mean, they've got so much work still to do. They've got 1 minute 30 to do it.
Listen, the Carl self-pass flying hook That's the equivalent of throwing the ball off the backboard and dunking it yourself, okay? You're not allowed to do that twice in a row. Carl trying to get the pass play to happen. That was intentional, that death right there. Carl basically knows that he's going to die, so trades his life out to join his teammates a little bit quicker. Nice play, nice play, nice play.
Yeah, it was triple out for Lele. We saw it just there and haven't needed it so far. I mean, they've just been able to make it work regardless. And I love this comp for that very reason. Like, the Carl can make plays, the Bo can make plays. And at the moment, Starline need to make a play. 40 seconds, and they are slowly seeing themselves dwindle down. It is still match point, remember? If Embananados keep this scoreline in terms of the goals and everything else, then they will be going to the grand final. We need to see more, and we have got not much time to do it. That's a great takedown as well. And Brawl can pocket this all day long, and oh my day, Starline they just had it so close within their grasp and just couldn't seal the deal.
Colette with a miss super there might be the final deadly kiss for Starline here in the semis. And Embananados on the other hand, yeah, Iago, you earned it. Spin, let him know. Let him know, baby. Embananados are your squad. Iago making up for past transgressions, and he'll be swimming on to the grand finals.
I don't know. I'm still reeling off the back of it. F-Dot, gotta be honest here. I mean, like, I don't know whether I'm ready for forgiveness just yet. I don't know whether I'm ready, but I mean, we shall see. I mean, they are through to the grand finals. Maybe they'll be able to redeem themselves for me, at least there. But again, as we were saying earlier on today, you know, AC Milan Qlash is that something that you want to face? I mean, to be fair, I mean, going into the grand finals, I think this is the best team to take them on today. I mean, based on everything that we've seen, you know, Embananados looks very, very good. And I have my money, to be fair, on Starline, just based upon their previous performances and, like, you know, looking at their kind of, you know, yeah, their experience on paper. I felt like they had a bit more of an edge. But I love the way that Embananados have come in prepared today. And, you know, again, we were saying about how important it is for AC Milan Qlash to get this win. If they get this win, they get the golden ticket to the World Finals. Is this going to be the day that the banana has its day? That's the question for me. Imagine that we had to continue that storyline over to next month if they can do the unthinkable.
I'm sorry, man. You just have a great way with words. Is the banana gonna have its day?
Is it?
Are we going to get filled with potassium, or will they get peeled? That's the question. No. I understand. I understand why this team's appealing to you, Ark.
Oh wow. Oh, you took it too far, F-Dot. You took it too far, man.
Oh man, grand finals all set and done. AQ Milan, the top card, they are sitting here high and mighty, and Embananados though have earned their trip. Are they ripe for a victory? We'll find out after this.
the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way!
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, friends. It is time for our grand finals. I'm your host, F. joined here by Ark. We're trudging forward the way a lot of these teams have. We've had a long, arduous day here in the LATAM South monthly finals, and now it's time to crown an August champion. This is the way things looked once upon a time. We had our top 8 out of the Power League format, and that wound up with ZERØZONE, Portuguesa Esports, and everyone else you see lined up in that quarterfinal section. Some good competition back and forth, but ultimately it's AC Milan Qlash who topple ZZ to find themselves in the finals, and then Embananados, despite a couple of missteps, they find themselves besting both Starline and Six to find themselves in the grand finals. Now, Ark, we've taken a look at the leaderboard before, and we've seen where these teams line up as far as points are concerned, and AC Milan Qlash overwhelmingly numero uno. They've got about 500 points, if I'm not mistaken, and if they win this one, they are your first team in the entire world to qualify for the World Championships later on this year.
Exactly that, you know, and this is why I'm rooting for the underdogs here. I mean, I would love to see AC Milan Qlash slip up at the final hurdle, but simply because I'm just wanting the storylines to continue. I want the unpredictability and I want the uncertainty. Yeah, do you like that one? I was just following on from where we left off. But you know, again, it's looking like a long way away. I mean, this is a team that have only lost one grand final of monthly finals throughout the entire season. It's a big ask, you know, for me to go into this one wanting the underdog to win, simply because very little stirs AC Milan Qlash. I mean, today, you know, they knocked down Chasmac Gaming in the quarterfinals very breezy. I mean, a couple of like hiccups along the way in the semis, but I mean, nothing that really ever looked to them to be in real peril. Let's be honest. They are just simply a team that at the moment are on top form. Embananados, though, at the moment, you know, I didn't expect, in all honesty, for them to do nearly as well as they have done today. I mean, I'm looking back at my predictions thinking, actually, the AC Milan Qlash guys are keeping me in the mix here a little bit. Everything else kind of didn't go the way I expected it to be. So in that respect, I don't know. I mean, anything could happen, but again, what it would mean for AC Milan Qlash, there's no doubt about it. It means more for them to win today.
I mean, that's the fun stuff, you know, talking about how you got a couple of your predictions wrong, myself as well. That's the good stuff. Listen, as commentators up here, we get to dive deep, and theoretically, we know what we're talking about. Sometimes we don't, and you guys always let us know in the comments. But theoretically, we know what we're talking about. So when things don't go the way we might expect, that means sports happened. Something exciting went down. Something unexpected is how we wound up here. And so, like, yes, unbiased all the time. I'm always going to deliver you the excitement as it comes. However, secretly, deep down, I'm always rooting for the story. I'm always rooting for something fun, and usually that winds up being the underdog.
Exactly that. You know, it just makes everything more exciting. It just stretches out everything longer, and you know, that's my only reasoning for it. I mean, AC Milan Qlash are going to go into this like it is, again, just another day at the office. Like, calm, collected. They've got their game plan. You know, rinse and repeat. We've been here before, guys. In fact, no, we've been here, you know, 3 times on top, and 1 time where, you know, it didn't quite go our way. You know, March, April, July monthly final champions is just that one that went the way of Chasmac, you know, which was, I believe, back in May. Well, draft coming in, Lola bans, interesting one. We haven't seen Lola ban pretty much at all today. Crow and Bell picks, or rather the bans for AC Milan Qlash. Colette, Bonnie, and Carl banned out by Embananados. A swift pick of Max for Qlash, and a swift one of that of Penny for Embananados, of course, for Safe Zone. Does leave a lot of opportunity open. Nanny coming in. That's going to maybe make AC Milan Qlash reconsider this Piper pick that Qlash was popping off with here earlier on today in the quarters. Nani's a direct counter to Piper and the Max as well. Makes me feel like Acer and Qlash have got something else up their sleeve.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm keeping my eyes open. Love the Brock pick. And the Daryl selection as well. Safe zone here, Heist. Daryl's always going to be attractive. I think that Brock is absolutely what you're looking for, not just on Heist, but on Safe Zone as well. The last pick here for Embananados. We'll see what they lock in. After this, we'll go to Hot Zone and then Brawl Ball, and we'll do Knockout and Gem Grab if we need them. But at the moment, Surge is going to be picked in. The Lieutenant locked down here for Embananados. How are you feeling about this composition?
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Surge. It's quite a common pick here in LATAM South for Safe Zone. It's a risky one for sure. It always has been, always will be. I wouldn't be necessarily have been surprised to see a Gale come in, but just, take out Blustery, Blow, Star Power, put in Freezing Snow to really isolate that Daryl and have it slowed and picked up upon and kind of bullied in that respect. But you're just going to kind of see now Embananados play a bit more of a defensive game and just capitalizing down on the Nanny to go on the aggressive, bring in the Peep, go in with the Warp Blast and just kind of like see themselves on the other side of the map. But that's where Ace Man Qlash is just going to really double down on the aggressiveness here. Great takedown on the right hand side by Brawl, and now has the Peep to hand. Qlash will be looking to tank it with the Phase Shifter, so watch out for that. He's going to go in for it now, or not. Not quite sure why he did that.
Just going for it as Carol Dog and Daryl wind up combining here for some big damage onto the safe. We got a whole bunch, 44%. And we'll see how things fare after that. Just a reminder, you guys can watch on a number of different platforms. And of course, we invite you the most to view on event.brawlstars.com. Get the game and then some. As Iago gets a kill and then some, almost opens the door for his team to start looking at the enemy safe zone, but that will not be the case. Nani! Here he is, other side, and Brawl goes directly onto the safe. Is it enough to distract Embananados though? Or excuse me, AC Milan Qlash, all three of them respawn, and a nice, what's the word? Response.
You might say response, I'd say just obliteration.
Equalizer, there you go.
That's a lot of damage right there. Oh my word, AC Milan Qlash dropped the ball big time. Just commit to the push here. You can get the damage there. They can just commit exactly that. I'm surprised it took as long as it did for that Nanny to really show its worth. But in the end, like it started to shine through at just the right time, and combining that with the Surge as well and the Penny Turret, everything just pummeling down on the AC Milan Qlash safe. What a way to ruffle their feathers early on, and now they've got to respond big time to that, because that was a big miss. They had the control throughout the entire game, but that's the power of Nanny. You know, I think Kylo's really got to be more aware of the Peep. Really go into town with the Phase Shifter and just eradicate it as being an option, because that was the start of the end, and they cannot let that happen again. Max is the ideal person to take care of that situation, but he didn't seem bothered by it in that last game there very much.
Agreed. Definitely something players have to be a little bit more aware of. AQM also, they kind of got stuck in the mud. They weren't sure, should they or shouldn't they? And ultimately, you've got to make a choice. And Embananados choose to win that first game. Right lane is open. Brock goes in left side. A little bit too early. As damage here from the right side winds up doing work. KO Dog again winds up getting some victories. And so 25% done by AC Milan Qlash so far.
It's good damage. That's what they need, but as we saw in the last game, one big push here from Embananados can end things all, and there's a Penny Turret going down there. Qlash though, able to pick it up quite quick, and a bit of an error there in that respect. There's now some damage coming in finally from Embananados. There is 1 minute remaining, however, so if they can just kind of play this slow and steady and get themselves into position here, they can bring this one back. But AC Milan Qlash are looking better this time round. No mistakes there, but Phase Shifter from Qlash, don't mind it necessarily, but didn't pick up the most amount of value, to be honest. It's the positioning power, though, here that matters, and Embananados cannot stay in this position very long. They've got to get out, and Peep could be the thing to do it. But Dog, yeah, surely now being a bit more aware to it. Let's see if he does phase shift. He's not doing the phase shift, just going straight on the aggressive. That could work.
Big play. Here comes Nani. Has to go up and play defense, though, because AQM going to town. And defense, not enough to end it just yet. One more shot from Brock will do it. And there he does it. Tied 1-1. AC Milan Qlash. Feeling good. But that Nani is scary.
It's scary. It made sense there to commit to the push. I mean, all that time the Peep is traveling down the map. It's time to like go, right guys, let's just all attack whilst it's a 3 versus 2. Previous to that, it wasn't the case, and they had like more of a sort of back footing in that mid control area, which they probably should have defended a bit better. But made perfect sense that they had a lot of early damage, and that's the thing that Embananados have got to be much more aware of in the early game. They weren't in that previous moment, they weren't sort of valuing it as much, and they're not valuing it now, and I kind of wonder why. These are the moments that Ace Man Qlash want to get investment for later on down the lines, and look at this, they're just kind of all over this right now.
Big damage there coming out from the Daryl as he rolls in. That said, Embananados closer than they have been all game number 2. Game number 1 they obviously won. Keep an eye on the Nani. Gonna be down south, looking at the enemy box, but this time around there's a defensive player. BT Zim is here. Everyone else is up north. Nani's down south, but the damage has been dealt. 15% remains on the safe. 39% Embananados on the offensive.
I just don't know why Dog is not phase shifting these Peeps. I don't get it, but regardless, there's a big push coming in. That should seal the deal for Ace Man Qlash to take the first set. But it's just like such a normal thing to do when you're playing Max against a Nani. You know, every Peep that comes in, you phase shift out the game and you carry on what you were doing. But I don't know, they must feel like it gave them the advantage to not in some way, shape or form. And they got the set in the end, but towards the end, it was very close. It could genuinely have gone another way. Very little in it, actually. When you look at the scoreline, it would say more or less the same, but definitely, yeah, I mean, pretty close, actually. It could be Embananados here that, you know, going in as the underdog, I think they've got a fighting chance.
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you're able to take the best team in your region to a game 3, that's always something you're like, so you're saying there's a chance, right? Like just barely. And that's all you need. If you're a competitive player, you're built different. And I'm not memeing here. Your brain thinks differently. That's why when you see, you know, your favorite football player, they're also really good at whatever game they play because they approach things differently. And if you're telling me there's no chance, then oh well, but if you're telling me there's a 1% chance and I'm a competitive player, then I'm all in, Ark. You've been around competition and competitors long enough to like know that these players have a different mentality, and all you got to do is dangle that carrot at the end of the stick. Bam. I'm in, I'm engaged, and Embananados, they absolutely know what's on the line, and they think they can do it. And as long as they think they can do it, there's a chance.
Yeah, there's one quality that everyone shares, and that is they all hate losing. Every single pro player hates to lose, and that is the driving force with everything they do. And you know, that could be the driving force here for Embananados. They took that first loss in the first set. They could bounce back and, you know, come back stronger. Ultimately, Hot Zone is definitely a tough one to be behind, but they are not massively behind. If they lose this set, though, they are looking in a bit of a spot. They've got to get this draft on point. I didn't mind their draft in Safe Zone, to be completely honest. But it was kind of apparent that Ace Man Qlash were going to mix things up from their previous kind of strategies going in. Here in Ring of Fire, I still think there's a lot of choice, actually, when it comes to broader choices and what teams want to go in with the approach of doing. But the bans obviously will dictate a lot of that. I want to see Janet bans. I want to see Bonnie bans. I want to see the Usual Suspects banned. I don't necessarily care too much about Carl being banned out here. I think you can kind of avoid banning him a little bit. But having said that, you know, the win rates speak for themselves on that particular brawler. I think Bo here is going to be valued quite highly. Again, I love seeing Lou here, but we haven't really seen much of it earlier today. Penny banned, Crow banned, Bonnie banned. No Janet banned yet. Leon, Carl, and Stu on the side of Embananados. So interesting stuff.
So I like as the yes, exactly, good stuff. Embananados, I like their bans. Basically, they just banned stuff that better players beat you with. You know what I mean? Like, Stu is what you pick to outplay your opponent. And Call right now is a similar choice. Leon, he's just Leon. And so Embananados just banned out these brawlers that are able to hyper carry and just be better than you. And so they banned that, and then they pick the Janet themselves. And so this makes AC Milan Qlash pick more fair brawlers. You know what I mean by that? Like, Bell and Pam are very fair, whereas like Stu kind of isn't. So they're forcing their opponents, who are theoretically better than them, to play the fair stuff. And then Embananados gets to pick the really crazy character right now in Janet, and followed up with a bow selection, which is very, very strong right now. So, you know, at the end of the day, nobody's ever going to knock this Pam Bell combo, but it's not absurd like some of these other characters that we see. And so this I love. I want to see what they pick third, but I love this draft so far from the red team.
Yeah, me too. I, again, would love to see Lou. I don't think we're going to see it, to be honest. But combining Bo with Lou here, it's honestly really dirty. I like the response, because
I would like to see Lou.
Here, honestly. Yeah, it's going to be squeak on the side of AC Milan Qlash. Tara, I still don't think Tara is the worst of ideas here. I would have liked to have seen something combined with the bow to be able to delay the timer more, and Lou does that in a massive way. Sure. It can bring back so much time into your favor here, but the response to the Pam with the bow was great, because ultimately you can place those mines on the healing station and just kind of eradicate its effectiveness. But Pam is a difficult one to shake in the mid, and Bell would have been a great thing to have against it in that same respect, to be able to mark her up and get a swifter takedown. But let's see how this one fares. Straight away, VT Zim pushing up so high and almost went down for it, somehow came out on top, and Brawl wasting no time to get right into the spawn side of AC Milan Qlash.
Squeak, my favorite brawler in the game at the moment. Love Squeak's presence on any hot zone map, to be honest with you. That said, he's got to be alive to do work, and so far the enemy team has done a great job of dealing with what anything Squeak wants to do. So his teammates, though, have done a great job. AC Milan Qlash almost 30%, and Embananados here on the back foot as Motep finds kill number 1. Cow dog! Kill number 2. P.S. Squeak out here doing work as per usual. And AC Milan Qlash finds themselves halfway home.
There's a chance, though, still, with Embananados getting good control now. But the nest X value there of the mid kind of place all 3 for a rainy day, and that day is here. Definitely felt the rough side of that one. Nice Tara pull under a lot of scrutiny of the back of that scrap sucker gadget there, but great marks being applied from Cardlock. He never seems to miss them so far, but it's VT Zim who gets the takedown at the end, and now control of AC Milan Qlash. Can't see a way that they're shaking off this one, and Embananados gonna have to go back to the drawing board and try this one again.
Motep, no one can see you, dog. He's spinning on the opponent. Nobody can see you. You're in the bush. I guess he's doing that for us and the people at home. Or is it just a natural reaction to spin when you've got that sort of lead here? AC Milan Qlash take this one with 70 points ahead. Technically 69 points ahead of their opposition. We'll see what happens this time around in game number 2. Embananados. So again, I like this draft. The idea is all in. Tara supers, groups these people in, you get the double or triple suck, and then you have Janet just dive bomb from above alongside Bo doing both things. I get it. Again, I like the Jesse. I get it. Doesn't make it good. Team wipe here from ACMQ. We're counting up from 25.
There's the residue from VT Zim. I was thinking for so long, where is this gadget from him? Because normally you place it as the first shot you have, but this is the thing about AC Milan Qlash and the gadgets. They're so resourceful with them. They're so patient to keep hold of them, actually. it just seems to be a recurring thing in every game. Like we saw previously, Dog not using the phase shift against the Peep, and at the end of Brawl, we were saying about how they all had that utility available to them. They are so patient to reserve a lot of their firepower in the eventuality that things start to go like the opposite way. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I like that patience. Sometimes you can be a little too patient, right? You can be too big brain for your own good. I'm looking at you, phase shifter, Nani. What's up? However, I think a lot of the times that patience actually really pays off and is a big part of what makes Qlash such a strong team. And Embananados, though, on the good side at the moment, couple of kills here has opened up the map for them, and now they find themselves 40%. Squeak wins on the left side, and Cowdog just, well, he's keeping on. Keep it on! The invisible player gets shut down by Bell. And it just opens up the map that much more. Tara shoved out on top, 85%, and running with it. AC Milan Qlash, another one for Squeak. But a stutter step here as Embananados have a great looking spot at the moment.
Yeah, I just feel for me, like, you know, the comp wasn't a bad one, really, for Embananados, but the way they played it just was a bit all over the place, if I'm honest. I mean, yeah, like, on paper, like, you know, if you're able to, both a great mid to have, but it just felt like, you know, that wasn't where they were playing it at all. It's kind of everywhere. You know, Tara can have a really strong foothold in your back spawn, and you know, you're not able to even escape your spawn to be able to contest the mid. If she's there with super to hand, you're kind of in a stalemate position. You can't do anything whilst your teammate is in the middle cap in the zone. Like, it's not a bad comp, but I mean, Qlash just, you know, were able to really ruffle their feathers. They were able to be in a position of power throughout from start to finish, and just left them with little option really other than just to submit to it.
Well, when we talk about draft, picks and bans, composition, we always look at characters, how good they are in a vacuum, how good they are together, what strategy you need to pair up with them, but also how the enemy responds on the battlefield itself, not just with what they pick. We know you pick Carl, so you got to look the other way to see if they pick a counter to it. You know, if you pick a tank, you got to look the other way to make sure they don't pick a counter to it, right? We get that. But also on the field itself. So I brought up the idea that Tara comes through, supers them, and players are stuck in one spot, and Janet just bombs everybody. That makes sense. And in a mode like Hot Zone, you can rely on these all-in type strategies. Problem is, across the way, AQM played it well and spread out. At no point in time did they let themselves get Tara supered. And honestly, they kept an eye on Tara the entire time. They made sure that Tara was their #1 priority. They made sure that she wasn't allowed to play the game, let alone super. Tara was shoved up in that right lane the entire time. And so it was the in-game response from AQM that allowed them to be the victor. Now sitting on match point, we go to Brawl Ball here on Beach Ball.
I was going to say, and skill. I feel like at the moment, Ace and Qlash are outskilling the opposition. I mean, it's not necessarily like an outdraft, but they are looking by far the more comfortable in the way that they are clearing up the scraps and just kind of making sure that the communications are really on point and harnessing those lane sides with so much aggressive power. They are just looking as we'd expect them to finish as they started, really, because again, you know, this could be the very set where they secure their golden tickets to the World Finals. If Embananados cannot stop them in their tracks, they'll be the first team in the world to do so, and this is what the season for them has all been building up to.
Well, we won't hear Squeak. None of that today.
Thank God.
Banned out here.
Thank you.
For Beach Ball. That was the realest I've ever heard you. The stunt ladies get selected here for Embananados, and that's less of a big deal than it seems. There are some game modes, again, talking about like Knockout, where tier list reigns supreme, just pick the good characters. This time around, I think that there's a little bit of utility left on the table here. Griff, I like. Janet, I like. Bonnie, I like. I'm not ever going to sit here and tell you they're bad brawlers, but how do they all combine together? Seems like we're all just playing guitar instead of having a dedicated rhythm section. Whereas I look across the way, and we've got the Gale for the setup, the Daryl to walk it in, the Gene grab is a Gene grab. Like, this composition is a well-balanced breakfast. And then Embananados just giving me oatmeal.
I mean, you know, any team realistically competing would love to have Bonnie and Janet. You know, like, everyone wants to be in that position. But I just feel like with Daryl and Gale in the hands of AC Milan Qlash, I just don't see this going against them. I think that they've got a great draft. The Gene as well can provide a lot of healing, but at the moment, the push coming through from Embananados is a concern. Placing it in the corner, I guess wanting to play the slow game here, but I don't know whether that's the way forwards. I think you've got to kind of take AC Milan Qlash by the horns and really suppress them as quickly as you can. VTSim though, missing super there. Not great from him. Both up too low to really do much about this, but if he gets the pass through when he's healing up accordingly, very little of knockback potential here that they can be able to defend with, and that is the first goal in convincing fashion by AC Milan Qlash.
Great look there. Fantastic look there by AC Milan Qlash. That's what you want to see pretty much every time. Just a dedicated kind of 1-2-3 push, and then the goal to get some. Here can't happen. Two players wind up falling to the wayside. So the best thing VTSim can do is push the ball into the mid. Nothing Embananados can do either. So, chicken wing. Minute to go.
Well, VTSim's got him to hand, and that could be a super pass, but it's not going to happen. It's actually going to go to the stand instead. Fire Dog going to be patient for it, and I think that's the right call because Grip can shut this down really well. He's going to come back for it. I mean, why not? I mean, they've got the lead. They can just come back, take it. Yep, get a takedown. 3 versus 2. Play it slow.
Yep, here comes one player. And Griff falls down. Another pull. And oof. You love to see the Gale frozen one more time. Really for no reason but to stunt. And so, right side. Lane being owned. Push back is good. And the pull in is good as well. There's the Daryl roll. And the trick shot. Just for fun.
Looking confident. I mean, that looks as that's kind of where you want to be in life, isn't it? Having that look given your way. Life goals right there. I mean, you'd expect it to be the case when you look at it on paper. This is a game that could very well be AC Milan Qlash securing themselves in for the biggest competition of the year. And they've got the draft to do it, honestly. They've certainly got the skill to do it, no doubt about it. But they've got to just put the final nail in the coffin, and they're looking like it will be just that. They continue on like this. We will not be going any further today. This will be the final map of mode, but there's still a couple of goals left to score standing in their way.
Trouble here for the red team one more time. Frozen. And we're making a whole different movie over here. This one, a little more violent. The ball misses! A great play by Embananados to take out the intended receiver. Fantastic play there by the Bananas. And now it's up to AC Milan Qlash to regain their footing and do it again.
Okay. Well, big stun. But, big pass. Motive can roll this all day long. That is going to be a goal. Beautifully done by AC Milan Qlash. 1 goal away, and they are there. And it's looking like that's almost inevitable at this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you have players playing for the highlight reel like that, I don't know what you're going to do about it. But Daryl able to pass to himself, get it done, and spin on you while the ball is in the air. Sheesh. A little bit of a setup there from the old man, and a little bit of a roll in from the barrel man. That does it. Game, set, match. AC Milan Qlash are going to Worlds.
They've also left the building, I think. Oh no, they're playing ping pong. Brawl Stars
already.
Tick. Move on. Let's get table tennis under our hands now as well. So, the region, I think, is the phrase that we can use under that circumstance.
I love it. These guys right here, what they're showing us right here is, listen, this is just what we do. from 7 to 12, and then we go on with the rest of our day. All we do is win. For all of you guys, this is a big BSC monthly finals. You plan your day around it. Us, we show up, we clock in, we make it to Worlds, and we clock out. Next up is ping pong. Let's go. Oh man, dude, I think that's the swag. That's so cool. That's so cool. I think that's the coolest way. Just like, oh, what's next? All right, sorry, I gotta go. Like, you just confirmed your trip to Worlds. No celebration, just ping pong. That's so sick, dude.
Casual, just let's just have some fun. And I think that is honestly the best way that I think I'd approach it. I mean, the hard work is done now. I mean, they're not going to go easy on anyone. In fact, they quite like to continue just to show everyone going into the World Finals just how dominant they are and how scary they will be to be picked up against in the bracket. Seeding as well could become a thing to consider also, and just to keep trying to push out your opposition. I mean, their rivalry with Chasmac, that's going to continue on, and if anything continues on in the quarterfinal stage between those two teams, I mean, that could be disastrous for Chasmac when you look at the fact that AC and Qlash are locked in. But what a day for them. I mean, absolutely over the moon as you'd expect, and looking as confident as ever. Like this back and forth with Chasmac that we have, sort of around the MSI period was where we thought this was all going to continue on with. But now AC and Qlash have just come back to what we were seeing happening prior in the early time between March, April, bringing it back to the present. And now Chasmac have got to really look to the monthly finals to come to continue on to be in the running.
Absolutely. And an emphatic congratulations to AC Milan Qlash, as they are the first team in the entire world to go ahead and qualify for Worlds this year. This is how they made it today. Of course, they had to do this a number of other times throughout the year in a number of other monthly finals. This time around, though, gives them the numbers to find themselves all the way to the big one. And you see earlier on, Chasmac Gaming BR falls down to AC Milan Qlash in the quarterfinals. That one's a little bit intense for sure. Chasmac Gaming originally number 2 on the leaderboard. Before we end today, we will visit the leaderboard one more time, and well, there it is. Chasmac still number 2, ZERØZONE in that 3rd spot. But you look at ZZ, Vatra, 6, Portuguesa, Starline, and ZERØZONE. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3. Okay, 5 teams. My bad. 5 teams. Even KIB out here jockeying for position. There are a couple more competitions and double points on the line here. This is insanity. Points haven't updated. My mistake. We'll get that fixed in a moment. But the concept remains strong here, with the idea that all these teams at any point in time could just take a spot because it's so close together.
It's again, not the end of the road for AC Milan Qlash, because the beginning of Worlds, but it's their time has been locked in. It's the start of the final 2 spots in this region now, and that is where, again, like you rightly point out, it's all up for grabs and very, very little in it. I think Chasmac's lost in the quarterfinals to Qlash today. That's going to be a big one moving forward as to how that all develops up. But 6 missing out, also Vatra missing out today. That could make a big difference. Also, ZERØZONE now, I think, are going to be in a formidable position as well. And I'd love to see a ZERØZONE versus Chasmac sort of rivalry starting to occur as well.
ZERØZONE might be number 2. I think we have the updated leaderboard coming at you, and they aren't by just barely. But Milan Qlash up above the world so high, a diamond for sure. 730 points. That's unmessable. People just can't get there, dude. Insane. But it's a whole different journey for them now. Ark, you ever go hiking?
I've been hiking a couple of times. Yeah, I'm not prone to a long walk. Yeah, why not? What's up?
Well, so for me, this Qlash team, it's almost like they took a 2-hour drive to go on a 2-hour hike, because you spent this year traveling and doing it, and it wasn't easy, but it wasn't really hard. You kind of had your music and maybe the window open or whatever, and you're sitting down. Now you have to go, like you said, to Worlds and then some, and the competition gets tougher. So you have to be prepared for this hike. You got here, but this is just stage 1, and it gets a little harder from here. So something you definitely want to take a look at for AC Milan Qlash, how they're going to be playing in the future, is where eyes are at. Because yes, you've got your ticket, dog, but can you make it to the top of the top? That is the question.
I mean, realistically there as well, you know, anyone down to 9th could shoot up to 3rd in a monthly final if the eventualities occur to make it so. And these are the leading teams across the rest of the region so far. If nothing changes, these are the teams going to Worlds. Tribe Gaming EU, Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Team Kesso, STMN EU, and OGS for the EMEA region so far. Zeta Division 1, Zeta Division 0. It's Zeta in East Asia. Tribe Gaming NA, Vanguard Gaming, and STMN for North America and LATAM North. AC Milan Qlash, the first team, of course, to lock in their golden ticket for the World Finals today on this stream, and no less. Chasmac Gaming, not far behind at all, and ZERØZONE, of course. Star Wars Esports, I've got to say, you know, that is going to be one that can be locked in very, very quickly. Probably going to be the second team to lock in once they go through the motions and obviously, you know, qualify. That's got to be a given there. But nonetheless, you know, take a screenshot, because I think there's going to be a lot of changes to this leaderboard. Obviously, the only one change that we know is not going to happen is AC Milan Qlash.
Absolutely true. They have earned their victory today. They have earned their right to show up against the rest of the world at that Brawl Stars World Championship later on this year. You absolutely don't want to miss it. We take a look at East Asia. A couple of these teams, some of the best. A couple of these teams, the best as far as last year's competition is concerned. If you want to see what they look like in their monthly finals, tune in next time live August 13th at 4 p.m. KST. That'll give you the opportunity to see some of the East Asia teams for sure. But Ark, that does it for us. It's so good to see you and actually get the chance to cast with you today.
Likewise, yeah. I mean, like every year, you know, there's that one monthly final left where you get stuck with me, but always a fun time to be had. And yeah, man, really enjoyed it, and great to see such a great display of skill coming out of this region. Great to see the player cams of everyone just really embracing things as you'd expect in this region. Great brawler choices across the board for the most part, you know, and you know, aside from the Nita, Dynamite, and Shelly bans in Shooting Star, that's gonna stain my brain, and the Daryl rolls going backwards. I had a blast, dude. I had a blast as always.
As always, great stuff. Thank you so much for everybody putting on the show. So many people who do a lot of hard work to make sure y'all can see it. Thanks to everybody out there in chat. Thanks to Ark. And that does it. Make sure to tune in to the next one, and may all your Darrow rolls go in the right direction. We'll catch you next time. Peace.